station called WM?
BBC WM and BBC CWR.
Oh, blimey, let's put that down. Hang on. Gosh. BBC
WM
WM
and CWR.
and CWR. What does that stand for?
Coventry and Warwickshire.
So we say BBC in the first bit.
Yes.
No radio.
No.
We're BBC Essex.
Yes.
Durham, Newcastle have added radio in now. What's your? Do you have emails or things in?
You can. I'm not worried about that, but you can use my email, just clive.eakin.
You're happy with that?
Yeah. At bbc.co.uk.
Clive. How do you spell Eakin?
EAKIN.
Yeah.
At bbc.co.uk. Or they can Twitter at BBC CWR Sport.
So Twitter is
BBC
BBC
CWR
CWR Sport. Right, that's great. Give a good look, man.
good master.
Give us toppers here.
They're the best games. They're better.
I do them all down
Those
early time off the field today. Here's the deal. That worked on my chest. Let's do some catching here. So you can really put your sharpness. You're going to enjoy that very carefully.
Good morning, welcome to a sunny Edgbaston for the first day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Essex. I'm Clive Eakin and this is
Don Topley to join you, Clive, for 2 days. 2 days in sunny Birmingham. It's glorious here. The umpires are just wandering out, having a chat and having a photograph with the media officer here at Edgbaston. The two umpires are Alex Wolfe and Michael Burns, one of this parish.
Indeed. I used to complain there aren't that many former Warwickshire players that umpire, but we did have Peter Hartley for a while. Michael Burns now. So these are the two teams in this group. I've no idea which group it is, by the way.
Group one.
Oh, we're Group 1, are we? I just know who we're playing, but these are the two teams in Group 1 who have got a win, and both of them rather snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, did they not, in the last round of games?
Must have been brilliant cricket up at Trent Bridge.
Yes, alas, I wasn't there, but I listened to a lot of it from Dave and Richard, and also Rob was there for a day. Incredible game. He was out for the really good day. Rob Gurney was. Let's look at the teams. I'll do Warwickshire, and then Don can do Essex. So Warwickshire have Will Rhodes, Tim Bresnan, Danny Briggs. No, they don't. That's a squad list. Let's start again. They have Will Rhodes, the captain, Rob Yates, Sam Hain, Hanuma Vihari, Matthew Lamb, Michael Burgess, a wicketkeeper, Tim Bresnan, Craig Miles, Ollie Stone, Danny Briggs and Ollie Hannon-Dorby. Essex won the toss and are batting first.
And we've got Alistair Cook, Nick Brown, Tom Wesley captain, Daniel Lawrence, Paul Water, Ryan Tendescarter, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, the man of the match from last week, and then this season's debut to Peter Siddle, who's his first game this summer, but it's his third time that he's been with Essex County Cricket Club, and the last two coming up, the two bowlers, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Sadly, no position this week for Ben Allison, who performed so well last week. Listen, it's not fair to say he's dropped. He's perhaps been rested with his young body.
I'm just going to have to... Well, I've got a few minutes, haven't I? I'm not used to these clock start reports, so I'm going to have to do it in a few minutes, but we are underway here. That's bowled down the leg side by Ollie Hannon-Dorby. Brown and Cook are the opening batters. Alistair Cook, of course. It's none without loss in the early stages. So, to discuss the Essex team a little bit more with Dom when he goes back. He's just going to do a report for BBC Essex as Ollie Hannon-Dolby comes in, and that's left by Nick Brown, and there is no run. Beautiful sunny day here at Edgbaston. The pitch is quite a way to the left, so Brown, the left-hander, has got a pretty short boundary on his offside as the bowling comes from the Birmingham end. Pitch looking pretty brown as Hannon-Dolby comes in, right arm over, and Brown gets bat on that and plays it to the offside for no run. Essex, of course, well, they're the defending county champions, and they won the county championship last time out 2 years ago. And of course, they also won the sort of ad hoc county championship of last season, the Bob Willis Trophy. So a good test for Warwickshire, and got that win against Notts. There was much talk about poor old Notts having not had a win for over 3 years. I have to say, Warwickshire not exactly prolific winners themselves. Of late, Hannon-Dolby bowls, that's left outside off stump. Didn't manage any wins on the Bob Willis Trophy. Should have done, really. I mean, there were a few games, most notably the first game of the season actually against Northants, which they really should have won but didn't. And we'll be updating listeners on BBC WM and BBC CWR in a moment. Hannon-Dolby in, and Brown leaves that one outside off stump. There's no run. Lots of shouting going on from Warwickshire Field. There's not much happening so far. I'll be updating listeners in a moment. Here at Edgbaston, it's a sunny day for the first day of Warwickshire's match against Essex, the current champions. Warwickshire looking to build on their spectacular win against Notts. They're in the field after Essex won the toss. The first over ball by Ollie Hannon-Dolby. No runs scored from it, and so Essex are none for one after 1 over. So, first over bowled. Don returns. Don Topley.
Good morning.
And you were just discussing your team when you had to go and do your updates.
I did.
And you could describe this over, which was bowled by Ollie Stone.
Ollie Stone, formerly of Norfolk and Northamptonshire, and an England Test cricketer. How wonderful should that be for him and his family. Stone, away from us from the pavilion end. He bowls, and he bowls to Sir Alistair Cook, who plays off the back foot into backward point. There is no run. And good morning to you wherever you are listening to us. We're on the streaming service, courtesy of Warwickshire County Cricket Club, or indeed, well, it's BBC Essex, BBC WM and BBC CWR. Delighted. Little pause as some sawdust being brought out, I believe, to the bowler's front foot marks. Oliver Stone is just taking clumps out of the black bucket, which is full of, which these days is a groundsman's nightmare. They hate sawdust around their beautiful grass, because it doesn't do it much good. Yes, it might soak up a little bit of moisture.
They hate cricketers on their beautiful grass as well, don't they?
But it's yeah, he's just put a load of sawdust at the end of the bowler's mark, right behind the umpire, which looks like Alex Wolf at our end, the pavilion end, as Stone. Coming in nice and straight, he bowls. A good delivery that just swings back on the bounce through to the keeper. Decent delivery there against Alistair Cook, and there is no run.
Yeah, Warwickshire clearly feel that didn't miss the blue stumps by very much as it jagged back. And Alistair Cook's done a bit of prodding the pitch as well, so that may well have come back at him rather more than he expected.
Well bowled. Good delivery indeed. As Stone moves away from us, bowls. This is a little shorter. Good delivery. Little bit of bounce with the new ball. It restricts Cook. It goes off his thigh pad out into the offside to Gully, who fields it. There is no run. Still 0 for 0.
Just 24,000 first-class runs for Alistair Cook. He's not, that's a dangerous thing to say, of course, he's due. He's not yet scored the runs for Essex this season, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Scores between 6 and 15.
Yeah, he hasn't got above 15. In fact, Stone is in, bowls to Cook. Cook plays into the leg side, gets across to his stumps, and he takes a single as he plays the leg glance down to fine leg, where it is fielded. 1 run. Essex are up and running, and so is Alistair Cook. Well, it was me, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Stone waiting for the ball. It's interesting, they're rubbing the ball particularly hard, as if there's a little bit of moisture, there was a very sharp frost early this morning. One would have assumed it would have gone, but I'm just wondering whether there's just a little bit of dew now, or dampness around, as Stone comes in. Right arm over, bowls. Delivery which Nick Brown leaves alone as it goes through to the keeper. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a squarish mid-off to the left-handers, a mid-on, square leg, almost square itself at 90 degrees, and the fine leg. We do have a small boundary. Now, what side do you call that, Clive? To the left here?
Oh, I'm hopeless. I'm hopeless
legs.
on size.
Was it the old bus or West Midlands stand?
I've never heard it called that.
Years and years ago, as Stone bowls outside off stump, only just carries through to the keeper, and Brown is happy to leave that alone, as he has. Brown has left 2, the 5th and 6th ball of that second over. Alistair Cook has 1, Nick Brown has none, and the score for Essex, who decided to bat, are 1 without loss.
So you've got the Raglan stand and the Priory stand.
Over to our left. Is that
I'm
right?
going to get my bearings right here now. You think I would know this by now, wouldn't you?
It's a very short offside boundary now when the bowlers are bowling to the left-handers from the city end. Do you still call it the city end here?
End of the Birmingham end, that's what I do know. They changed it to the Birmingham end.
Birmingham, yes. Very short offside boundary for both left-handers. I can only suggest it's about 60 metres, probably maybe 65.
Ollie Hine-Dolby coming into bowl to Alistair Cook, who gets bat behind that, plays it back to the bowler. Accurate start from Warwickshire, just 1 run from the first 13 balls of the day. And beautiful day for it.
Oh, temperatures are expected to get about 15, I think. And if you're if you're out of the wind, it might just go above that.
Hine-Dolby, right arm over bowls. That's pushed out to the offside by Cook, and beautifully timed. That's going to go through to the short boundary for 4. That was all about timing from Alistair Cook. Splendid shot, and he moves on to 5. He's got all of Essex's runs so far.
Yeah, beautiful We've all witnessed Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair Cook, play that shot through the offside. Imperious, just lovely, lovely shot. It's been shorter runs just at the moment. As you rightly said, his top score is 15. Essex's opening batsman really, I think they've got to 30-31 on one occasion. Other than that, they've lost a partner early doors.
Hannon Dolby in goal, and that's another splendid shot. Little over pitch by Hannon Dolby, and Alistair Cook has driven it through long off for 4 successive boundaries from the former England captain. And you know, Warwickshire might just be a little uneasy about the fact that he hasn't got a score yet this season, Alistair Cook. He's now on 9 off 7 balls. Terrific stuff.
Yes, it probably was a scoring opportunity for Cook, that was.
Yeah.
Very, very pitched up, trying to swing the ball, 3 slips awaiting a gully. So there are grabbers there should either left-hander invite the nick.
Hannon Dolby running in from the Birmingham end. City of Birmingham behind him, and that one is a little wider, and Alistair Cook decides to leave that. And it's taken behind the stumps by Burgess, and there is no run.
Will Rhodes, formerly of Essex, actually, he was on loan to the county. He predominantly was came to Essex from Yorkshire on loan as a bowler who batted, and there he is now. How much has his batting improved? Enough to open the innings now. He's a vastly improved and a very impressive young man.
3 slips in the gully in, and Cook just steers that into the offside. And that is cut off by another player. Be keen, top player, be keen to get into the runs today. The Indian Hanuma Vihari, who did produce a fantastic catch against Notts, which, given how close the game was in the end, was pretty important, but didn't manage to score runs on his Warwickshire debut, so he'll be keen. As Hannon Dolby comes in the ball, Cook leaves that, and there's no run. So 2 offside boundaries in that over from Alistair Cook. He's on 9, as are Essex, 9 without loss after 3 overs.
Yes, accelerated 9, has got all the runs this morning. In fact, he's had 3 knocks in the 2 championship. Well, he's had 4 knocks, but he had 1 not out. But that was against Worcestershire. But I think he got out to Rushworth in the Durham fixture. LBW a little bit. I think Sir Alistair always is a little concerned when he does get LBW on a few occasions. Stone running in from our end, and this is a genuine play and miss as it goes through to the keeper. Bit of a ball of pace and bounce there from the Warwickshire opening bowler, and now a test match cricketer. How wonderful is that, Clive?
Yeah, he's obviously had his injury problems, but when he's fit, he looks a formidable player.
As Stone turns, he's on his way. 3 slips in a gully waiting. This is played very nicely by Nick Brown, who gets into line, plays it out to gully backward point. There, no runs. 9 without loss. You're listening to BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC Essex, and online through the BBC website. Don Topley and Clive Eakin are your commentators today. Stone moving away again, passing the umpire. Left-handed Brown leaves it alone, well outside the off stump, happy to leave those all day. And Brown, who was back opening for Essex, but last summer he lost his spot and they moved Paul Water up. He'll be very keen, concentrating enormously about making some runs for his beloved county today. Cook sitting on his back handle. Stone is in. This time there's an LBW shout, and the umpire isn't interested. I think we're not quite in line here. I think that's going down the leg side, and it's signalled leg buys by Alex Wolf. That is one leg buy, gets Brown off strike, and Essex moved to 10 without loss.
Yeah, Warwickshire were very hopeful with that one. I think the fact that the Brown was rather falling into it, wasn't he? So almost losing his balance might have encouraged him to believe that that was a worthy shout, but there's an echo in here. At least we know we're on. So yeah, a good shout, but not out.
Not out. Stone in again. Outside off stump. Cook leaves it alone. Through to the keeper. That is a dot ball. Beautiful day in Birmingham. Really is. Bit of whispery cloud over the Birmingham city centre and further, but right above Edgbaston it is a beautiful blue sky. You could imagine this blue in the Mediterranean at about 33 degrees. I think it's about 10 and rising. Stone is in. This is driven out, well fielded at mid off. That is a super die which saved runs, and it would have been Alistair Cook who got those runs. That was a gorgeous drive, but the end of the over brings Essex 10 without loss.
Skipper Will Rhodes with the stop. Interesting, Warwickshire obviously lost Dom Sibley, who got the injury early. The knots came, and they kept teasing everyone by saying, "Oh, he might bat if he's needed. He might bat if he's needed." But in the end, he wasn't. But they've replaced him not with another batter, but with a bowler. So perhaps having seen that they can bat all the way down, as they did, or at least down to the 8th wicket pair, well, the 9th wicket pair effectively, as they did against Notts. So they've opted for an extra bowler, and it's Craig Miles who's come in to replace Dom Sibley.
Just a quick update of the score elsewhere. We've only had 15 minutes of play, and Durham at home for their first game are 8 for 2 against Derbyshire.
Here's Ollie Hunnan-Dalby bowling, and that's played back to him by Brown. There's no run. Brown yet to score. So we've had 9 runs from Alistair Cook and the leg by, which followed which led to the big LBW appeal. And Hunnan-Dalby goes back to his end of his run-up. And the bowls, that's left. Slightly late decision from Brown to leave it, but he left it in the end. And there is no run.
Nick Brown was bowled off the inside of the edge in the first innings against Durham. He was trying to force the ball, and I think that particular ball then, which he left, I tend to think that he'll be really concentrating on that. He was bowled both innings against Derbyshire, but he doesn't need to force the pace at the moment.
Now that one is pushed out for no run. I'm doing it now. There we go. Let's solve that problem. Game of course streamed. You can get that on the Warwickshire website. It does allow us to have a look at things after they've happened. So
almost a ball behind, aren't they? Almost. Maybe 3/4 of a ball behind.
Yeah. Anyway, Hunnan-Dalby in to bowl once again to Nick Brown, who leaves that, and there is no run, which is pretty close to being up to date on mine at the moment. But sometimes it sort of changes the longer you watch it, doesn't it?
Does it?
Buffers a bit, but it's very impressive, and it's been an addition that cricket fans all over the country have welcomed. The streams from the counties. It's no longer just one camera as well. It's been in the power a camera at each end, but it's a little bit more high tech than that now. Hunnan-Dalby Bowling to Brown. He leaves that. That's a bit closer, but still a comfortable leave for Brown outside off stump.
As I said, he got bowled last week, and I think he'll be really concentrating on the fact that he's inside edged on, and he's been bowled, playing a couple of shots. So I just think he's going to be a little more patient, a little more, and it's strange to say this about an opening batsman, he's going to be a little bit more watchful, because he's a diligent fella, and he wants to stay out there as long as he can. He knows he needs runs. Batsmen definitely need runs.
Alan Dalby into bowl to him. Again, he leaves that outside off stump. So he hasn't scored a run yet, but he's still there, crucially, having faced 18 balls. And after 5 overs, it's a fairly sedate start in the sunshine here at Edgbaston. Just one big LBW appeal from Ollie Stone, a couple of lovely cover drives from Alistair Cook, and Essex at 10 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, decent bit of carry and bounce, actually, for that last ball for Alan Dalby. Tall man. It does extract bounce. He's got the new ball in his hand, so you would expect that. But I certainly felt that the keeper took it sort of above his navel, probably his stomach. No, I thought that was a better delivery. That last one had a bit more behind the ball. Stone to commence his 3rd over, and he comes in, bowls outside off stump, which Sir Alistair Cook is very happy to leave. As we know, he is particularly watchful. Concentration is never an issue for the former international man that has got so many thousands of runs and experience.
Still hungry, because I mean that's always the thing. It's always great to see players when their international careers are over are still playing county cricket. Ian Bell did for a while, and it's great to see like Alistair Cook out there. Does he still have the hunger, do you think?
Yes, I think his contract expires at the end of this season as Stone bowls, but Cook is very happy to leave that one. That's just a little wider as the keeper takes it to his left, because there's a left-handed bat, and he gets a little closer to the first slip as Cook is happy to leave those alone. He'll leave them all day. So it's interesting from a bowling perspective, or the captain at mid-off, will he be saying, Stoney, great effort, but can we get Sir Alistair to play the ball? Bowler wants just a little straighter, please, to Sir Alistair Cook as he bowls. This time Cook drives down the ground. It's quite full. It's been driven beautifully by Cook up to the stand here where we are sitting on the 3rd floor. That's a gorge, just slightly over pitched. I don't want to be critical. There wasn't much movement. He's trying to swing the ball perhaps, but there was no swing. But it was executed beautifully by Alistair Cook.
It's a very good shot and a very satisfying crack on the bat, wasn't it?
It was.
As he played that for his 3rd boundary.
Echoed round this empty ground,
Yes.
Clive, and it is so sad we can't have spectators. We miss you as well as the players miss you.
Indeed, hopefully it won't be too long. It isn't quite the same. There would have been a ripple of applause around the ground, of course, after that shot.
Stone around the wicket to Cook, which is for me a better delivery because he's angling in now at the left-handers off stump on from around the wicket, and that was a good ball which Alistair Cook left, but nonetheless it was a decent delivery by Stone. From a bowler's perspective, he mustn't beat himself up and say, I've just been driven for 4. Oh, why did I bowl it as 4? No, keep going. You know, even if you overpitch, you're bowling in the right areas. If there's a bit of movement, or, you know, the batsman's still new to it at the moment, he's opening the batting, he's learning, he's applying his trade, being watchful, etc. You never know. It's coming round the wicket, staying to Cook. He's on his way in. He bowls outside off stump, and Cook once again is happy to leave it. Now, we've seen this over 5 balls, of which 4 have been left and 1's been hit for 4 so far.
Well, Cook, of course, you're a professional for waiting for the ball to be hit and picking his moment. He's got Essex off to a start.
Stone Here he goes. Bowling to Cook. Cook, that's a decent delivery, which is left alone by Cook. He almost leaves it on bounce as well, but that's the best ball of the over, I believe. His 6th delivery outside off stump. It's just moved back down to the keeper, slightly down the leg side. Not that it went past the batsman down the leg side. So Stone will hopefully not beat himself up. He'll go, why did I bowl that delivery so full? It went for 4. It wasn't a bad delivery in any way, shape or form. Probably 3 or 4 of the other deliveries were just wide of Alistair Cook, and the last one I thought was the best ball of the over. So Essex have started well. They won the toss, decided to bat, and have moved to 14 without loss, and we've had 6 overs.
So we take the sanitising break after 6 overs, and let's just take the opportunity to look at the other games. Playing everywhere, Yorkshire 19 without loss against Sussex in the 7th at Hove. Worcestershire 23 without loss at New Road against Notts. That's in this group, of course. It's Glamorgan 20 without loss in the 8th over against Northants. That's at Northampton. Durham 11 for 2 now at Chester Street against Derbyshire, also in this group. Lancashire lost an early wicket, 5 for 1 at Canterbury against Kent. Hampshire 12 out loss in the 8th over against Gloucestershire at Southampton, and Surrey 24 for 2 against Middlesex.
Really?
Yeah. It says London, that's annoying. Is that the over or Lords?
That's at Lords.
Is it?
Yeah, both teams are struggling a little bit so far.
Leicestershire 16 without loss against Somerset after 7. That was pushed out to the offside by Brown. Ollie Dolby, the bowler, bowling his 4th over. No changes by Warwickshire yet, and it's 14 without loss.
Surrey have lost their 2 test players. Burns was caught Robson bowled Murtagh for 8, and Amla, the South African overseas, was LBW Murtagh for 0. So Murtagh has come back into the side for this game, and Middlesex, who have played 2, lost 2. Surrey have lost 1 and drawn 1.
Alan Dolby bowls, Brown leaves it as it goes over the stumps. No run.
And I think it's Middlesex's James Harris has gone back to Glamorgan on loan for the period of these 10 championship matches, something like that.
Yes, in the 3rd round of games, so people are reasonably familiar with it now, but just to reiterate the format of the competition this year, they have temporarily still, we'll see what happens in the long term, dispensed with the 2 divisions. In some ways it's going to be quite difficult to go back to them with the original lineups now. But anyway, they have, so we haven't got 2 divisions this season. As Ollie Dolby comes into bowl, that's left. Instead we've got 3 groups of 6, which aren't regionalised, as you can tell by the fact that Warwickshire are playing Essex, but I think they have tried to keep the local derbies in, haven't they? So Warwickshire have got Worcestershire, Lancashire and Yorkshire in the same group, Gloucestershire and Somerset.
I don't notice any Essex derbies in amongst that lot.
Well, do they have one, really?
Oh, the Essex versus Surrey and Essex versus Kent, the battle of the tunnel.
Yeah. Anyway, I suppose it's not possible to keep them all in, but Alan Dolby comes into bowl, and that's driven by Brown, his first scoring shot, and it's a good one, over pitch by Ollie Dolby, and Ollie Stone gives chase, but in vain, and that's gone through long off for 4, and Brown is off the mark, 18 without loss.
Yeah, good looking shot, quite full. There doesn't appear to be much swing really at the moment. I thought that was a tremendous shot, which we've witnessed Alistair Cook make some great shots this morning, in particular the last over against Stone, but Brown we haven't really seen too much of that. He's been very watchful, but that was fairly full, and he played with a full face of the bat and caressed it quite straight at mid-off.
Alan Dolby in again. He's repeated the shot, and he enjoyed it, the follow through. Had that look of, yeah, that's a good shot by me about it, and it's another 4 runs. Brown's on to 8, 22 without loss.
The only difference between the 2 shots that ended up going into the same spot of the boundary up at the Birmingham end, or the old city end, was that Nick Brown played a check drive. It was a full-blooded drive in the previous 4, but this second 4 of this over was a executed check drive. If you know your coaching manuals and etc., the bat doesn't flourish over your head. It's simply, he's controlled and paces the ball. He times the ball in a check drive. So that was a beautiful shot, and he will take great confidence from those 2 4s.
Aldob is coming round the wicket now to Brown and angles it into the batter, who this time pushes out to the offside. There's no runs. Aldob a little bit concerned. He's conceded 16 runs now from his 4 overs, and Essex are 22 without loss after 7 overs. Made a good start, having winning the toss. Warwickshire may be relieved, have opted for the extra bowler, because this could be quite a hard working day for them in the field.
It'll be interesting. You can see, Clive, throughout the country, these 3 rounds of matches that we're now witnessing, there hasn't been much rain. I have to say how beautiful, verdant the square looks here at Edgbaston. What surprises me is there are not, I mean, Chelmsford looks like a beach. It is so dry there. Stoner ports his run up as Sir Alistair Cook sees something, certainly not a spectator at the pavilion end, that disturbs him, so he breaks away. But it's verdant here, and there's 1, 2, we're on the 3rd strip, 4. There's only 4 strips that have been used. Now, you're very fortunate here. You've got nets elsewhere behind us. At Chelmsford, the nets are actually on the edge of the square. So I have to say, probably close to half of the strips at Chelmsford have been used one way or another, whether it's practice matches, whether it's nets. So it does look Chelmsford upon sea. This outside off stump from Stone, which Cook leaves through to the keeper. We've seen a couple of very full deliveries which have been punched down the ground from both ends. The only element of criticism, and I'm being ultra criticising here, Clive, is have Warwickshire allowed Essex to leave quite a high percentage of the deliveries that's been bowled, and we're now in the 8th over, so we've had 7, 42, 43 deliveries so far. Here's the 44th delivery, which is trapped between bat and pad, goes out into the offside. It's safe. It was probably a little inside edge onto the pad that ricochets into the offside. No run. 22 for none.
Bowlers haven't been able to get much joy out of either the pitch or the overhead conditions. I don't think. Ollie Stone has looked the most likely. He had that one that Alistair Cook left, which jagged back and missed the stumps not very much. He did knock Nick Brown off balance, which led to a big LBW shout, and that one as well asked a question or 2.
Stone around the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook. He bowls. This is driven, and it's an inside edge down to fine leg. The balls they use, these dukes, it's interesting for me that once the lacquer comes off, which you can get off with, and it's not illegal, once the ball hits the ground or hits the bat, the lacquer cracks. So once that lacquer comes off, you can then get it to shine. And I would have thought if there's going to be any swing, it's going to happen about now. And obviously you have to bowl the right lengths to get the swing, and to be fair, the Warwickshire boys have pitched the ball up, but there doesn't appear to be much swing at the moment. 23 without loss. Stone round the wicket now to Brown. He bowls this a bouncer, which Brown, the tall figure, gets underneath the ball, and it sails through to the keeper, and that's a good bouncer, which has been awarded 1 for the over by the umpire.
Yeah, Ollie Stone bowling pretty well. He's not causing trouble every delivery. He's not looking like getting a wicket any moment, but he is asking some questions of the batters. He's also been by far the tidier of the 2 bowlers, just 6 runs off his 22 deliveries so far.
Here he goes, past the umpire. Stone to Brown, left alone. It did just angle back on the line. I think that's a reasonable delivery, but it's a very good leave from Brown, and a dot ball.
Yeah, So again, Hollystone keeping it reasonably tidy.
Had a number of injuries, but shows a great deal of resilience to come back from all these injuries. Stone away from us, bowls. This is short of a length, which Brown goes back and across and gets into line and plays it beautifully with a straight bat to respect the dot ball, and that's the end of the over. Hannon Dolby will continue. He's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 16. So 2 of those overs are maidens. So it just tells you a little. 2 overs for 16 in terms of what he's had of his bowling. 23 without loss, having opted to bat.
Well, the Hannon Dolby will continue from the Birmingham end. 16 runs off his first 4 overs. It does look as if he's going to come round the wicket, which he started to do to Brown at the end of the last over. He's going to come round the wicket now to Alistair Cook. 3 slips and a gully. And this beautiful sunny Edgbaston morning. County cricket back. Yes, I was talking about a while ago, actually. I was talking about the format, didn't I? And I stopped that. So let's just give you a reminder of that. So it's 3 groups of 6 to start with, and each team plays each other twice. As Ollie Hannon Dolby comes in, has put in a little mid-off there, just 1 pitch away. That's driven by Cook and deflected by Hannon Dolby to that mid-off, just to keep him lively.
Interesting for me, Clyde, they've moved the gully. They've taken the gully out and put him at, well, on the drive, silly mid-off if you want to suggest. It's very straight. He's probably on the middle of the adjacent strip, so he is straight, and you've got to consider that the bowler's coming around the wicket. If he doesn't get off the wicket quite quickly, he could collide into him.
Danny Briggs is the fielder there. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Cook turns it around a square leg. Thinks about a quick single, but it's not there, as the ball is quickly cut off by Matt Lamb. So it's 3 groups of 6, each team plays each other twice, so 10 matches, and also it's not quite the sprint that we had last season in the shortened Bob Willis Trophy, where you only had 5 games. It is still 16 points for a win and 8 for a draw, which I'm not convinced about myself, but there we are. I'm still where I did it last year, but with a 10 game group, I'm not convinced about it myself. However, that's what it is, and the idea is that the top 2 in each group will then go into a final 6 as Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's played back to him. There's no run, and they will play in that final 6 the 4 teams that they didn't play in the first group stage, that weren't in their group. So that will give us 14 games, which is what it was, of course, in the county championship before last season, and the other teams will also be divided in groups, so the 3rd and 4th in each group will go on to play in a sort of 2nd division, and the bottom 2 in a sort of 3rd division. Quite what they'll be playing for, I'm not entirely clear, but anyway, Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. I know it might affect what groups are in next season or what have you, but my biggest worry about the format is if you're not in the top group, just what are you playing for really in the last 4 games?
Yes. Kevin Howells, actually, from BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, he likes the idea that the top 2 from each conference group go through to Division 1, but then the rest play together and play for the Bob Willis Trophy.
that makes absolute sense, I have to say, as Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, and that's open face of the bat by Cook, down to wide 3rd man for 4, because we will have a Bob Willis Trophy, but it will be the top 2 in the championship, which again, I mean, they'll be fighting for the championship. One of them will have won the championship, so do they really need to play each other again at Lord's for the Bob Willis Trophy? So I think that idea, it's almost like a plate, isn't it?
It is. It's after the Lord Mayor's show.
It is.
I don't want to be disrespectful to the ECB, because I think they do a fantastic job, but as a former player, I do worry that you win the championship, which is the holy grail, which is so demanding on your bodies, emotionally, mentally, physically, that you win it, you celebrate it, and then what happens if you get asked to bat on a dewy morning?
Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, and Cook moves across his stumps, trying to use the leg side as the ball's angled towards him, and he gets a run down to back of fine legs, so hasn't really worked the change of angle. Ollie Dolby still proving quite expensive. Alistair Cook still putting him under pressure. Cook now on to 19 and Essex at 28 without loss after 9 overs.
So you win the championship. It's now late September, early October, Clive. And then you've won it, and now you've got to play the team that came second, and you're put in on a dewy October morning and you're skittled out. What does it say? I mean, okay, there could be some decent prize money, I understand that, but I just think if you win the championship, that's all that matters. Stone to commence his 5th over. Bowls short of a length, played into the offside. Cook is interested in the single, but it goes straight to the fielder at backward point. He does a good job, and there is no run. 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 6.
I suppose an alternative, and people won't necessarily like this, but it's sports, it happens in rugby, is that you don't give the championship to whoever finishes top, but rather you have a playoff for first and second at Lord's with the championship trophy, and decide it that way. That would have been another way of doing it.
Short, and it's pulled by Sir Alistair Cook for 4 or 6. It's gone for 6 on this short leg side boundary for the left-hander from the pavilion end. That's a terrific shot. It was a genuine short ball, but Cook took him on, and he's cleared the boundary for 6. 34 for no wicket. Cook has 25 and Brown has 8. That was a good-looking shot.
It was. And
quite dismissive. Can he bowl another one? Will he want to make it shorter, make it higher, head height, which the difficulty about bowling a bouncer at head high is the batsman can lose control because it becomes, well, it only goes up. Stone in again, is outside off stump through to the keeper, no run.
So the 4th 6 that Warwickshire conceded this season, this 3rd championship match. They haven't hit one yet. You wonder whether Ollie Stone might try and buy a wicket and tempt Cook to repeat the shot. He's got 2 men, one of them's actually over the boundary rope at the moment, but it is a short boundary, so if Cook connects cleanly, then it's going to sail over their heads for 6, but there's just always the chance that he might not quite middle it, and it could give them a chance out in the deep.
The square man is right in front of what I call the groundsman's tunnel here. This is a genuine play and miss as Cook goes after that ball, and that's the sort of line he's been currently leaving, but this particular time goes at it and he genuinely plays a miss.
Yes, that was a little unexpected, wasn't it? Couldn't play that shot, but there we are.
You would imagine, having just hit a 6, Cook would normally in the international arena get that kind of delivery and just shoulder arms and let it go through, because Sir Alistair Cook often say they like to book in for bed and breakfast. Stone round the wicket to Cook, short of a leg, plays it back to the bowler, who leaves it for the captain to come and pick up. There is no run. It's quite nice to see certain coaches wandering around like a club game, because they wander the boundary. You'd expect them to get the ball, a couple of balls out and play a sort of boundary bowls, as club cricketers do and have done. Interesting here that there are now 3 on the leg side. Is this a double bluff? Stone has been hit for 6. We've now got 3 on the short leg side boundary behind square, and there's a chap 20 yards in front of square. Stone in, bowls short, cut into the offside, forced off the back foot. That's going to be 1, 2. I think Brown's going to look for the 3rd, and Cook as well, and it's just pulled up 5 metres short of the offside boundary. Back for the 3rd gives Cook 3, and Essex have moved on to 37 without loss, and Cook has 28. Brown won't have the strike because it's the end of the over, has 8.
So all Essex at the moment, 37 without loss. Essex, obviously a strong side. And Warwickshire last played in the Championship at Chelmsford. The best Warwickshire could celebrate was the fact that I believe they became the first county to take Essex into the final day at Chelmsford that season. So that was about the limits of what they could take from the game.
Warwickshire must have gained much confidence with their win last week, because listen, at various times in their 4-day game at Trent Bridge they were under pressure.
Well, they were, and they would have done, you would hope, because getting over the line has been an issue for them. As Hannah Dorby bowls round the wicket, that's played to mid-on, there's no run. I mean, last season they didn't win any of the Bob Willis trophies, but they probably could and should have won, ending up to 3. They certainly should have won the first game against Northants, where they seemed to be going through the formalities, but then the Northants' 9th wicket pair batted for about 3 weeks, and they just couldn't get them out, couldn't finish the game off. Then they had a game at Bristol against Gloucestershire, which was very even throughout most of the match until the latter stages when Gloucestershire just galloped away. Hannah Dorby comes into bowl to Cook, who pushes that one to mid-on, there's no run. Perhaps the unluckiest of the 3 that they might have won was against Glamorgan in the very last game of the season, Ian Bell's last first-class match, when they just ran out of time. They came very close to winning, but just ran out of time with one more wicket needed. But they couldn't get over the line, and at the start of this season against Derbyshire, they looked like they had chances to win it. They had Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble in the first morning, but couldn't see it through. Hannah Dorby into bowl to Cook. That's played the onside, there's no run. And even against Notts, they bowled them out for. Well, they had him in trouble in the first innings. Allowed Notts in the end to get up to 276. And then got bowled out for 201 themselves. So having gotten to a good position at the start of the game, they let that slip. So the fact that they were able to pull it back and got themselves a target which, although formidable, it looked like it was going to be much higher than that at one point, and then chased down that target. So that would have told them, yep, we can actually win matches. Whereas poor old Notts are still wondering whether they ever will win one again.
Yeah. Field change here for Alistair Cook. 2 slips and a gully, but they've still got that very straight, silly mid-off.
Hannah Dorby bowls, and that's a nice shot from Cook. It gave a little bit of width, and he's driven it through the covers for 4. And Alistair Cook is looking imperious. He's already way past his highest score of the season so far, and this is ominous for Warwickshire. But it's good to watch it, as you say, Don. It's such a shame that there's no crowd here, because even a small number of members here, it would have been a privilege for them to see one of the world's great cricketers bat like this and bat so well. Sadly, they can only do it off the streaming at the moment. We all know why, but
stay with us. Hopefully you'll have an entertaining day watching Sir Alistair Cook. I must say, he's hit that like a tracer bullet. I mean, he didn't just time that. That's gone off his bat beautifully. It's a short boundary to the offside for Alistair Cook from the Birmingham end, but it went so quickly. It actually went over the rope and went into the stands along the floor. Beautiful shot, but it was a half volley.
Ollie Handorby comes in, that's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but I did just wonder that, having given the big talk up, whether he might have been out next ball, Alistair Cook, but not to be.
Not superstitious, are you, Brian?
The commentary curse one really irritates me.
Does it?
Because people actually genuinely get angry. I've had football commentaries where people seem to think that what I say in the commentary is going to affect what happens down on the pitch. It doesn't.
You're a big football man. Can I just say one thing? Did you notice that there was the Essex derby the other night, and Colchester United won 2-0 over the Shrimpers?
Yeah, it was a bit of a grim one, though, wasn't it? As Hannah Dorby balls that's played onto the onside. They've gone for a quick single, and they just about called that right. Just for a moment, I thought Ollie Stone might be interested there as he picked the ball up, but it was a well-judged single. 42 that loss. Yeah, but there was so much grim at stake there, wasn't there? They both tried to stay in the league, and poor old Southend looked like they're going to miss out. I was at Stoke yesterday, where Chelsea say they want to continue to be. Cold nights at Stoke.
Yeah, I saw that.
And saw Coventry, well, they're not officially safe, but they are now, after an entertaining 3-2 win at Stoke last night. Again, just the only thing it lacked was the crowd.
Yes.
Going to be a bowling change here, and it's Ollie Stowe's coming off, and it looks like the skipper's bringing himself on, but also Craig Miles is doing some limbering up, so I fancy this might be a double change.
Can I ask you, where would normally there be a bit of a breeze? Where does it come and go? Where
I don't know really.
Westerlies? Where is it? A westerly here? Where would it be?
The weather tends to come from behind us, so
The skipper's in. Bowls his first ball and he bowls it to Sir Alistair Cook. He glances it down the leg side, goes down towards the boundary where it's fielded on the boundary. There is just the one run, and this is, I would call this, it might just be medium fast. It's not fast medium.
if you're taking wickets though, Will Rhodes used himself a little bit more at the start of this season.
Well,
of course it was against Essex.
Yes,
well, he got Alistair
yes,
Cook out.
Yes, and Alistair Cook will remember that, but he also came on loan to Essex as principally a bowler who batted. Rhodes in again. It's a Yorker length which is dug out by Nick Brown, plays it up to Oliver Stone at mid on. There is no run. Can I just say a big thank you to somebody who's tweeted us there. You can tweet Clive and myself on at BBC CWR Sport, at BBC Essex Sport, at Toppers Senior, and the emails are bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. as Rhodes is in through to the keeper, left alone by Brown, no run, and Clive's email is clive.eatkin@bbc.co.uk, and we'll be delighted to have any correspondence to talk about cricket, Warwickshire, Essex, schools, clubs, anything you want to do with our great game. And we've had one or two tweets which I'll mention after this ball as Rhodes round the wicket to Brown. Brown plays and respects into the offside with the full face of the bat, allows the ball to come to him, tries to play it quite late. There is no run. We've got quite a number already coming. Claire Titmus is having a bit of fun with me. She said, really, the Battle of the Tunnel? Of course, it is actually called the Battle of the Bridge, but I was just mocking by saying Battle of the Tunnel, the Dartford Tunnel, as we all know, on the River Thames estuary. As Rhodes comes in, and this is forced off the back foot, but mistimed, not executed beautifully, mistimed it. There is no run. He'll be very aware of that, as Brown has been dismissed like that already this season. CB Chats has asked me, after all the nonsense that went on, absolutely. Thank you very much, CB, for that email. Ron Clark, as Rhodes around the wicket, bowls to Brown. Brown looks to play into the leg side, and what was so good for Brown and Essex is he played it so straight. Maybe in 50 runs time he would look to work that, but he is very aware that he hasn't got over the new ball in most of the innings so far this season, so he's being particularly watchful and patient. But Ron goes on to say, Clive, and I know you're a football man as well as a cricket man, seeing the fan outrage over the proposed European Super League, should the 100 bigwigs be careful in changing what I would consider to be non-negotiables, calling wickets, outs? I'm totally against this. I feel it is dumbing down the cricket or the sport unnecessarily.
Well, I mean, I think you make a valid point. I don't think it's the same. I think it's a different issue from the Super League issue.
It is. What
the 100 are supposedly trying to do is reach a new audience. There is a danger, there's definitely a danger that in trying to reach a new audience, they're going to alienate the current audience. I don't like the word traditional because it's almost used as an insult, and that's not right, I don't think. I think people are entitled to they love cricket, we all love cricket, and so we're entitled to defend what we love about the sport. So there is a danger of that. I suppose, if we're being honest, there's a couple of things. Let's see Craig Miles bowl this ball. to Alistair Cook, and just gets Cook tucked up a little bit as he plays it on the leg side. There's no run. And Lawrence Booth, I heard in an interview, made the point that for a start, maybe we are falling for a little bit of a trick here, that the marketing men, we were all talking about the 100 after that story about outs and wickets, which is what they want. So they may have been quite clever in sort of releasing that story, which caused the outrage. As Miles comes into bowl round the wicket to Cook, and that's driven straight down the ground for 4, and Miles over pitch a little bit. Now Sir Cook is going to say thank you very much and help himself, and he's on to 38, 47 without loss. I do think, in all honesty, that terminology in cricket is a barrier to people who are taking interest in the game for the first time. I don't think wicket being replaced by out is one of the things that should change. I think people understand what a wicket is pretty quickly, but you talk about the fielding positions, which we all tend to take for granted, and onside and offside and googlies and cover drives and all that sort of thing. I think actually that is a bit of a barrier. I remember when I first started getting interested in cricket, I was probably in my sort of just entering my teens, as that's played beautifully round mid-wicket by Alistair Cook, and he's going to go for 4 to the long boundary, and Cook is in tremendous form here. He's on to 42 and he's brought the 50 up.
That's the shot of the morning, that
yeah.
for me. Absolutely glorious. It was quite straight. It wasn't too much leg side, but it was quite straight, and he's just manipulated through the gap, through the very quick, what I call the square here at Edgbaston, on the long-sided boundary on the leg side. That was a super shot.
So the 50s come in 75 balls for no wicket, 50 partnership, as Cook plays out to mid-on, and Alistair Cook has got 42 of the 51 runs on the board.
Clive, one thing, the difference for me between the European Super League and the 100 is the European Super League were doing it for just themselves. They were doing it for whatever, the 6 English clubs or the 12 or the 15, the 18, whatever there was going to be in the Super League. They were looking after themselves. The 100 is actually, and people forget this, that every county is already enjoying the TV deal.
Miles bowls, that's played to mid-on, there's no run.
And therefore the 100 is actually acting not responsibly, but acting, and the benefactors are all 18 counties. And don't forget, all these 18 counties got money last year very early on to help their cash flows. And each county is getting close to 4.2 million from the central pot. It's gone up from 2.8 to something like just under 4.2 million. That's an awful lot of money per county.
Miles around the wicket, and Cook's a leading edge on that one. He's going to get 4. That was probably the first streaky 4 he's hit in the innings. He was trying to work it on the leg side. He's edged it along the ground past a diving gully and got 4 down to third man. So Miles will have a little moral victory there, but the runs keep coming. Essex are 55 without loss after 13 overs.
Yeah, very strange scorecard. Brown 8, Cook 46. So that's the only thing I'd say that is quite different between the football in European Super League and the 100. But Clive, you're going to have to help me. I've had an email, a tweet here from, they've said to me, because I mentioned how gorgeous it is, the square, and how lovely it is in Birmingham today. Beautiful blue sky, as Rhodes comes away from us to bowl at Brown. Brown says wait, and it's hit to the right hand of mid-off, where he fields well and there is no run. Good looking shot. But I talked about how beautiful it looks here in Birmingham, at Edgbaston in particular, and he said, I bet Cannon Hill Park looks picturesque too. Tell me about Cannon Hill. Over there.
Just behind us. Yes, it's fairly close. It's across the road from the ground.
As Rhodes bowls, forced off the back foot straight to the fielder at cover there near his run.
And it's a lovely park. It's got a lake, and it's got grounds. It's got a little theatre in there. I actually saw the Brian Lara film. is it 501 not out, I think it's called. I saw premiered there.
Right.
Yeah, and it will be. We are obviously not quite normal times at the moment, but I'm sure there will be plenty of people enjoying it at the moment.
Rhodes bowls outside off stump. And the Essex batsman is very happy to leave that alone. That's Brown, Nick Brown. Very happy, being watchful, knowing that he's lost his wickets quite early on in the two county championship fixtures. So that was from Mr. Hawkley, who is a ceramics artist, and he often listens to our commentary while he's throwing a pot.
Splendid.
As Rhodes, right arm round the wicket, bowls, and this is clipped into the leg side, nice and straight, good looking shot, not really whipping it, just the angle allowing him just to manipulate it into the leg side, finds the Indian test star, and there is no...
Now, talking of terminology, that's the terminology for making a pot rather than lobbing it all around the garden.
It is, yes. Very fine ceramic artist. He really is.
I'll be doing a line of reports in a couple of minutes. It's all very exciting this year. We're doing them when the clock starts, so...
Rhodes to Brown. Brown leaves it alone. Outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. So thank you, Mr. Hawkley, Claire Titmus, CB, and Josh Clark, Ron Clark. And Mr. Ali has welcomed me to Edgbaston. Thank you, Mr. Ali. I'm very pleased to be here. Always, it's my first away trip of the summer. So after lockdown, I must say it is so nice to be on an away trip. Rhodes round the wicket, bowls outside off stump, better delivery, a little bit more straighter, and this time he shapes up to play, does Brown, but leaves it alone, and it's the end of the over. 55 for no wicket.
Well, Rhodes at least trying to stem the flow a little bit. He's just gone for one run in his 2 overs, but it probably helped that he wasn't bowling Alistair Cook there. Nick Brown still being pretty circumspect, but he can afford to be. He's on 8 from 38 balls, but why does he need to score runs when he's got Alistair Cook at the other end? Guiding the ball to all parts of Edgbaston.
We've had a tweet from Mr. George DeBell who suggests...
Craig Miles around the wickets. Oh, has he got him? He's got him caught behind! Cook has gone! Miles, who went for 12 runs off his first over, but the last 4 was a streaky shot, and he's just got one maybe to move away slightly from Alistair Cook, and is edged and goes for 46, and Warwickshire will be delighted by that, because Cook looked as if he was in business. It was a good delivery. It was right on off stump, and just the faintest of edges, and Burgess took the catch, and Essex are 55 for 1.
In a way, that was a surprise. It would have surprised Alistair Cook, that's had to depart, but well bowled.
So he takes a walk to the far side of the ground. The two teams, of course, in separate parts of the ground, so he walks where the old press box used to be. I've reported on various parts of this ground over the years, but for many years we were over at the other side of the ground, at least the press were. So I'll be updating listeners in a moment here on BBC WM and BBC CWR. And here at Edgbaston, the first ever Warwickshire's Championship match against Essex, Warwickshire just taken a crucial wicket. Former England captain Alistair Cook was looking imperious in getting to 46. He hit 8 boundaries, only one of which was a streaky shot. The others are beautiful shots, mainly drives, a couple on the leg side as well. But he's just edged Craig Miles to be caught behind for 46. Warwickshire will be relieved by that. Essex are 55 for 1 in the 15th over.
Yes, George DeBell has suggested that the park that Mr. Hawkley was talking about, Cannon Hill Park, is slightly superior to the Garden of Eden.
Well, yes, I wouldn't argue with that. I've not actually been to the Garden of Eden, so...
And, yeah, no.
So, the breakthrough for Miles then, and Tom Wesley is a new batter in. He's taking guard as Miles is running into bowl, so the bowler has to... or he sort of jogs on and pretends he was only just going to check on his front foot mark there, Miles. And we'll start again. 3 slips, as we have a right-hander in now. And a good start from Essex, but I would have hoped that Alistair Cook could have carried on a bit longer. Miles comes into bowl to Wesley, and he almost plays on. That bounces, but he hits it into the ground, and the ball just bounces away from the stumps.
Very well bowled. That's the first delivery. A little bit of bounce again. Hannon is tall. Craig Miles is tall, and you know, with this new bounce, there's just a new ball. There's a bit of bounce, and he's knocked it down to his feet. It could have rolled back towards the stump. So great credit to Miles for that delivery. Nearly bowled Tom Wesley, the Essex captain.
So Miles running in, bowls. Oh, Wesley leaves that one. That was a good leave. Looked like that missed by a huge amount. Burgess takes it round his ankle, so it wasn't. I don't think it was going over the stumps. Whistled just past.
No, I'll give credit to Wesley. He thought it was, if it had nipped back, it might have been a bit in trouble. 3 slips now waiting. Tom Wesley, who scored a double 100 in the first championship game of the season, so he's found some form after a pretty limited or perhaps weak 2020 in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Next one, he drives into the ground. Miles manages to get a hand to it to slow it down, and means that there's no opportunity for a run for Tom Wesley.
Good looking shot as he played it into the floor. Nearly went over the head of Craig Miles, but it was parried, wasn't it? Eh?
Yeah.
Like a little bit of volleyball, really, parried towards his teammate, so it didn't cost him. Good delivery, good shot, good cricket all round.
Comes in again as Miles, and oozing us, but Wesley got plenty of bat on that, played it to mid-on for no run.
Well, Warwickshire now have got a little bit of a chance here because they've opened a door, and if I was being ultra critical, and the coaches will be, the bowling coach, who's the bowling, is it Pop Walsh?
Graham Welsh, yeah.
Graham Welsh, another chap who has experience of coaching at Essex.
Indeed.
Yes, he did.
And in comes Miles to bowl, and that's left. He was responsible for bringing Chris Wright to Warwickshire, and Wright then played a major part in Warwickshire.
Yes.
First finishing second, then winning the championship. And Ashley Giles was head of everything, head of blame at the time. And when Graham Welsh, I think they were a bit of a bowler down, and it did look an odd signing to sign him on loan from Essex when he wasn't getting into Essex's second division team. And Ashley Giles was one of the ones that raised an eyebrow, and Graham Welsh suggested it. He looked up Chris Wright's record. He remember seeing in the second team game. He was thinking, "What are you talking about?" But ultimately, he trusted his assistant, and it paid dividends. Wright had a terrific time at Warwickshire.
Graham Welsh, nicknamed Pop. Pop Welsh is a wonderful swing bowling coach. It's going to be Will Rhodes through, and he bowls to Nick Brown, the left-hander, and he leaves it alone as it goes through to the keeper. A good leave. It's coming back on the angle. I've got to say that's a decent delivery. So well watched, well bowled. Another bit of what I call excellent cricket, highly intense, good cricket here in this championship. Day 1 fixture between Warwickshire and Essex, both on 32 points in Conference Group 1, and they top the table together, having both won a game each and drawn the other.
Yeah, 8 points for a draw, which for me doesn't reward wins enough. It was introduced last year, and I get it last year because there were only going to be 5 games. They didn't want teams to be overly penalised by the weather.
I think then, Clive, I agree with you as Rhodes round the wicket bowls. This is an immaculate forward defensive, comes forward, allows the ball to come to the bat rather than forcing the ball, and that is a dot ball. Clive, I'm wondering whether it would be better to have a few more points therefore for the win. Keep the draw where it is, but you just want to make sure that the difference between a win and a draw, I think the minimum runs you can get, which this time Rhodes bowls, and Nick Brown finds the fielder, the Indian test star at mid-wicket. There is no run. I think the minimum points you can get for a win is 19, so 16 and 3 for bowling the opposition out, even if you don't get any batting bonus points.
I suppose in theory, you could get just 16. It'd be a slightly peculiar game, but, well, I suppose the opposition gets to...
Bowls the ball through to the keeper, outside off stump, no run.
The opposition gets to 300 for 2 after 110 overs, and then you suddenly skittle them out, so you haven't got any bowling points then.
If you skittle them out, you've got bowling points.
Not if it's after 110 overs.
Okay. Yeah.
So they get to 300 for 2 after 110. I know this is very unlikely, by the way, but they get to 300 for 2 after 110 overs. Then you bowl them out, and then.
Gosh.
I suppose a slightly more realistic scenario.
Loads in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. End of a quiet but an eventful over in terms of building pressure up. He's bowled. No, that's Miles. The bowling figures come up on the board very quickly for the other end. Miles has bowled 2 overs. He's taken the 1 wicket, 1 maiden, and he's gone for 12 in that 1 over.
The more likely scenario, which could happen, unlikely but could happen. So the team batting first makes 500. The bowling team doesn't get any bowling points because it doesn't get any wickets, so it only gets 2 wickets from 110 overs. Then it gets bowled out for 180, so it doesn't get any batting points. Then it's asked to follow on. Then it bats really well in the second innings and wins the game from that position. So in comes Miles, that was left outside off stump, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley. There's no run.
Fantastic imagination, Clive. Lovely imagination, that. Well, I'd like to see, I can understand why they've amended the points for the draw, but I'd like to see just a few more for the win, because ultimately the win is what you...
Yeah, exactly, and that's, I mean, even in football, the win's worth 3 times more than the draw, and that's when a draw is different in football than it is in cricket. In comes Miles to bowl, and that's a bit of the leading edge, play back to the bowler, there's no run, and...
Be careful, that's well bowled, and it was. He was looking to Tom Wesley when he played for England. If you remember, he got out to morning milk a few times when he played Test cricket. He played in that series against South Africa on our own shore. But Tom Wesley is a fantastic leg side player, but he was looking to force into the leg side just then. He's got to be careful. He's only just come to the wicket. Be watchful and be careful.
Miles in, left by Wesley, and there is no run. 55 for 1 Essex. So they haven't scored since Alistair Cook was dismissed for 46. A thoroughly enjoyable 46. It's just a shame that there wasn't more of it, but some lovely shots in it.
The half volleys, when they were bowled, they were put away, Clive, by both Essex batsmen.
And particularly Cook there was timed his shots really nicely. In comes Miles, and that's clipped to square leg for 4. Just straight down the leg side there, Miles, and West is taking advantage to get off the mark to that short boundary to back a square leg for 4. 59 for 1. There was a 6, of course, in the Alistair Cook innings as well. Don't suppose he's hit too many 6s in his career. Or relatively. I mean, he must have defended them because he's had so many runs, but
not against the new ball.
No.
Absolutely. That was a beautiful shot. That was Tom Wesley, as we all know. The bowler's aired really on the leg side, and he's just clipped it off his legs to the short boundary at deep square leg. Super shot, and Wesley is up and running, 4 not out.
I remember Jonathan Trott being a little he thought about pretending to be outraged when the reporter sort of mocked him for hitting a 6. He wasn't outraged at all, but he pretended to be. He said, what do you mean? What do you mean? poor reporter.
Clive, we mustn't forget, and we must offer heartiest congratulations to Jonathan Trott, because it's his birthday.
Well, also he's coming. He's joined Warwickshire as a consultant, so he's back. He's Jonathan Trott. And
so batting consultant, does that mean he's a little cheaper? He doesn't do it on a full-time capacity. He only does it on so many days in the month or the season. So is It's a batting consultant, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the term is batting consultant. I haven't asked about the pay packet. That's driven down the ground, but didn't quite time it. Wesley, it's fielded at mid-on. There's no run.
But nonetheless, a very happy birthday to former England star Jonathan Trott.
So he's been assigned as a consultant to support the men's team squad, is what it is said. It'll be mentoring players and supporting the coaching team. Mark Robinson, Graham Welsh, Tony Frost and Ian Westwood. So yeah,
valuable experience to offer all the people on charges.
Miles comes in to bowl, and that's push out of the offside. There's no run. It sounds like it might be almost sort of, as and when he's needed, really, he'll do it. So yeah, and it's great to see him back. It's interesting because Warwickshire, there was a perception that Warwickshire felt they were a little bit too close to a boot room policy with former players and on the coaching staff, and that's general feelings. That's why they brought Mark Robinson in from outside after Jim Troughton left. But they brought Jonathan Trott back, and they've still got Graham Welsh, they've still got Tony Frost, they've still got Ian Westwood on the coaching staff. Paul Farber, of course, has come from outside.
As Rhodes is in, bowls outside off stump to the left-handed Nick Brown, and it goes through to the keeper. No run.
So I guess the team leaders, if you like, are people who've come in from the outside who maybe put a slightly different perspective or perhaps aren't quite as guided by the Warwickshire history. They're the team leaders, Mark Robinson and Paul Farbrace, whereas the rest of the coaching staff are people who've made their reputation here and know the county so well. I've been part of the county for many years.
Rhodes round the wicket to Brown. Brown drives down the ground. He's hit it through the non-striker's area, which it goes for 4 to the pavilion. Again, a pretty... is it a half volley? Could be. He's trying to let it swing, but it's been pitched up, and Brown has played a beautifully executed and timed drive back past the bowler for 4.
First shot to be hit in anger against Will Rhodes. Craig Miles, I think, admonished himself there. Perhaps whether he could have stopped it or not, I don't know. He may have slightly missed it. He sort of ran across the ball and said perhaps if he'd run a little bit back first, he might just have had a chance of cutting it out.
Not quite as full, outside off stump through to the keeper. Yes, when he looked back to see Miles that hadn't stopped the ball, I'm not saying he did badly, but he certainly was unhappy, was the skipper, with his own ball. He looked to the heavens and thought, why did I bowl that? As all bowlers do once they've bowled a 4-ball. You would love to know that I'm going to bowl a 4-ball next ball and I won't do it, and you've thought about it and you drag your length back. He bowls. This is driven into the offside. In fact, it's come off a bit of an edge, maybe an open face back, goes to gully. There is no run. Much better delivery by Will Rhodes. Lots of cranes around Birmingham. There's always cranes in Birmingham whenever I come here.
Yeah. Well, whenever you come here, there's always cranes in Birmingham.
Rhodes round the wicket, past the umpire, bowls short, forced into the floor, mistimed off the back foot as it just goes to the offside. No run.
They don't say, on top is coming, let's put a few cranes out.
Well, we're high up, we're on the 3rd or 4th floor.
3rd, yeah.
And we're looking across the city with all the various facades, different colours, different designs of the Birmingham city centre.
We're one step lower than I was last night at Stoke.
Really? The Britannia Stadium?
Yeah, so there's got a fancy sponsor's name now.
Down the leg side, and the keeper, Michael Burgess, dives down the leg side and prevents any buys. That's the end of the over. 63 for 1. Nick Brown 12. Tom Wesley 4.
The stadium's named after our bookmakers now. Right. But I climbed 77 steps to get to my seat at Stoke, and I climbed 76 steps today to get up here. Unfortunately, actually, both of them I had to climb it twice because Stoker managed to leave a window of my car open, apparently. I was about to go back down and close it, and I managed to leave my phone in the car today, so both times I've had to climb up and down twice. But still, do be good, hopefully.
That's worthy of 4 ECGs, you know.
Craig Miles coming in to bowl to Wesley, 63 for 1 Essex. Despite the loss of Alistair Cook, it maintains a good start for Essex, who won the toss, and Wesley's happy to leave that one as it's going over the stumps. It does drag back a bit, but it was always going to go over the stumps, even if it dragged back more sharply. So Wesley happy to leave that. He is on 4. Nick Brown still batting very carefully, 12 off 50 deliveries. Essex looking to build an innings here. Does tend to be the case at Edgbaston, no idea why, but it tends to get easier as the day goes on each day. Miles comes into bowl and wraps him on the pass. He's got him. That one may have come back to Wesley a little bit, and the umpire's finger goes up, and Craig Miles is the bowler who's doing it. That's his second wicket, and Essex are 63 for 2.
Well, most notably for me, it didn't hit him where he ended up. It hit him almost on the move, and I've got to be honest, from up here, we're not right behind, I thought it looked about right.
Yeah.
You could sense that when he played the shot, he'd come further forward, but by then the ball had already hit him before he moved. So he was very much caught on the crease. 63 for 2, 2 wickets for Miles. He's having an impact. And am I right in saying he did very well in, was it the first game of the season or in pre-season, he collected a number of scalps?
Yes, he didn't play in the last game.
Was it the first game or in pre-season? He collected a whole host of wickets somewhere. Well done to him. He's brought Warwickshire back into this game.
Well, he hasn't always had an easy time of it at Warwickshire. Signed from Gloucestershire along with Liam Norwell. You know, there have been games where he's struggled a little bit. He's been a little bit expensive. But he's having a good game here. And important game, and came out well, didn't he? Because he was hit for a couple of boundaries of his first over by Alistair Cook. He didn't quite get it right, Miles, but then the last ball of the over was the one boundary that Cook didn't quite intend. He was trying to play it on the leg side. He edged it down to third man, and maybe that just gave Craig Miles a bit of encouragement, because at the start of the next over he found the outside edge and got that crucial wicket of Alistair Cook, and we'll have his tail up. What's your feeling? Given that Essex won the toss, I always feel if you've been put in the field, if you can get 3 wickets in the morning session, you haven't done too badly. Well, they got 2. Dan
Lawrence is at the wicket, another recently awarded Test cricketer.
Miles comes to bowl, 3 slips, looking eager as he bowls, and it's played nicely enough by Lawrence, despite the using arms from the field, and there's no runs. It's played out to the offside. 63 for 2 Essex in the 19th over.
From an away perspective, Essex would be desperately disappointed to lose Alistair Cook and now Tom Wesley. Warwickshire, I think, could say, and we're going to come on to a tweet in a minute from Christ the Choir, he's asked. He loves to hear the chat about county cricket rather than the franchise cricket. Have Warwickshire prepared a wicket to blunt Essex bowlers and given their batters a present as a result?
That one's left outside off, so there's no run. I wouldn't necessarily have said that. Bowling teams out on the Edgbaston pitch hasn't always been easy in recent years.
What I've seen this morning, this looks pretty good, Clive.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a good wicket, what we've seen with the new ball. There's been no snakes, there's been not a lot of movement, probably not too much swing.
In comes Miles, and that's pushed out to the offside. There is no run, and it is 83 for 2.
You won't be surprised to hear that Essex's philosophy traditionally is, hey, bat big, and then let Harmer bowl with a lot of men round the pat. Well, the one element I would say that when they go into lunch and somebody has the scorer presents the bowling figures on a card or something to the skipper. I'll say it after this ball.
Miles comes into ball to Lawrence, and he's appealing for an LBW here. Miles likes it, and he's running backwards with arms raised. It was played out to the leg side, and the answer is not out. I think Miles was more convinced. Slipfield sort of joined in when they realised how keen Miles was on it.
He does go across his stumps. Lawrence.
It's probably Dan Lawrence.
Probably an umpire's call.
Well, it's probably high, but Dan Lawrence made a point of rubbing his thigh above the pads. It's hit me there. Oh, that hurt. It's hit me there. So it's going over. It probably was, to be fair.
Lovely, yes, yeah. Just to mention that it's Rhodes again. 4-2 made to 0 for 5. He's keeping it tight as the skipper. He bowls, driven into the leg side, and that's 4 runs to the short boundary on the leg side for Nick Brown. That is, unfortunately for Will Rhodes, it's always the hardest ball to bowl, your first and your 6th ball. He's been fielding for 5 minutes, and then he comes back to bowl, and he's just bowled a little bit of a leg stump ball for Nick Brown, who caresses it into the leg side for 4.
Just on Craig Miles, 3 for 42 against the students, the Leeds Bradford students, and he took 3 wickets in the match against Derbyshire. There were a couple of friendlies here, which I don't have the figures for, so it might be one of those.
Rhodes overcompensates this time outside off stump, having been hit through the leg side, goes through to the keeper. Brown's not interested. Essex are still 67 for 2. Yeah, I've lost my trail of thought. We were talking about something and I've forgotten what I was going to say. There was something. I'm getting old, Clive. Rhodes moving all from us. Right arm round the wicket. This is driven. Decent delivery, just slightly mistimed by Brown, but he finds the fielder. There is no run. 67 for 2. And of course, when you go for a boundary first ball of the over, you're sort of dragging the rest of the over back. Your first and your 6th ball are always your hardest to bowl, because the first, as I say, you've been grazing at fine leg or somewhere for 5 minutes, and now you're bowling your 6th ball. The pressure is on because you've built the pressure up. Can you bowl a good ball? That's well fielded by cover number 14. Who's that? That's
Danny Briggs.
Danny Briggs, formerly of Sussex and Hampshire, which I thought when he moved across to Worcestershire, I put that down as the move of the winter. I thought that was a tremendous bit of business to take him, because I think he's a very underused and underrated spin bowler. But he's just saved his captain 4 runs because it was a bit of a rank long hop outside off stump. Is it a better ball? Over the wicket to the right-hander. It was a better ball as it goes through to the keeper. Dot ball.
Yes, well, Briggs brought in Jitan Patel, who was a phenomenal player for Warwickshire in the years that he was here, taking 50 wickets pretty much every season, and such an important figure. He finally retired at the end of last season. That's Rhodes bowls, it's left outside off stump, there's no run, they didn't actually use him in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. I suppose feeling, well, if he's retiring anyway, let's blood maybe some new players. Now it's Thompson played quite a bit, but they needed really an experienced bowler, a spin bowler to bring in, and Danny Briggs is out. Alex Thompson's gone out on loan. He's one that hopefully will make an impact in the years to come, but in the meantime, Warwickshire felt they needed a little bit of experience to replace that huge hole left by Jitan Patel's retirement.
Well, Briggs was only on a white ball contract at Sussex. They weren't prepared to offer him anything else, and I know he still has great ambitions of playing international cricket.
Miles comes in to bowl, and that's edged and squirts. Did he get a bit of bat on that? He bounces in front of wicketkeeper Burgess, and there is no run. Miles causing problems, bowling from the Birmingham end. It's taken both wickets to fall.
See, that's where Dan Lawrence perhaps is going to have to learn at the next level. He sort of went at that ball. Miles is probably at the moment, probably because he's got the 2 wickets, but he's probably pick of the bowlers so far.
He's bowling to Lawrence now, who leaves that one. Getting a few heads in hands from the Warwickshire slip cordon, and perhaps trying to kid the batter into thinking that was closer than it maybe was.
Yeah. No, it's on the angle, coming back in. Burgess has taken it to his left, which shows you it's just come back in on the line. 3 slips waiting. Good to see that. Good attacking captaincy. They want to get one of these 2 out, the right-handed Dan Lawrence or the left-handed Nick Brown, who's acting in as the anchor.
Hayne, Bresnan and Yates are the slip fielders, as that's just Sean bowling down the leg side. It's just helped on its way by Lawrence, a little touch onto it to allow him to scamper through for a single and get off the mark. 68 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit shorter, 2 straight, manipulated easily into the leg side by Lawrence. He's up and running. He's got 1 run.
So, interesting morning. Essex dominating early on, but those 2 wickets have
Very much so.
lifted Warwickshire. I'll go through some other scores. We haven't done that for a while. In this group, Worcestershire got off to a great start at New Road against Notts, a 79 without loss. And Durham have recovered in the other game in this group as Miles comes round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, and that was wide. He was there to be hit, but it was a bit of a wild swing from Brown, and a swing and a miss. Not the best shot he's going to hit this season.
Absolutely right there. Clive, just worried. He's got to look. He's done the hard work here, and he knows he's almost given his wicket away in some of the previous innings. He's got to fight hard here. Fight hard for Essex. Essex lose a wicket here. All the good has been undone.
That one he leaves, there's no run. So Durham recovered a bit. They're 51 for 2 after losing 2 early wickets. Bellingham and Lees are leading their recovery. That's at Chester Street, where we're going to be quite soon. I'm going to be there, in Warwickshire. The other games, those are the games in Warwickshire's and Essex's group. The other games, Yorkshire just lost their 3rd wicket. They're 75 for 3 at Hove, Sussex. Round the wicket comes Miles. That's driven, and one-handed stop by Danny Briggs again, diving to his left. Ball hit into the ground by Brown, flew away off the bat. Looked like it was going to go for 4, but Briggs, for the 2nd time in consecutive overs, has saved his team 4 runs with a terrific stop. 68 for 2.
That was simply Peter Bernetti. Or actually, I shouldn't say that. It should be Jim Coombs, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Goalkeeper Jim Coombs diving to his left. That was a fantastic stop by Danny Briggs. Well, he got runs last week at Trent Bridge, eked out some runs in the lower tail. He played very, very well, and now we're seeing him filled like a caged tiger.
Other scores: Glamorgan 77 for 2 at Northampton, Lancashire 44 for 2 at Canterbury against Kent, Hampshire 47 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Southampton, Surrey 68 for 3 against Middlesex at Lords, and Leicestershire 56 for 2 against Somerset at Leicester.
Ollie Stone back into the attack for his 2nd spell, running away from us, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. Do you remember when we were talking, I was talking about the only one area I think the scorer will come in and present the team bowling figures to the captain. That's what normally happens at every interval. So at lunch they'll have a look, but there's one other stat I'd like to have seen, Clive, and I'm being really picky, is how many times Essex have been able to leave the ball. I might be criticised for that, but I think that's an important stat. Stone in, outside off stump, decent delivery through to the keeper, no run. With a new ball, you need to make the batsmen play, and I think you've got different types of bowlers here for Warwickshire compared to Essex. You've got Siddle, you've got Porter, and you've got Cook, and generally Porter and Cook bowl very, very straight. And if it's not, when I'm not here, Clive, in days 3 and 4, you might like to mention that, because Porter and Cook bowl very, very straight. They bowl wicket to wicket. They're looking for LBs and bowled. Stone, with his third ball from his new spell from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump. So we've just seen 3 balls, which are all quite nice, but Essex haven't had to play them.
No, I mean, I think Ollie Stone was probably the pick of the Ollies with the new ball.
Yep.
He did cause 1 or 2 problems.
I just think that could be mentioned at lunchtime in the dressing room. Did we make him play enough?
I'm sure it will. Graham Welsh is quite a tough taskmaster. He's been quite cross with his bowlers on more than one occasion after a session. 4th
ball. And he comes, bowls a little straighter, driven out to mid-on by Lawrence. Good looking shot, but finds the fielder. That is no run. Batsmen, when they first come in, when they open, or when they first come to the crease, are very happy to leave the ball. You give them a few eye catchers, you know, they're happy to leave it. They've got the use of the pace of the wicket, the brightness of the pitch out there. They're just happy leaving the ball. Don't let them do it. As Stone's in bowls. That's a good looking ball. He's made him play, and it's a fortuitous 4 as the ball goes through gully. There are 3 slips, but it goes through gully for 4, but along the ground. It wouldn't have been a catch had there been a gully, but fortuitous. 72 for 2, and Lawrence gets his first boundary.
Yeah, he did manage to play it down, but nonetheless, maybe some encouragement for Ollie Stone, even though it's gone for 4. Reminder, you can follow what's going on in all the matches on the BBC Cricket page. There's a text update on all the games around the country, keep you informed of what's going on. If you've linked on the website, BBC website, you'll find it just below where your link is.
Close, LBW shout.
I was expecting the finger to go up, and Ollie Stone is getting close to showing dissent there. He has a sort of second ask. He has to be a little careful not to do that, but Warwickshire were pretty convinced. Well, looking at it again, it might have been a bit leg-side-ish, in fairness. That's presumably why the umpire, how the umpire saw it. It's fair to say that Ollie Stone doesn't quite agree.
Yeah, possibly, I hate saying it, but it could have been umpire's call. You never know, it might have just been shaving that leg stump. And as a bowler, Ollie Stone will be saying, I only have to hit leg stump. I don't have to knock all 3 out. That was a close call.
So it's Miles coming in to bowl round the wicket to Brown. 2 slips and the gully. It's pushed on the onside. There's no run. Davis tweeted to say, stop watching for 5 minutes due to a work interruption, the temerity, and Cook fell. The Bears are welcome. As I thought he was well and truly booked in. That's what I did as well. And he asked the question, do you think this Essex attack is the best we've seen in the county championship in the last 5 years or so? Siddle, Harmer, it's certainly up there.
Can I comment?
Yes, of course.
I think it is, because the seamers bowl direct, as I alluded to just now, after this ball again.
Miles into Brown, who just dabs a bat on that, and there is no run.
And now Chetan Patel is retired. I think Harmer is without doubt the best spinner in England, and I actually have said on a few occasions he's probably one of the best finger spinners in world cricket. Yes, Ashwin plays on raging Bunsen burners in India, but we've got to be also honest and say, you know, Somerset angle at Essex to say they play on turning wickets. Essex do not play on raging turning wickets. They don't.
In comes Miles to boss, going down the leg side. He has a little looking to glance at Brown. He's a bit annoyed with himself. There was a man down wide at fine leg, but he was looking to guide that down and get at least a run, but he missed it altogether.
And there is a big difference for me between Moeen and Simon Harmer. Moeen is a decent spinner, but Moeen probably won't play and bowl in county cricket with 3 or 4 men round the bat. He won't do that, where Simon Harmer does. Simon Harmer is a fantastic economical spinner who gets wickets with pressure.
Miles in, that was a little bit off target, and it's just left by Brown.
So, answers to that tweet or email, I think Essex are the best group bowling unit in the county. I think Middlesex should be better. They underachieve, and they've got a fair set of international bowlers bowling at Lords regularly, don't they? And you always have the slope to work with at Lords. You know, when you get a flat wicket, you can work with the slope that is offered at Lords. So I think they underachieve.
Miles to Brown, he drives that, and Miles feels off his own bowling, just sort of almost falling into the ball, but he did enough to stop it and prevent any runs. It was hit straight by Brown, probably with a bisected mid-on and mid-off, but Miles got in the way. So that was tweeted at BBC CWR Sport. Joe Root among the men out, by the way, for Yorkshire. He's gone for 5.
Right. Gosh. Burns didn't get many. Root didn't get many. Sibley's not playing. It'll be interesting to see who's going to be the top order.
This next one is left. There's no run. There's been a few mutterings about Will Rhodes and whether he might come into consideration. At a prolific season last season at the Bob Willis Trophy. Has the added advantage that his bowling seems to be coming on.
Gosh, I think they would certainly look at, most importantly, the batting. There's a lad called Chris Dent at Gloucestershire. He knows about his stuff quite well.
Yeah.
And I've been impressed with him again this early season. But you were doing the scores. What are Kent doing? Kent are playing Lancashire, and Jimmy Anderson's not playing. He's pulled out injured.
Well, they're in the field. Lancashire 54 for 2.
Right. Oliver Stone. Bowling outside off stump through to the keeper. Good pace, good carry, but he didn't need to play the ball, did the right-handed Dan Lawrence. Both these two would have toured this winter together. They would have enjoyed each other's company and now fighting and facing each other.
Darren Stevens has got one of the wickets. I mean, he's about, you know, why he's still playing, Don? Darren Stevens is.
He is, isn't he? Unbelievable. They weren't going to offer him a contract last summer, and then his performances forced them into doing so. Stone in, driven up to mid-on where he finds the fielder. There is no run.
Wisdom Cricketer of the Year, of course, one of them this year, Darren Stevens.
Wonderful.
Interview Lawrence Booth. In some ways, it almost would like to have waited, because it's going to be an even bigger story in a couple of years' time when he's that bit older, but because you can only be Wisdom Cricketer of the Year once.
Illingworth played in his 40s, didn't he?
Ray, you mean?
Yeah, Ray Illingworth. Or did he play in his 50s? And also Titmus did. But they are spin bowlers. Stone away from us to Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence shapes up to play, leaves his bat out the way and lets it go through to the keeper.
And dare I say the game's changed a little bit since then, perhaps a little bit more as expected in the field
yes,
than those days.
They are finely tuned race animals today, aren't they? They really, really are, even compared to the 80s. Absolutely. I mean, Alan Donald, what a wonderful athlete he was.
Absolutely.
Oliver Stone, away from us. 3 slips still waiting. Good delivery, driven back up the ground. Line and length, but a good delivery. Asking questions.
Yeah, not got a wicket yet, Ollie Stone. He's only gone for 19 runs in his 40 deliveries. Take your point that maybe he hasn't made the batters play as much as he'd like, but he has asked questions of them. He's had I mean, 2 LBW shouts what he's been pretty convinced about, so he'll probably muster away and think he's been unlucky.
Yes. Well, he's on his way in again for his 5th ball of the over. He bowls outside of stump through to the keeper. The slips and the keeper, I think, were quite encouraged with that delivery. There's a little bit of a chat, and I don't know if he's talking to his tour mate, Dan Lawrence, or not, but certainly Oliver Stone is saying something, not untoward, just having a chat, asking him, did he enjoy his curry in India or Sri Lanka, I'm sure. When they were in their bubbles together. I think they were able to play a bit of table tennis. As Lawrence is facing bat aloft, Stone into the leg side, that's been caught, he's got his man at mid-wicket. I have to say that was a super catch, and you're going to need one of those Birmingham cranes to drag Dan Lawrence's off. He was absolutely mortified to see that he's hit it in the air, he's clipped it, played off his legs, and he's found the fielder at mid-wicket who dived to his right. I think that was number 7. Who's that? That was a super catch by the Warwickshire mid-wicket. 72 for 3. Lawrence has gone. That's just 20 minutes from lunch. It leaves Brown there. Brown has got the anchor. 16 from 65 deliveries, I believe.
Yeah, Matt Lamb with a catch.
Gosh. What a great opportunity now for Warwickshire. Can they get another one? They're not being greedy. If they could get Essex 4 down, I've got to say that would be their morning. And this has all come about after Alistair Cook batted beautifully for his knock early doors, and he made 46 out of the first 55 runs before Alistair Cook was out. He was caught Burgess, bowled Miles, and then Tom Wesley was LBW to Miles, and now we've just seen Essex lose their 3rd wicket, and as I say, 15 minutes before lunch. This 15 minutes now is a key passage of play for both Essex and the hosts Warwickshire.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. I got slightly distracted by a work email, you know. Emails, I hate them. Yeah, well, it's turned out to be a decent morning for Warwickshire. Essex looking very much on top. And they haven't used Tim Breslin yet. He's going to come into the bowling now to replace Miles. I'll give you Miles' figures in a moment.
I just have to say this, if Warwickshire are really ambitious here, for the last 15 minutes before lunch, make Essex play, and I'm sure Tim Breslin doesn't need reminding, but you've got a great opportunity here to put Essex under a bit of pressure.
72 for 3 as Breslin comes in from the Birmingham end. That's a lovely shot. They played at that. Brown, he's driven an over-pitch delivery straight down the ground for 4. And Brown, who has battled hard this morning, has now moved on to 20. He's actually not bothering to run too much, Brown, because his 20 has consisted of 5 boundaries. 76 for 3.
Very pitched up, good execution, and he's collected 4 runs. I don't think it'll be quite full for this delivery.
So maybe a little bit of a loosener, which is something that drives bowling coaches a bit mad. Breslin comes in to bowl, and that's a good delivery. He's appealing for an LBW, not with a massive amount of conviction, I don't think, but got a false shot out of Brown.
Interested to see that. We're not right behind the arm here at Edgbaston. Possibly a bit high. Not quite right. I can understand why that was not given.
It's a very noisy pigeon, isn't it? Is that a pigeon making that noise? It's pushed out to the onside. There's no run.
Who was the great commentator, Australian Bill Lowry, who always talked about the pigeon, didn't he? Do you remember those sketches? What was it? The 12th Man tapes and things like that.
Billy Birmingham, I think, was the...
that's right. How appropriate.
I interviewed him.
Did you? How
I also interviewed
fantastic.
Richie Benno and mentioned him. It's quite interesting. In comes Bresnan, and that's edge, and it's fielded in the gully. There's no run.
Warwickshire have fielded all right here this morning. They've done well, fielded well.
They have, yeah.
Tell me, how did you interview?
So he was obviously in the area, and he brought a CD out, the non-broadcastable CD, I have to say, but quite an entertaining one nonetheless. So yeah, it was quite a few years ago now.
Yes.
Bresnan comes into bowl, and that's played back to him. There's no run, and of course he did Richie Benno a lot.
Yeah.
Apparently Richie Benno's main objection was that there was a sort of fictional wife.
Yes.
That Billy Birmingham had, which Richie didn't like too much, but and I don't think he liked some of the language either.
No,
but
he was a very classy man, Richie Benno.
a great pleasure interviewing him. I think about 3 times. That's left outside of something. There's no run. He was actually the first live thing we did. Well, the first day I think where we were live on BBC CW after we relaunched. The station was relaunched, having been, it's a long story, it became a satellite of BBC WM for a while, then it was relaunched as its own standalone station. On the very first day I was actually at a Lord's final and managed to arrange to interview Richie Benno, and it was just fantastic speaking to him. And I also interviewed him in a hotel in Birmingham once as well. I went to see him.
Really?
Just such a lovely man, and just awesome to interview.
Yeah, absolutely right. He used to come across to the Ashes or come and commentate for the BBC and things like that as Stone moves away from us. 7 overs, 1 for 19 bowls into the leg side. It finds mid-wicket. There is no run.
That first interview I did with him, I remember now, we were both at Lord's, so we needed a producer back in the studio to record it all. So my producer Rob, who's been working for us for years,
Yes.
did the recording. At the end of the interview I said thanks Rob, and Richie then said thanks Rob, and that didn't half make Rob's day. Yeah, Richie took the time to say thanks to the studio producer who was recording the interview. Just a little thing, but you know.
Well, he used to come across to these shores and go to France as this time as an LBW shout, but nobody's genuinely interested as Paul Walter has missed that as it goes and hits him on the pad. He could have got a run or two had he connected with the bat, but it missed for pace perhaps and hit his pads, goes into leg side. There is no run. So he used to go to France because with his name Benno, very French, he used to go and find where the history of the name is, and he would always go, prior to arriving in England, spend time in France, and he thoroughly enjoyed those times in France. This time down the leg side, which it goes down, and I have to say that was well kept by Michael Burgess, who dives across down the leg side to the left-handed Paul Walter. No runs. 76 for 3. Got some emails here, if I may. Paul Hutton, well, he fell, I'm going to read this, gosh, that's a long one, I'll come back to that. Stephen Tokley, Don and Clive, it looks as nice in the Midlands as it is in sunny Hockley, that's on the south end sort of corridor. Please, you're listening, enjoy the sun in sunny south end as this a nice delivery, which is a player miss there from Paul Walter. Doesn't come all the way forward, probably needed to, comes and does a bit of gardening. He'll try and get forward to the fast man that is Oliver Stone. Sir Alistair Cook hitting sixes. It reminds me of another England and Essex opener who I enjoyed watching in my youth. He's really flowing this morning. Well, he was, and unfortunately he was out, but thank you for your comment. I trust he was thinking of Graham Gooch, the king of all opening batsmen. This time Stone bowls from around the wicket to the left-handed Walter. Walter plays up to mid-on. That's well bowled. No run.
It doesn't actually record how many sixes he's hit in his career here, which is a shame. He hit 11 in Test cricket. That's in 161 matches out of 12,500 runs.
We've had an email from Mark Smith, who is underwhelmed by the pigeons. He says they're too loud.
They are a bit. I mean, it's not as if they're sitting on our effects mic or anything like that, so I have no idea why that's happening.
Stone round the wicket, Walter leaves alone, wide of off stump, end of the over. He's bowled 8 overs now, and he's bowled them in 2 spells, and I think he's been justly rewarded with his wicket that was caught by Lamb. It was a terrific catch to get rid of Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence looked mortified that he was caught at mid-wicket. 76 for 3, and we have 7 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, so, well, 3 wickets, as I say, that's sort of what you're looking for, isn't it? You can see a replay of the wicket on the Edgbaston website. Let me have a look at that Matt Lamb one. As this one is bowled by Bresnan on the push out to the onside. There's no run. I think he's out of picture, unfortunately. There we are. Yeah, he is. However, Warwickshire then getting these 3 wickets. Essex getting to 55 before they lost a wicket. They got to their 50 as that one is left outside off stump. There's no run. They got to their 50 off 75 balls without losing a wicket. But Warwickshire taking then 3 wickets for 17 runs in that spell after Cook's dismissal. That's in the space of about 10 overs. Cook caught behind by Burgess, just a faint edge of Craig Miles, who then had Cook on for 46. 8 fours and a 6 in that. As in comes Bresnan, pushed out the offside, there's no run. Wesley then LBW to Miles for 4, and Dan Lawrence caught, as we've been saying, by Matt Lamb off Ollie Stone for 5. I mean, Cook did entertain us with some terrific shots, some lovely cover drives, and the 6 was on the leg side. He hit a couple of other, including force this long boundary on the leg side, beautifully timed shots.
It was almost like a trial for T20.
Yeah, it was. He looked very relaxed out there, and it was a little bit of a surprise when he got out. A pleasant one from a Warwickshire point of view, although it did rob us the opportunity to watch a bit more of Alistair Cook at his best. Bresnan comes into bowl to Brown, and I'm aware as it's left outside off stump, there's no run, that Cook isn't always regarded as the most entertaining batter in the world to watch, brilliant though he's been, but actually he was entertaining this morning, played some really good positive strokes. 76 for 3 are Essex, so I guess if there's no more wickets now, it's an even morning, maybe slightly balanced in favour of Warwickshire, but not by much. Nick Brown's batted through the session. He's still only on 20. He's on strike now. All his runs have come in 4s, and he played that one to mid-off for no run.
He needs this. This will be good. He needs to do this because he knows he's given his wicket away in some of the 4 innings he's endured this summer. Difficult for him, and he knows I don't want to say this because his position possibly is under a little bit of pressure.
Bresnan in, and that's left. There's no run. Brisbane none for 4 in his 2 overs. The other bowlers, Ollie Holland-Orby 6 overs, went for 26. Ollie Stone's bowled in a couple of spells, 1 for 19 off 8. Will Rose has bowled 5 overs for just 9 runs, and Craig Miles 6 overs, 2 for 17. Essex 76 for 3, and we might be about to be in our final over before lunch. Nick Brown's on 20, and Walter's yet to score.
If it's all right with you, Clive, may I do 3 balls and then quietly withdraw? Because I've got to go and do an update.
Certainly.
Next door. To BBC Essex, and you're listening to BBC CWR, BBC WN, and on the BBC app, and you're welcome to join us after lunch. This will be the last over before lunch. We'll have a little break.
Tell me a bit about Paul Walter, because I don't think I've seen him play before. I don't recall seeing him play before.
From Billericay, local lad, gone through the system, used to be a bowler, principally a bowler who could bat a bit. Waters now facing, played into the leg side, sensibly that's one, that could go for 4, to the short boundary at mid-wicket, it pierces the infield and it does. That was a delightful shot by the very tall. They say he's about 6'7", I actually think he's bigger than that. Seriously, he is a giant. He could bowl. He bowled from under 9s through to under 16s and 17s, 18s. He was an opening bowler that could throw the bat, and he's developed his skill. I think bowling is a little hard work for him, but he will bowl in white ball cricket as a safety valve. Stone in, this time driven by Water. Up to mid-off, there is no run. Good looking delivery.
I see he's on the back of a career best, just 77
He played very
against
nicely,
Durham.
very nicely. It was him and the tail really was the reason why Essex won last week. Ben Allison. Even Sam Cook hung around for 30 odd, an equal career best, 37 I think it was. Listen, Essex did so well in the tail because of the partnerships with Paul Water that allowed Harmer to win the game. Stone bowls short of a length, which the tall fella still comes slightly forward, does Water. Plays with the full face of the bat, thinking of lunch. And I will do this final delivery for me before I go next door and leave you in the capable hands of Clive Eakin. 3 slips still, waiting for a nick.
Leicestershire in some trouble against Somerset. They're 68 for 4 now. Lost a couple of quick wickets.
Stone on his way in, away from us. Bowls short of length, played into the leg side. There's a man back at the groundsman's tunnel here at Edgbaston, where they take a single. One more to Walter. He's on 5, score 81 for 3. And I shall look forward to seeing you after break.
Yes, we might get one more over and up, but no, probably not. It is 1 o'clock now, though the clock on the pavilion is just a tad slow, but I suspect the umpires won't go on that. Anyway, there's still 2 balls to be bowled this over. 3 slips in place for Ollie Stone as he comes into bowl to Nick Brown. Can he see through the session? Brown, who's been circumspect, and there he plays a forward defensive of that to mid-on, and there's no run. But having battled this hard to get through the session for 20, crucial for Nick Brown that he stays there. Only 28 overs bowled. It's slow going. Of course, they do have the sanitisation breaks every 6 overs, so that does slow things down. But Warwickshire not exactly racing through their overs. Stone bowls and Brown defends that, and there is no run. And that, I think, will be it for the morning session. Will it? Umpires, yes, I think yes, I'm moving the bells. Off we go. So there we are. I'll be summing it up in the report in a moment, but at lunch, Essex 81 for 3 after 28 overs, with Nick Brown on 20 and Paul Walter on 5. The men out: Alistair Cook, Court Burgess bowled Miles for 46, Tom Wesley LBW to Miles for 4, and Dan Lawrence Court Lamb bowled Stone for 5. So you hear me do a report in about a minute and a half's time, but we'll say have a good lunch or whatever meal is due, depending on what part of the world you are, and we will see you again in 40 minutes time for more ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC website. In the meantime, if you go to the BBC website, you can read text summaries of all the games that have been going on up and down the country. Here at Edgbaston, it is lunch, and in the end, not a bad morning session for Warwickshire Essex, who won the toss, are 81 for 3. They started well with Alistair Cook looking in imperious form. He hit a series of boundaries, including a 6 to a short boundary, before Craig Miles just missed him for 46, got him caught behind, and from then on in, Warwickshire have been back in it. Miles had Tom Wesley LBW for 4, and Dan Lawrence, brilliantly caught by Matt Lamb off Ollie Stone for 5, was the third wicket to 4. Nick Brown has batted through the session to be 20 not out. Walsh, I think we're reasonably happy at lunch with Essex, 81 for 3 after 28 overs.
think Alec might have been put down for that only because while I was on leave, I think we need Alec to come back. We're having to play six that it'd be given to. So I have suggested like JP so but so obviously because someone I've got to kick off, I probably won't be until 2 o'clock. We can come to you and do a bit sort of early program down there, do another Indeed. All right, John. Thanks very much. Bye.
put more down just now. Now for it in the Yorker. I'm going to go somewhere in between. I don't mind. Brown? Oh, I think we'll move on. Yeah. Even if you want him as a run serve, you want to go catch an extra ball, it's like he is drop back on that line. Drop back on that line, quick and stay where he is, and then check the ball. Like right now, I need to pull back to the right. There you go. Robert! That's down, please. Well done, lads. Oh, really, Bob? Do you mind if I do that, man? Left it, oh no, to left. Yeah, it's just the jumpers and stuff there. Sorry to get there. That's alright.
Welcome back to Edgbaston, where we're about to get the middle session of the first day of this match between Essex and Warwickshire underway. Essex resuming on 81 for 3. They won the toss and chose to bat first. Got to 55 before losing their first wicket, but then Warwickshire took 3 wickets at fairly short intervals to make it probably a pretty even morning session, maybe one that just slightly favoured Warwickshire, given that Essex had won the toss. They might have, well, it's a sunny day, you expected to bat first, but also the thought of Simon Harmer bowling 4th innings would have been an attractive one for them. So Craig Miles, who took the first 2 wickets, including the crucial one of Alistair Cook in that early session, is opening the bowling after lunch from the Birmingham end, round the wicket to Walter, who Paul Walter gets himself off the, well, not off the mark, gets his first run of this session. Off the first ball, the back of square leg, he's on to 6. And Nick Brown batted in determined fashion. He hit 5 scoring shots out of 79 balls, so 74 dot balls in his innings. Each of his scoring shots did go for 4, so that's helped him a bit. He's on 20 after a really circumspect morning session. Miles into bowl 2 and he leaves that one, another dot ball. And there is no run. Still sunny here at Edgbaston. I don't think it's baking hot down there. 2 players are wearing sweaters, mainly sleeveless sweaters, or a few hands in pockets as well. So I felt the need for hand warmers. Don't know, but it's quite cool up here on the 3rd floor, but we're not getting the sunshine. Miles bowls, and that's defended out to the offside by Brown for no run. So continuing where he left off in the morning session. Essex looking to build an innings, build carefully. And in comes Miles to Brown, who works that nicely onto the leg side for no run. He hits it straight at Matt Lamb, who took a splendid catch during the morning session. And no addition to the score. I'm Clive Egan, Don Topley is here as well. And we're seeing Miles bowl around the wicket, and that's blocked back to him by Brown. 82 for 3.
Just walked into your opening batsman.
Oh, did you?
I did. Injured opening batsman.
Oh, Dom Sibley, you mean?
Yes, the Wisden Cricketer of the Year, Young Cricketer of the Year, wasn't he?
Yeah, one of the Wisden 5 Cricketers of the Year.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely stunning accolade, that. Yeah, lovely to see him. Know him very well from all the youth cricket over the year group, so from the age of about 9 or 10.
Did he say how his finger was? This next one is played out to the offside for no run.
Well, I asked him, thinking that somebody pinned him. Nobody did. He dropped a Tim Bresnan catch or something.
Yes.
But he doesn't need it operated on. And obviously he's concerned and wants to get back playing, and I think there's Warwickshire have got a game off somewhere. You're playing every week and there's a week off somewhere, which he might go and play a second team game if it's looking positive. So best wishes to him, many congratulations on his achievements. But he wants to be back playing, and it's horrible when you're injured. Horrible.
That's all a second team bowler wants, is it, to turn up and find that Dom Sibley's batting for the opposition.
Hannon Dolby, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 26. He's changed ends. This is going to be his second spell of the day. 6 overs were from the Birmingham end, round the wicket to Paul Walter, who leaves it alone through to the keeper, no run. I thought Ollie Stone would start after lunch for 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think they are, I would imagine, I haven't heard it officially said, but I would imagine they are on the overs limit with Ollie from England, and he did bowl a couple of sessions in that morning session.
Yep.
Ollie and Dobby had a difficult morning. I think Alistair Cook in particular gave him a little bit of tap.
Bowls again. Walter comes forward, just quietly played to the leg side for a dot ball, no run. Umpires today: Alex Wolf formerly of Yorkshire and Glamorgan, I think it was, and Michael Burns, Michael Burns had I think a little bit of a travelling time, didn't he? I think he played here, Somerset, I think he even played somewhere else. As Hannon Dolby round the wicket to Paul Water, 2 left-handers at the crease, through to the keeper Michael Burns, who got rid of Sir Alistair Cook this morning with a first wicket. The partnership was worth 55, of which Alistair Cook scored 46, wasn't it? Yes. You're listening to BBC WM, BBC CWR and BBC Essex. Clive Eakin and Don Topley are your commentators today on this sun-drenched Edgbaston. There's not even a whisper of a cloud anymore. They've gone. It's a brilliant blue sky. Hannon Dolby round the wicket, driven up to Will Rhodes, the captain, at mid-off. There is no run. 2 left-handers, Brown on 20, Water 6, score 82 for 3. Lovely to be in Birmingham after the lockdown. Feel very privileged, very lucky to be able to commentate and call this cricket. We hope wherever you are safe, you are well, and we sincerely hope that we'll be seeing you in a ground soon. Hannon Dolby, short of the length, played into the leg side, looking for a quick single. Both start to go, but then there's a no, and rightly so, because one of them might not have got in had they gone, and Brown retreated to the non-strikers end, no run.
Yes, just threatened to be a mix-up for a moment. No harm done.
Yeah, I certainly suggested to the Essex parish that Warwickshire wrestled back a bit of the initiative, and they did well. Outside off stump from Hannon Dolby through to the keeper, no run, end of the over, 82 for 3. And in doing that, Clive, they wrestled it back, but 3 wickets fell for just 17 runs.
That's right. Yeah, it was a good comeback. I always feel you need wickets in the morning session here, because it tends to be the most productive session of the day. So they'll have been pleased to have had that success. Miles started it off. He's going to bowl to Nick Brown. 2 slips at a gully. Miles round the wicket. Brown solidly behind that.
That's the order of the day for Brown.
I'm going to say it's not a laugh a minute this innings, but he's doing a job, an important job.
Well, yeah, he is. I suppose the brutal aspect is somebody might suggest he's playing for his place. Maybe not. But
I suppose the only thing when you play like this is you've got to then make sure that it counts. You don't want to find yourself out for, as Miles comes in to bowl, and that's edge and well stopped in the gully. Good tumbly stop by Matt Lamb. You don't want to be in a position where you've sort of batted practically 2 sessions and then you get out and find you've only got 40 runs on the board. So having played this way, he's got to make sure now
Warwickshire's
that he bats
ground,
big.
Warwickshire's ground fielding has been of high class in the, how many overs have we seen today?
31st, yeah.
It's been high class. The ground fielding has been superb. You haven't dropped a catch, but the ground fielding, diving around, saving singles, helping the bowler when he's bowled perhaps a bit of a moose, a bad ball. They've saved runs.
Miles in, Brown solidly behind that again. Miles feels it off his own bowling. Ball goes back to Brown and picks it up.
Oh, that's very polite, Clive. Do you know what the likes of Mike Hendrick, Jeff Arnold would have said? Shouted out before Brown had to pick that ball up. Leave it alone. There's 11 of them. Don't be nice. Don't be polite and pick the ball up. Make them come across, get it from your toes. What do you think of that?
Miles comes into bowl. And that's pushed back to him as no run. I sort of sometimes the point, but on the other hand, does it really make a difference in practice? Really?
I just
So
think it's
get on with the
having
game.
a mean attitude. Look, while you're out there, there's 11 versus 2 out there, and you don't go picking up the ball as a batsman for the fielding side. Let them come to you, walk away, just be mean. I like mean people on the cricket field.
Miles bowls and Brown opens the face of the bat and plays it to point along the ground. No run again. He hasn't added since lunch, and he only got 20 runs in the morning session, but Nick Brown is still at the crease. He's seen 3 batters come and go that time.
Definitely. The balls on the scoreboard, is that 89 for Nick Brown?
Yes, it is. Well, still beautiful sunshine here, not a cloud in the sky, but Birmingham skyscrapers easy to see, and he is dropped at second slip is Brown. Sam Hain juggled with it, and I think Tim Breslin tried to come to the rescue, but between them they couldn't hold it, and Warwickshire have put one down, and Nick Brown, after his long time at the crease, gets a life. 82 for 3.
That was almost dropped on the 3rd attempt, you know.
That was, and by their standards, that was regulation in truth to Sam Hain into his chest. He'll be very disappointed to put that down.
Yes. That would certainly made the game interesting, getting a wicket. That of the anchorman, Nick Brown. Been a super bit of news for Warwickshire. Hannon Dolby commences a new over. Driven down the ground up to mid-on. There is no run. So Hannon Dolby's probably happy to bowl the tight spell here to go along with Craig Miles, and if these two can turn the tap off and slowly tie the noose around these two batsmen, you never know what could happen. They've had an opportunity to get a wicket after lunch, but alas it was spilled. Miles again this time. He looks to withdraw the bat. It may have hit the bat and gone to the floor, may have hit his thigh pad as water comes and does a bit of gardening.
I mean, Sam Hain has not, he's been feeling the slips this season, but that hasn't always been the case. Often feels at short leg, but he is, I'm trying to bring up the stat now as I did do it, he is by some distance Warwickshire's top catcher so far this season, the side of the wicketkeeper.
Hannon Dolby on his way in, bowls outside off stump, ball coming back in from around the wicket. There is no run.
I say that, I think he's probably taken more than the wicketkeeper, but certainly in terms of non-wicket keeping catchers, he is on top with 8 catches in just 2 matches.
Right.
Should have been 9, but well, I suppose if you drop 1 out of 9, that's not too bad.
Outside off stump, through to the keeper, well bowled, I like that. Despite him leaving it, there was a little bit of shape coming back in to the left-hander as it reaches the keeper. 82 for 3. I
wonder what Essex will feel is a good score here with their attack. If they can get anywhere near 300, I'm sure they'll feel they're in a good position. Notice the over rate has come up as -1.
Hannon Dolby, outside off stump, doesn't quite carry to the keeper, but he collects it nicely, does Burgess. Then there is no run. Who's your spinner here?
Danny Briggs.
Oh, of course, Danny Briggs. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Who I felt was the signing of the winter.
little flurry of wickets against Notts, which proved to be crucial.
Bowled. End of the over from Hannon Dolby. Good length, just outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper, 82 for 3. It's going to be Craig Miles. He's bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens. He's got 2 wickets, importantly, and he's only gone in those 8 overs for 18 runs.
He should have had 3. I'll keep harping on about it, but
yep.
It was,
but you can see these two are sort of working in tandem now, trying to say to Essex, we're going to give you nothing. We're going to try and turn the tap off.
2 slips in place, and there's a gully there as well. Miles comes around the wicket to Brown, who just dabs about on that. It squirts out for a little bit of an inside edge out to Matt Lamb on the leg side, and there is no run. Lots of sounds of the city around here. Maybe I don't notice them quite so much normally, but obviously with no crowd noise. The sound of Birmingham and the environs around here.
Some building work going
to
our left, isn't there, on near the indoor school?
This next one is turned round again to wicket, and for once there's a fielding error. It might have just bounced off an old wicket a little awkwardly, and it's gone through Matt Lamb. It's only cost 1, but it gives Brown his 21st run and takes Essex to 83 for 3.
Yeah, there's a bit of construction going on. Is that the start of some flats to be created and put up behind the stand? The stand here is called next to the left of the
Raglan stand,
and behind that.
That's another thing I should know and don't. Miles comes away onto the leg side by Walter, but couldn't quite get it round as much as he wanted. He's hit it straight to mid-on, so there's no run for Paul Walter, who's on 6.
He survived the barrage from Ollie Stone in the pre-lunch spell, and I'll be want to look a little more at Paul Walter's technique if he should face Ollie Stone again, actually.
Miles bowls to him, and that's gone past the outside edge. Played a 4 defensive at that, past the edge and 2 wickets. And Miles is continuing to look threatening, 83 for 3.
He has. I think I said before lunch for his second spell, I thought he was the pick of the bowlers. Not only because he's got the 2 wickets, 2 of the 3, but I just felt he's bowled the most consistently, and he's bowled probably the best number of good deliveries.
Comes in and Brown plays out to the onside. They're going for a quick single. This could be tight, and well, the throw misses, and they probably judged it right and got there. So Ollie Stone quickly onto the ball. Got the throw in. They get a single. Let's just tick a little further on to 84 for 3. Walter on to 7.
Last ball of a decent over again, giving him the credit that he's bowled well on last ball of this over, the 9th.
And he bowls that Miles, it's pushed to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 84 for 3. There's a couple of singles off that over to take Brown to 21, Walter to 7. At 33 overs now, so the scoring rate is modest. Well below 3 and over, but Essex are in for the long haul. At least that's the plan.
They will try and bat as long as they can on day 1, and hopefully for them, on their first away trip of the summer, having played Durham and Worcestershire at Chelmsford, they'll be keen to put Warwickshire under pressure.
doing an update in about 3 minutes' time.
Hannon Dolby round the wicket, this time to Paul Walter, drags him forward, plays the forward defence. Hannon Dolby picks the ball up, gives it to his Indian test star, Vihari, who shines the ball. Now the captain shining the ball on his bright white jersey with number 35, that's Will Rhodes. Gives it to the bowler, who skips and he's on his way in. He comes in, bowls, is driven in the offside, it's going to go across the square to the long boundary, and it's just going to beat the chasing fielder for 4. 4 to Paul Walter. It may move to 88 for 3.
Good shot. And Dolby just leaking boundaries a little bit today.
Hannon Dolby shining the ball. To be fair, it's only in its 34th over, so this should be a shine on it. On his way in, oh, a bit more pace, a bit more something behind that ball as Michael Burgess takes it. I think it hurt his fingers, but he has to take it on the rise. So he goes up with the ball, which is the correct technique. Well taken, well bowled. Lovely day in Edgbaston. Honestly, brilliant blue sky, not a cloud anywhere. Hannon Dolby away from us. He moves, this is driven into the offside, it's going to pierce the infield, it goes square of cover. That's 1. Walter calls his partner back for 2. They will take 2 runs to Walter and 2 more runs to Essex.
Well, I've got the scoreboard ticking a little bit this over. Essex. I did 9 runs since lunch now.
Hannon Dolby, formerly of Yorkshire, comes in. This is a delicious delivery there. Walter's played that. He's come forward, probably hasn't come as far forward as he should have. He's genuinely played a miss to a cracking delivery.
Update coming up. Here at Edgbaston, I'm Clive Eakin. The latest on the cricket. Essex are 94-3, so no further success since lunch for Warwickshire, but they should have had one. Nick Brown edged Craig Miles to Sam Hay at second slip, and a relatively regulation chance was put down. Miles has looked the most threatening of the bowlers. He's got 2 wickets, including the crucial one of Alistair Cook. Essex are 90-3 in the 34th over.
And there was a dot ball to complete that over from Hannon Dolby. Sorry, from Hannon Dolby. Yep. Craig Miles is going to commence his 10th over. 10 overs, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 20.
First sanitisation break then of the afternoon session. So take the opportunity to have a quick look at other scores. Yorkshire now 126 for 6 against Sussex at Hove. Worcestershire are still ticking along nicely, 132 without loss against Nottinghamshire. Half centuries for Darryl Mitchell and Jake Libby. It's Libby against his former county, isn't it? So he's going well. And what else have we got? Glamorgan 117 for 4 at Northampton. Lancashire 80 for 2 at Canterbury against Kent. Durham have recovered well after those 2 early losses. 94 for 2 against Derbyshire at Chester Street. Hampshire 79 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Southampton. Surrey 107 for 4 against Middlesex at Lords. And Leicestershire 82 for 5 against Somerset at Leicester. Miles is in, de ball. Brown tries to work that on the leg side, gets a leading edge, and it goes out onto the offside for no run. Remember, you can follow all that's going on, all the cricket games on the BBC Cricket page. There's a link there to a live county championship page. And you can get updates on all that's going on elsewhere. This next one from Miles to Brown, who squirts out into the leg side. Again, that wasn't quite the shot he intended, but he's going to get a run for it. He's on to 22. He's rather spoiled things, Brown, since lunch, because in the morning session he hit all his runs off fours, but now he's hit a couple of singles. He's on 22, 91 for 3.
Yes, he dummied mid-on and mid-off, because it's squeezed square of the wicket for a single to get him off strike. 2 slips and a gully. That's about right. Play a waiting game. Happy for Essex not to run away scoring runs.
Miles to Walter, that's edge, past the diving gully down to third man for 4. And a false shot from Walter, and once again it's Miles that causes the problems, although in the end it isn't a problem for Essex because they get 4 runs from it, 95 for 3.
Yeah, well bowled. Moral victory really to the bowler. Paul Walter just enjoyed a little bit of fortune there. Give him a little bit of credit. He played perhaps with soft hand, so it went down. Warwickshire haven't done much wrong apart from drop that catch off the other left-hander, which was Nick Brown.
So Miles bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside by Walter for no run. For 3. Essex won the toss, elected to bat first.
On a good deck, on a good pitch.
In good sunny conditions, no cloud cover to help the swing bowlers. I don't think there's too much of a breeze out there either. Well, the Warwickshire flag's actually fluttering quite keenly. In comes Miles, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. So perhaps there is a bit of a breeze blowing out there.
Are there any flags up? I can't see any. Yes, there's
Warwickshire
one over
directly
there.
opposite, yeah, the Warwickshire. That's where the Essex flag would be if you'd bought one. You haven't got one on the back of your car, have you?
I'll see what I can rustle up. Would you happy to parade the county champions pennant?
Yes, it was interesting. In one of the commentaries I heard the difference between a flag and a pennant. As in comes Miles, pushing out the offside, there's no run.
Go on.
Well, there was, I don't know which match it was, but apparently there was a question mark as to why what people thought was a flag wasn't flying at half-mast when all the rest were, as a mark of respect for the Duke of Edinburgh. And it was because it was a pennant, and pennants do not go to half-mast, apparently.
Never
Only
knew that.
flags do.
Never
No,
knew
I didn't either. So there we are. That was a given.
I know. Pennant is a triangle, is it?
Yeah, I guess
In
it
definition,
is. Yeah.
where a flag is rectangular. Alan Dolby to continue. He's be bowling his 10th over. He's in, bowls, that's drags Nick Brown forward, plays it immaculately with the full face of the bat and pad tight together, head over the ball, and he just push drives it into the offside. There is no run.
Very educational, these cricket commentaries. You learn things.
Yes, you do.
You learn to go and listen to a different one.
But delighted to receive any emails and tweets about anything cricket, and thank you for those that have bothered so far today. Alan Dolby in, our wide outside off stump, it goes through to the keeper. There is no run.
Little off target with that one, Alan Dolby, so no need for Brown to play at that. Actually looking to build on what was in the end a decent morning session. they're coming up against a very, very strong Essex attack when they get to bat, so try and keep Essex score down, something manageable.
Alan Dolby in, driven up to mid-on. Off the front foot, full face of the bat, but there is, alas, no run.
I think when you got an attack like that, and also when you have the sort of winning habit as Essex have had in recent years, makes a big difference. I mean, even just following the Durham game from afar, there was a point where I didn't think Essex might well win this, even though you thought it was Durham was to be had, but just because when you get into that winning mentality and when you got that strong attack, it's amazing how you can turn games around.
Alan Dolby in, this time it's played off the back foot or the crease from Nick Brown. It is played into the offside, again played with a nice straight bat. Being very respectful of any decent bowling here of Warwickshire. Alan Dolby away from us to the crease. He bowls. Good delivery through to the keeper. No shot offered. Shoulders, arms, and one more ball. All of this over to go.
Essex got some happy memories of this ground in recent years, and they clinched the county championship here. Then Warwickshire tumbled into Division 2 in the process a few years ago.
Yep, I think I came up for 2 days of that as Alan Dolby driven into the leg side. They look for a quick single, but there's a big bellow of no from Nick Brown, and absolutely right, it was well fielded via is that
that's overseas player
you pronounce
Vihari.
Vihari, is that right? Vihari?
Yeah, I haven't.
Yes, Vihari.
Vihari, who
it's great to see Indian Test players here.
yeah, well, it was a late sign. Trying to sort out some work permit issues with Peter Milan, who's due here. Craig Miles comes in to bowl to Walter. That's going down the leg side. Walter has a flash at it and misses. Good tumbling take by Michael Burgess behind the stumps now. Very firmly established as first team wicketkeeper. Tim Ambrose, another one player retired at the end of last season, although actually he didn't feature last season at all. After a fantastic service over the years, Tim Ambrose finally hung up his wicket-keeping gloves. Has them. Not the same gloves, I'm sure, but you know what I mean. In comes Miles to bowl to Walter. Two slips and a gully, and that's whipped down to fine leg for a single on behind Dolby Fields. There's no run. Maybe just been a bit leg side-ish. Craig Miles at the start of this over. 96-4-3 Essex. Pulled a little bit after those 3 wickets went for 17 runs. They've now added 24 for this 4th wicket. It's taken them 12 and a bit overs to do so. Miles round the wicket to Brown, who leans back, plays a nice looking shot down the pitch, which Miles feels, and there is no run for his efforts there for Nick Brown, wearing number 10 on his back.
What was the score at lunch?
The score at lunch was 81 for 3 after 28 overs. 15 runs added in 8.5 overs. Miles bowls, Brown defends out the offside, there's no run.
Clive, 8 overs, 15 runs, that's just what the doctor ordered really from a Warwickshire angle. Yeah, it's not exhilarating, but they're doing a good job, and not forgetting they could have had a 4th wicket.
Yeah.
So They're doing a sterling job after lunch, and Essex can't do anything about it. They cannot afford to take a risk.
Miles to Brown, solidly behind that again, to mid-on. No run. How's Reese getting on these days?
Well, he's playing, but I'm worried that he might soon have his pads on. And that's not because it's cold. I might just have a little look now, give you a score if I can find it. Oh, look at it on here. They were 4 down at lunch, weren't they?
Yeah.
With the test players not doing so well.
Round the wicket comes Miles and raps on the pads, clearly going down the leg side. It wasn't so much an appeal as a shout of anguish as it comes off the pads and rolls out into the leg side. No run, 96 for 3. Another tidy over though from Craig Miles.
Oh. 6 down.
Oh.
In the local derby, the Battle of London. After 38 overs, Surrey are 107 for 6.
Wow.
And the 6 out are Burns, Stonemer, Amler, Pope, Folkes, Smith. So you've got the two
strong
Clarks.
batting line up there, isn't it?
You've got the 2 Clarks left, and then you've got the Rabbits and Ferrets. As Hannon Dolby continues another over. He's in his 11th, he's bowled, and this is driven out onto the offside where it's fielded, I think, by Briggs. There is no run. Ollie Stone loosening up. I think he might be loosening up in order to take another burst. Hannon Dolby, longish run up. He's made a mess of the little sawdust pile. He almost goes through it. Right arm round the wicket, he bowls nice and straight. This is played sensibly by Paul Water back to the bowler. There is no run. He sort of imitates as if he could flick it off his hips and to the leg side, but I think he will be wise not to do that. Just keep going, sucking up the pressure and waiting till these Warwickshire bowlers may become tired. Mentally, can he cope? 2 slips in the gully, a ring on the offside and a ring on the leg side, and there's just fine leg back, quite square. And Dolby bowls, again a good ball, Water respects, well played. Slightly turgid cricket, but this is what is demanded at the moment.
Yeah. Setting ourselves up for what could well be a fascinating match over the next 4 days.
You can't always win a game in a session, but you
No.
can certainly lose a game in a session. If you know, that might sound bizarre, but you know.
Well, that's what struggling teams do a lot, isn't it? They'll play well for large chunks of a game, but just have one nightmare session.
And Dolby in through to the keeper. Good carry there to Michael Burgess, and that is a dot ball. If this is your first day back, then obviously you've done a fair bit of Coventry this winter,
I have.
and your first day back at cricket, which is slightly different duration. I suspect you might sleep well
Oh,
tonight.
probably. I'll probably sleep well during the commentary, I should think, in the final session.
As Hannon Dolby changes his line, he comes from over the wicket and it goes outside off stump this time. Changes from around to over, and it's a genuine play and miss by Paul Water, who goes after that ball, looked to play through the covers. There are 3 on the inner ring. He was going to hope to pierce them, but he plays and misses.
He was being crossed if he got out to that ball, and that was
Yes.
angled well wide.
Where do Essex change at the other end?
I'm not sure exactly, but there's quite a lot of sort of rooms and the old press box. In fact, the 2 of the sections there have been press boxes.
Outside off stump and left alone. It comes back. I think it comes back probably over part of the footholes, but it might have bounced on or in. End of the over, 96 for 3. Brown has 22, Water has 18.
I suspect they're in what was the first of the press boxes at that end from memory. It's all sort of on its own stand by the scoreboard, which is great for listeners, I know, but that was a press box at one point, I seem to remember, and then the press box got moved to just directly opposite us.
Is it?
It got moved to there until this pavilion was built, and we were always, the broadcasters were always on this side of the ground, but the press were on the other side. But then everything got moved over here with the new pavilion, so the press are now upstairs from us. Nice to see a few of them in today.
Yes, yeah. There's actually quite a collection up there, actually.
Yeah.
There is. Very nice to see them.
Ollie Stone to bowl with just the two slips in place. He comes back into bowl to Brown, who just dabs at that. It goes to point. There's no run. So a slightly frustrating spell for Craig Miles in that he'll feel that he possibly deserved a wicket, but it never came. But, Miles has now bowled 11 overs, 2 for 26. As in comes Stone. Change of end for him from the Birmingham end, and that's worked down to fine leg for a single. Will Rose has been the most economical bowler. Admittedly, he's only bowled 5 overs, but he went for less than 2 and over, going for 9. Ollie Hull will be the most expensive. Even he has gone for less than 3. So, much as I say that he's leaked a few 4s, I want to overstate that. His figures are not startling. The wicket takers, 1 to Ollie Stone, 2 to Craig Miles. Stone now coming over the wicket to Walter. And Walter leaves that one as it goes past the off stump. There's no wrong bit of pace from Ollie Stone. Blonde figure came from Northants, came with an injury after that notorious injury he got from celebrating.
I remember that. Came from Norfolk as well, Clive.
Yeah.
I know quite a lot about the Stone family. Coming from Suffolk.
He's in the bowl now, and that's just going down the leg side. Walter has a little nibble at it, doesn't connect. It's a good take by Burgess. And it remains 97 for 3, and not a huge amount is happening, if we're honest, but
No.
it's all setting ourselves up for how the game's going to go from here. There's a bit of clanking going on down below us, and that's nothing to do with the cricket.
Not those dreaded pigeons again, is it?
Well, not unless they've started building things. In comes Stone to bowl, and that's left for no run. We've got some people out on the balcony now. This chap's got a pot of paint in his hand, obviously tidying things up a little bit.
Are we going to suggest this is like watching paint dry? No, something will
He's
happen.
got a drill. One of them's got a drill as well. He's going to start drilling holes in our box. Anyway.
That'll upset a couple of listeners if we have the noise of a drill.
Stone to Walter. And Walter clips it off his toes nicely. Just get one for it. 2 men out in the deep on the leg side, and it's fielded by Matt Lamb for 1 run. On the iron door, we're getting a bit of advice from Graham Welsh, the bowling coach, down in front of us. Quite a long conversation. The end of that over, 98 for 3. The game is creaking along. Brown's on 23 and Walter's on 19.
Yep, this is good bowling. This is disciplined, patient, trying to just turn the tap off and put the noose round Essex's net, and Essex have got to cope with this. They know what they've got to do here. Just be patient and respect these bowlers if they bowl well. 2 slips in a gully. Walter looks to just play back up to the pitch where mid-wicket comes and collects the ball. Well respected there. Yes, Oliver Stone, I think his club was Vauxhall Mallards in Norfolk. There's quite a lot of club cricket played in Norfolk, actually, more than perhaps Suffolk, and more than people recognise, actually. And it's a big county. As Hannon Dolby bowls into the leg side, tickled round the corner, goes down to fine leg where there is a single for the very tall. Then now Walter and Ollie Stone played against each other from the age of 9. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Yeah. Paul
I do
Walter.
now. Thought it was educational. This.
Paul Walter played with Rhys Topley. They were the two opening bowlers at Essex under-9s, and they used to play Norfolk under-9s and Ollie Stone, and they would have played each other at 10s and 11s and 12s. So I think it's proof that the pyramid system or minor counties cricket does work as well. This time it's forced into the leg side for a quick single. Vihari cannot stop it, but he dives and made sure it doesn't go for 2. That's good cricket all round from Essex and also Warwickshire. And they used to play at places like Kelvedon. I can remember, I think it was at under 10s, Norfolk defeated Essex under 10s badly. And I can remember that fixture at Kelvedon and Fearing Cricket Club, just off the A12. But Norfolk are quite they've had one or two cricketers. Sam Arthurton has played a bit this time. Through to the keeper, there is no run. A Northamptonshire fella, curly hair, who's no longer playing. Can you remember his name? Oh dear, came from Norfolk. You'd recognise his name. I'm trying to think. If anyone can remind me of the Norfolk young fella that used to play for Northants. I think he was released from his contract last summer. Clive, you would have commentated on him many occasions.
I'm sure.
And Dolby over the wicket, driven through the extra cover. That's going to go for 4. That was a little bit of width on that, and Paul Walter has hit that for 4. 4 more to Walter. He goes to
Ben How?
Who?
Ben How did he go? No, not him.
No. He was released from last year, I think.
Early
Early season
Ben.
he was released because he wasn't going to play in the Bob Willis Trophy. Dear, oh dear, how can you... Oh, I can see him, I can see him pictured. 104 for 3, Brown 24, would you believe it, Walter 24. And the balls, well, Walter's received half as many. Hannon Dolby in, driven back down past the bowler, well fielded. They're going to take a quick single as Will Rhodes dives to his left, the very straight of the bowler, and prevents any more. For the end of the over, 105 for 3.
Yes, they continue to field well, just the one mistake which cost 1 run in terms of ground fielding, because there was also the small matter of the drop catch, but ground fielding just the one given away, and we are now having another sanitisation break. So, not a great deal. I was going to say recap on what's happened since lunch, but that won't take long.
Well, a drop catch.
Well, indeed, Essex resumed on 81 for 3 off 28 overs, so they've now added 24 in 12 overs. 2 in overs. I was exaggerating slightly how slow it's been. The 4 in the last over helped. Nick Brown's on 24, and Paul Walter, who's looked to play his shots once or twice, is on 25. And Brown dropped on 20 is the main headline. Since lunch, Sam Hain putting the chance down at second slip off Craig Miles.
Surrey are 7 down. Murdoch's got 4, Roland Jones has got 3 in the London derby.
Ollie Stone, the City of Birmingham, very clear in view behind him. He's a skyscraper's just played off his pads there by Walter. Stone feels he almost got that one through, but it's played down to fine leg for a single. And Walter's on to 26.
Now, Clive, this is very unprofessional. I'm going to ask you, where can I plug my iPad in?
Good question. If you can reach
Right.
this orange thing here,
Yes,
which the BBC have allocated to me for the time being.
I noticed.
Meanwhile, out in the middle, it's defended by Brown to mid-on. There's no run. Ollie Stone, the bowler. 106 for 3, the Essex total. These two teams, joint top of Group 1, both got a win each. The only wins in this group thus far. It's a pretty tightly placed because you get 8 points for a draw. Obviously only two teams have won a game, so only two teams have lost a game as well, and so a couple of teams have got 2 draws, which doesn't put them far behind. Stone bowls, and that's edged, and I think just short this time of Tim Bresnan. I don't think that was dropped, but I will have a look at the replay. I think it's yorked him pretty much. I don't think that was a chance. It might have been if he'd been just slightly closer. It's gone through for 4. And see another replay of it. Yeah, it just sort of bounced underneath his hand, I think. I don't think that carried. 110 for 3. Brown on to 28, but he's had a couple of edges in the slip cordon now. He's got away with Brown. Stone round the wicket to him, and he plays that down to mid-on for no run. Yeah, sorry, the light doesn't work, so you just have to talk and see if we can hear you, basically. Yeah, you're on now, yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, well bowled. Gosh, he's got himself a few lucky runs as Nick Brown, but he's still there. 111 balls for his 28.
Stone into bowl to him. He drives that nicely, and there's the irony of cricket, really. He edges one that so nearly caught, and he gets 4 runs for it, and it's a nice looking, well executed drive straight to a fielder, and he gets nothing. 110 for 3. Tim Bresnan's twirling his arms as if he's going to have a ball. A veteran, former England player, part of course of England's Ashes success, 2005. In comes a Stone with a bouncer, and that goes over the head of Brown, and there's no run. End of the over, 110 for 3. Essex, so this partnership continuing to build, having come together at 72. See, what are we going to see? We're going to see Tim Bresnan bowling from the pavilion end for the first time. Had a short spell from the Birmingham end this morning.
Well, he still is a very good cricketer. He might not have the pace he once had. He is genuinely medium these days.
Because, well, you describe this ball.
As he's on his way in, bowls. Loosener, and he's been driven through straightish mid wicket for small boundary. Gorgeous looking shot that by Paul Water, really was. Floated up there, and I don't mean that as a disrespect either.
He was a hero with a bat, of course, against Nottinghamshire, Tim Bresnan. That rear guard action that saw Warwickshire get an unlikely victory.
Good man, Tim Bresnan. He's in bowls, outside off stump through to the keeper dot ball.
I interviewed him shortly after he signed, and he kept getting pestered by his daughter who wanted an ice cream. Which is fair enough, I thought.
Right. I mean, it must be lovely for him to... Well, he's played at 2 great grounds, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Headingley and Edgbaston. I mean, when did he roughly make his debut for Yorkshire? Probably...
Well, I was there.
Were you?
Yeah.
Bresnan in bowls, outside off stump through to the keeper dot ball.
Because I covered Yorkshire for a couple of seasons.
Did you?
Indeed. Well, I led them to the championship. The likes of all the other reporters never got them to the championship. I got Yorkshire to the championship.
Was that David Bias?
David Bias, a captain, great bloke. Really like working with David Bias. Called a spade, as they say, but always did it politely.
Yeah. Bresnan in, a little bit wider, left alone by Walter. Well played, well respected. He knows his job has got to see this off for Essex. Like he did last week, Paul Walter against Durham, put Essex into a position where they could put Durham under pressure. Not undisliked today, really. He's got to bat sensibly, commit himself and be diligent, concentrate and get through to tea if he can. Bresnan in, bowls, outside off stump again, through to the keeper, dot ball.
Yes, he made his List A debut. I seem to remember he was about 16 at the time, in 2001. His first class debut didn't come until a couple of years later, so I think I probably only saw him play in the white ball cricket, but I do recall...
Clive, 20 years, therefore, he's been playing first team cricket.
Yep.
And he's a bowler. On his way in, bowls, outside off stump through to the keeper, dot ball.
Oh, goodness me, someone's Morecambe line. He went so many ice creams going that quickly, but the sirens blaring. I didn't notice at the time, the 100 came off 237 balls. They'd lost 3 wickets by then. That means that the second 50 took 162 balls, the first 50 took 75, and that first 50, Alistair Cook was largely, we don't always say this, do we, but Alistair Cook was largely responsible for the relatively quick scoring in that section of the game. Slowed down since, but a bit of a rebuilding job going on as Brown plays that one down. A bit of bounce from Stone, and Brown plays it down nicely off his chest onto the onside. And it remains 114 for 3.
I'm looking forward to seeing Ollie Stone bowl at Walter from a technical point of view. So the reason I say that, 1 or 2 good judges were talking, where did Walter's back foot go when he faced Stone? Might be worth looking.
That's one. He turns around to fine leg or wide leg for a single.
Well, we'll get to see.
Just seen Warwickshire posted on their Twitter feed. They're playing a second 11 friendly match at Moseley against Cardiff, and Ethan Brooks, brother of Henry, scored a century as Warwickshire got 329 for 7 in their 50 overs. And Ethan Brooks scored 112 of them off 103 balls. Adam Hose playing in that game. In comes Stone. That's gone past the outside edge. Tim Bresnan's convinced there's an edge there, but he's the only one who is. As the ball whistles past the outside edge from Ollie Stone to the wicketkeeper. Notice Hose was caught by unknown. According to the scorecard. Anyway, he made 43 or 45 balls. Dan Moseley played that game as well, 50 or 56 balls, and Ethan Brooks 112 not out of 103 balls. So there were Henry Brooks actually is playing that game as well.
Talented family.
Yep. This one's a bounce, it's a very high bounce. It could almost have been called a wide, but it hasn't been.
Looked as if it was not just very high, but a little bit off the mark, allowing him to easily sway.
I don't. Yeah,
have to duck.
I was going to say, I don't think he had to, did he? He was.
No, and he's 6'9", 6'8", 6'9".
Anyway, Darren Stevens has got another wicket, I see. At the age of 83 or whatever he is now. I am sorry about him actually. I remember as Ollie Stone comes into bowl to Walter, 2 slips, and that's clipped to point. There's no run. I was at New Road actually as a spectator rather than working. I was sitting in the shade where the trees are there, and Darren Stevens was, I think he was bowling, and some bloke was giving him stick and sort of chuntering about him, making all sorts of comments about him. Turned out it was his dad.
Oh, really? Gosh.
All good natured,
Right.
of course. But
Clive, watch out there. This ball, Paul Waters' left boot as it's bowled. Watch. Yeah, did you see that?
yeah, and it's a big appeal for LBW, and Ollie Stone is denied again. Perhaps slightly less convinced. He was convinced he had two this morning. I saw the replay for one of them, and I think the umpire probably got it right, that one, but I'm not sure I'll be able to persuade Ollie Stone of that. And there's another appeal. That one is turned down as well, 115 for 3.
Well, the reason I say that is you can close yourself off. So if you've got the left-hander facing Ollie Stone, whether he's over the wicket or round the wicket, and you see Paul Waters' left boot, which is his back foot, if you watch it just come slightly to leg stump as he releases the ball, which you end up closing yourself off to the bowler. We're seeing Tim Bresnan come in and he bowls the ball short of length into the offside. There is no run. So technically, that is something that Paul Waters is going to have to work at in the coming weeks and months, preferably as soon as he can, to stop himself closing off, but in particular stopping his back foot go to leg stump. That's a technical fault. Bresnan in bowls, played off the front foot into the covers. There is no run.
Saw the replay of that LBW appeal. Didn't look a bad shout, I have to say.
Right.
Anyway, probably the umpire decided it was going down the leg side. Mind you, I'm not a great judge. I always get it wrong when you see it on telly, and then they have the Hawkeye.
Yes.
I'm nearly always wrong with those.
Are you? Bresnan in. This time he drags Nick Brown forward. It's push driven up to mid-off where there is no run. All very quiet. A ring on the offside. A couple of fielders saving one on the leg side. There's a fine leg chatting to various coaches. Pretty square fine leg on the short boundary. 2 slips and a gully. Bresnan with red-soled boots. He bowls. And this goes through to the keeper, who parries it a bit like volleyball to second slip. I think that's Sam Hain, number 16,
yep.
who then flicks it around the inner ring. Sam Hain, who performed quite well last week, who took a bit of a peppering from Stuart Broad, but he nonetheless stood there.
Batted very well.
Yes. Bresnan in, outside off stump through to the keeper, dot ball.
He started the season very well. The only thing that's been missing is a really big score. He's had 2 good, important scores, but hasn't made them into centuries yet. But it's good to see, because he has at times struggled with the red ball. It's been a bit of a mystery why he's not a player you would automatically think would have a massively different record in the 2 forms of the game.
Shot through the leg side up to wide of mid-on. He has a shy Ollie Stone at the stumps, trying to run out Paul Water, but both Brown and Water get in. 116 for 3, and that was a well-run single.
There have been a few seasons where Sam Hain's piled on the runs with the white ball, both in 20 over and 50 over cricket, but for some reason hasn't been able to match that with the red ball. That's probably held him back a bit, so it's been an encouraging start to the season from that point of view. Now he just needs to try and turn it into a really big score or 2. Of course, he'll be well tested against this Essex attack when the Warwickshire come to bat. 44 overs bowled. It's going to be another long day here at Edgbaston. And we still haven't seen Danny Briggs in the attacks. It's all seam attack. Warwickshire picking an extra seamer for this game because Dom Sibley out injured but replaced by a bowler in Craig Miles, which is looking a reasonable decision now, given that Miles has taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. Stone comes into bowl. That's an inside edge from Brown, and it'll be cut off by Sidebottom, who's on his 12th man, and they come back for a quick second, so somebody's off the field.
And of course, Sidebottom is no relation to the Yorkshire.
He is not, no, despite having the same first name.
Yes. Yeah.
It's Ryan Sidebottom. I must admit, when I saw that we got the email saying that Warwickshire signed Ryan Sidebottom, I thought, blimey, I know he's a good cricketer, but surely he's a bit late in his career to be signing him. It turned out
Bresnan, Sidebottom.
Well, yeah, it turned out to be a completely different. He was out in Australia, but English qualified and came over. As that one is pushed out to point, there's no run to try and make his name in English cricket. Played in the Birmingham League for a while and eventually had a bit of a trial at Warwickshire and impressed, but hasn't featured yet this season. So who's off the field, I wonder? Could just be somebody for a comfort break, or maybe putting boring boots on. I'm just wondering whether
who's at mid-on?
Well, meanwhile, getting an extra slip. I think that's Ollie there at mid-on, isn't it?
Right.
Meanwhile, Will Rose has gone in at third slip. I tell you he's missing, because it's played to mid-wicket, there's no run. I'm not sure that Sam Haynes there, because he's certainly not in the slip cordon.
Right.
So it may be that Sam Haynes is the man off the field.
Right.
So we've just been talking about him, and hopefully that's just he needs to be off for a moment. No obvious reason why he should have injured his hand when dropping the catch. It wasn't that sort of drop. Stone round the wicket to bowl to Brown, who plays that wide of mid-on, and Ollie Hannon-Dalby gives chase. He'll certainly get 2 here, and that's what they will settle for. Slightly untidy in picking the ball up, Hannon-Dalby, but he does the job, and it's 120 for 3.
Good shot that. Caressed into the leg side, pierces the gap. Gosh. Hampshire versus Gloucester. Now that's what I call the top of the table clash. 2 wins from 2 to both sides in Conference 2 or B. Gloucestershire are in the field.
In comes Stone, that's pushed back to him, there's no run.
Gloucestershire are in the field. Hampshire are 119 for 1. Worcester Notts 150 for 2, that's Worcester. Durham are 124 for 3, so they've recovered because they were 8 for 2. That's against Derbyshire. And Surrey are 124 for 8. Lancashire are 112 for 4 versus Kent at Canterbury. Glamorgan are 154 for 4 at Northampton. And Yorkshire after this ball.
Last ball of the over, Stone bowls, is pushed out to mid-wicket. Fielded there, and there is no run. Ryan Sidebottom is taking a look across the changing room as if he's expecting to be called back in any moment. That would suggest there's nothing too major, but looks like Sam Haynes wants a little bit more time off the field.
Yes. And Yorkshire, who are down at Hove, are 145 for 8. So Yorkshire and Surrey are struggling a bit today. And in the international match, you might be interested in this, Clive, in the 2020 international fixture between Nepal and Malaysia. Nepal won by 69 runs. All very important in world cricket, really.
Indeed. So, Tim Bresnan is going to bowl. Birmingham man. He's up for the pavilion, I should say.
Bresnan, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Keeping it tight. 2 slips, there's a man on the drive on the leg side for Walter, who drives it up to mid-on, and there is no run. So a ring on the leg side, a ring on the offside, and just 2 slips.
There was a curiosity, I was listening to it, curiosity that at Trent Bridge they seem to be playing under, admittedly this is all complicated by the change of timings in the last round of matches for the reasons we know.
Bresnan bowls, this is driven in the offside, it pierces squarer of cover. There's going to be 1, 2, they will stop it going for 4. The 2, they're fielding in pairs and they just take the 3 runs. So well fielded to those two. In particular, is that Ollie Stone?
Yep. So at Trent Bridge, the umpires were taking them off at 3:40 for tea every day, irrespective of how many overs were bowled. Whereas at other matches, they were waiting until there were 32 overs left. So clearly, somebody didn't get the right memo in terms of how to play it. But of course, it was all complicated in the last round of matches by the change of the timings to accommodate the Saturday and the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Bresnan bowls, played into the offside, thought about shouldering arms I think and taking his bat away, but didn't in the end and just played it into the offside. Yes, bit keen cricket lover, wasn't he?
He was,
the
yeah.
official 12th man for the Lord's Taverners. He was a patron for various other cricketing charities, including the Club Cricket Conference.
He was, first guest of the cricket writers, or he was a guest at the first cricket writers dinner, Guy's Club dinner.
Tim Bresnan bowls through to the keeper.
Which Don Bradman was the star turn.
Was it?
Yeah, I was reading that.
Yeah. Played cricket as well. We had the opportunity to meet him as a 12th man or patron of the Lord's Taverners. He would present the county championship trophy. So Essex, during my career, had the opportunity 3 times. As Bresnan is in, played into the leg side. He pierces the mid-on and mid-wicket, gets 1, 2, and it's gone for 4 on this short boundary. Another good-looking shot that by Brown. He moves to 38, 127 for 3. Looking now, I'm going to have to go to my IT because I'm trying to work out what the partnership is.
It's 55, so I was just thinking that they've passed the 50 partnership. The partnership for the first wicket was 55. That's the biggest partnership so far. This is set to go ahead of that.
Bresnan in, driven down the ground. Fielded by Alan Dolby, who dives with his long legs and prevents any runs. That's the end of the over. The umpires having got hold of the ball. The umpires are going to have a quick chat, I believe.
55 off 22 overs, the partnership. So it's been steady going, slowish going, but I think one umpire's just handing something to the other umpire. I don't think there's anything too sinister in this. Are we having another sanitisation break? I think we are, yes. Come all the hand sanitisers. So, no loss of wicket since lunch for Essex. And they've moved on to 127 for 3. Nick Brown 38. Paul Walter 33. Warwickshire will be ruining that drop catch. Could have had Nick Brown out soon after lunch. As it is, they're having to toil away. They're keeping things reasonably tight, although it's just slipped away a little bit in the last couple of overs, but generally keeping things reasonably tight. Now Sam Hain could of course have gone off. He will have gone off to put a little bit of extra padding on, because I think we're going to see Danny Briggs bowl and Hain will move in at short leg. That is why he will have been off. I had to fish the helmet out of his bag as well. And the first over of spin in the match, Danny Briggs. He's just got a short leg and a slip. Bowling to Walter. Can he break up this partnership? Wearing his shades, left arm over. It's pushed into the ground to Hain. No run.
Of course, Michael Burgess was previously at Sussex, and he would have been with Danny Briggs playing together in the first team, wouldn't he?
Yep.
We'll know him well.
In comes Briggs. Is it a bit of air? It's clipped away very nicely for 4 by Walter. Got it through the gap on the offside and got that away very well to move on to 37, 131 for 3. They're just trying to find the ball. It's gone, I think, under the hover cover there. No spectators to fetch it, although quite often it always amuses me when spectators just sit there and watch while someone tries to get the ball rather than toss it back. Quite rightly so. You know, I'm the paying customer, you're here to do the work, not me. Briggs comes into bowl to Walter, who puts that down into the ground, and there's no run. 131 for 3. Sun's still shining as it has all day. Good conditions, going to be a long day as we say, so if they do go to 32 overs, which I presume they will, we're going to be best part of an hour from here before we get to tea. That's played to bid on, there's no run. It will speed up a little bit now that Danny Briggs is on. The over rate is still only -1, so no great problems from a Warwickshire point of view at this point. Briggs comes into bowl, and that's a forward defensive, and there's no run. Walter the batter. Briggs to bowl, that's playing the onside, there's no run. And 131 for 3 is the score at the end of the 47th over. I suppose it'll be mixed feelings for Warwickshire if Danny Briggs does suddenly start getting a bit of turn, because with Simon Harmer on the opposition side, they won't necessarily want there to be a huge amount of turn out there. However, just a 4 off that over to Paul Walter, who's on 37. It's 131 for 3, Essex.
10 minutes ago, someone, Brian Taylor, not to be mistaken with the old captain, has suggested the commentary is down. If you could tweet me, Toppers Senior, and just confirm that you're hearing us loud and clear as Bresnan comes in, bowls. Played into the offside. No run. Ron Clark has asked, I read this morning that Peter Siddle devours up to 10 bananas a day, and he says that he has never felt fitter. Back in the day when we were a pro, what was the de rigueur food that we used to do to help your bowling? This is driven into the offside. It pierces extra cover and mid-off, and it goes for 4 for Essex. Round 42, Walter 37, score 135 for 3.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, we were always, I mean, Peter Siddle's a fitness fiend, a very good physique. Serious talented bowler. If he feels he needs plenty of potassium, bananas. It's interesting to know if they're ripe, overripe, or just slightly underripe. But in our day we would go on carbs a lot. I think we obviously over-carbed too much back in the day, but yeah, we would try for that. I think today it's a bit more about protein, as Bresnan's on his way in. Bowls forced off the front foot out to cover with extra cover where there is no run. But I know I enjoy bananas any time of the day. Great source of energy as well. What's your favourite food, Clive? What if you were going out for dinner? Bresnan bowls a little too straight from around the wicket, and he's angling in towards middle stump there on the line, and Nick Brown forces through the leg side. There are 3 on the leg side, but it goes to the short boundary for 46 not out. 135 balls, Walter 37. So Essex doing quite nicely just at the moment. As Bresnan comes in, bowls, and this is another 4. This could be Nick Brown's 50, his first half century of the summer. There's a bit of applause around the ground. I would imagine a few of the Essex teammates will be doing that. He gets 50 by I would say he ran it off the edge of the bat down to the vacant third man. There isn't too much pace from Tim Bresnan, so there isn't the need for a third man, and it goes down for 4. 143 for 3, and Brown has his 50.
With the latest news for the West Midlands, I'm Sam Harper. Outputs, Jaguar Land Rovers, Castle Bromwich
Update shortly.
Yes, sorry, just apologies if you lost us. Well, you will have lost us on the online commentary. Apologies for that. I think we've now sorted that out, so apologies. It was missing for a while as Bresnan comes in, and that's driven nicely by Brown, and Brown is beginning to prosper now and getting the rewards for his patience earlier in the day. And he gets a 4. He's on to 54, 147 for 3.
Third 4 of the over.
So
just before 20 past 4. First time since October, COVID-19.
147 for 3. That's the end of the over.
Statistics, Robert Cup.
Many have come in: Darren Cook, Martin Jones, Debbie Knight, Chris Sotheby, and GH have all replied to us saying they can hear us.
Good. I did lose it for a while, but I appreciate people
Thank you.
who've put it out to us. Briggs comes into bowl, and that's played down to the ground by Walter for no run. And still slipping a forward short leg. Will Rhodes is now twirling his arms. He's perhaps going to try and be the partnership breaker. That was a quicker ball from Briggs, which Walter just nibbled at and just missed. In comes Stone over the wicket. That's clipped away to mid-off for no run. And Briggs is asking 1 or 2 questions here. This is his second over.
Bumped into the great Shield Berry downstairs. He's here.
This next one is run down to sort of halfway to third man for a single for Walter. It scampers through for that run to move on to 38. 148 for 3. I'll be just doing an update in about 30 seconds. You'll hear a change of gear as I report on BBC WM, BBC TWR. By the wonders about modern technology, I can do it at the same time now. Regular listeners will know the fun we used to have as in comes Briggs to bowl. Let's push the offside, there's no run. When we had to do them for both stations and at a similar time, and they both come at the same time, it used to get very confusing. It's much easier now, in theory. I'll give that update in a mo. The latest in the cricket from Edgbaston. Warwickshire are being held up by a 4th wicket stand here for Essex, who are 148 for 3 after 49 overs. Warwickshire were stemming the flow of the runs a bit, but now Nick Brown, who's batted all day so far, has reached 54, and Paul Walters on 38 have begun to prosper a bit, and Warwickshire are ruining the fact they dropped Brown in the slips shortly after lunch. No success since the interval for Warwickshire, and Essex are 148 for 3. Yeah, so we used to have on the half hour, one station was supposed to come before the other, but it didn't always, you know what presenters are like, so sometimes you'd be halfway through one report when another the second station would come to you and you'd have to however, all added to the fun, but so we have in theory simplified it now.
Well, it's been a good 4th wicket partnership. As you highlighted, there's a slight bit of fortune with the drop catch. We're going to see the captain, I think it is, isn't it? Returning to the attack to replace Bresnan, who just got hit for 3 4s. Not that they were bad deliveries, but perhaps they're just looking to change it up and just ask another different question to the Essex batsman, and in particular Walter, who drives into the offside. There is no run. So this is the order of the day for Warwickshire. Don't give Essex anything. Turn the tap off, keep it tight, and Essex in response just has to cope with this, and you get sessions or 10 overs, 15 overs, an hour's play where you get where it is turgid. I can't describe it anything else, but it's important that both teams stick to this, and who blinks first almost. This time the ball goes through to the keeper. Michael Burgess takes the ball comfortably. There is no run. Essex cannot afford to lose wickets. And it's going to be a trying afternoon. It's for the real traditional sort of the chap that likes the most basic form of cricket in this 4-day cricket, hard cricket, through to the keeper, and there is no run. The umpire, Alex Wolff, is just checking the front line, as Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, was perhaps just getting a little close to the front line. Medium pace, nothing much above that. I would have thought Michael Burgess, if he wanted to, and if the Essex batsman, in particular Paul Walter, was batting outside his crease, he could come up to the stumps. Michael Burgess will be good enough. This time it's played out to Gully with an open face bat safely where there is no run. Michael Burgess, the Warwickshire keeper, has played at Sussex, Leicestershire, because when he was at Loughborough University he would play for the university and Leicestershire, and he was a budding young cricketer at uni. Rhodes bowls outside off stump again and through to the keeper. Now we've got a slip in a gully and we've got a ring of 4 on the offside, so you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to, I suppose the best way to describe it, Clive, is to bore Essex out. That's a tactic.
Yeah.
It's a genuine tactic. Bore Essex out to making a mistake. Here he comes, in bowls, and they're going to get 4 runs for that, as it's I'm not convinced it was due to be played down to third man, but it's gone to third man. It was probably going to go behind backwards square, but it's gone to third man for 4 runs. Brown has 54, Walter has 42, and at the end of the over 152 for 3.
Yes, there was a diving attempt there from Rob Yates rather at Gully to take it on the half volley. It didn't carry, but he tried to stop it and was unsuccessful. So 150 comes up, and it's coming exactly 300 balls. 150, nice and easy to work out. They haven't lost any further wickets since the last 50s. That's turned around to square leg. There's no run. So the third 50 came in 138 balls. So we see that the pattern, they went at a fairly brisk pace early on. First 50 came up to 75 balls. No wickets lost in that time, which obviously helps. Briggs comes into bowl, there's no run. Then the second, they slow down quite appreciably to 162 balls, and they have just speeded up a little bit with the third 50 taking 138 balls. Briggs, left arm over, just pushed out of the offside, no run by Walter.
Walter's batted, this is 4th knock this summer. What has he got? 42, and if I suggested the numbers he's got already,
that's pushed out the onside for no run.
Against Worcester he batted once and got 38. In the Durham game he batted twice, and in the first innings in their 96 all out he got 7, but in the second innings he got 77, so he's in a bit of rich vein of form.
Pushes out to the offside, there's no run. I mentioned it earlier, but 77 is his career best.
I think he got 70 odd against a tourist side actually as well.
Briggs bowls and he defends that back down the pitch. There's no run, so Warwickshire been frustrated in the field, and Essex progressing nicely. 153 for 3, and After that little blip where they lost 3 wickets in relatively quick succession, they are getting back into a good position.
And the 3 wickets in those 17 runs was Cook 9. Then you had Tom Wesley getting LB, and then Dan Lawrence just before lunch hit one straight, sort of, well, it wasn't straight to mid-wicket, it was courtesy of mid-wicket, but he dived and took a good catch. As Rhodes bowls, and this is played into the leg side, there is no run. We still haven't seen any clouds. Absolutely glorious over this area of the Midlands, West Midlands. It's Edgbaston, Birmingham. Really is delightful. Just a little bit of breeze, just moving the flags a little bit as the bowler comes in round the wicket looking for a quick single, but they turn it down. Will Rhodes bowls a good delivery. It's punched up the ground to mid-off, no run. Nick Brown batting all day. He's faced, I think it is 145 runs, 148 balls, 148 balls, something like that. It's a small figure next to his name. Rhodes in, bowls. Dead batted from the front foot, played up to mid-on, there is no run.
Yes, it's the, as most grounds have now, the computer-generated scoreboard on the block that used to be the old traditional scoreboard, when you see 2 little heads, or little from here, heads in a window, operating all the numbers, and long since, those days have long since gone.
Rhodes in, this is forced off the front, off the back foot into the offside, well fielded again by backward point, that is no run.
There's something to behold how they used to control different numbers and different different changes.
I've got to ask you a question.
I probably won't know the answer, but
when you look around the ground, you've got Birmingham City, then you look to the left, which is beyond, to our left, looking out
towards Edgbaston,
and that is very much sort of housing and flats. As this is driven into the offside, it's going to be a chase for Ollie Stone, I think. Will he get there? I think he will. He drags it up, picks it up on the second attempt and throws it back for, I think that's
3,
I do believe, yes. So you can see the sort of vista. We've got a residential flats going up away from us, then you've got the city centre, and then to the right, what kind of area is that? And I'm mostly questioning the 2 chimneys that you can see that are sticking out of the green area as Rhodes comes in, left alone. And we talked about Michael Burgess coming to stand up, and he has come to the stumps, put his helmet on because he's going to make sure that Paul Water goes back into the crease, having stepped outside of his crease and taken guard. So what do you think those 2 chimneys, they're probably redundant?
Yes, I don't have
local landmarks?
Again, I think I probably should know, but don't, I mean, sort of Moseley's over that way.
Moseley, right. Mr. Eakin, there I have set your homework for tonight. You must have so many friends who have got so much knowledge. If you know, ladies and gentlemen, what the 2 chimneys, and they do distinctly stick out of the trees, don't they? And there's no other built-up areas really around them. There's just 2, the dark bricked chimneys. And
I was trying to think of Bourneville's not too far from there. I don't
as
think
in the
that's,
chocolate?
Yeah, I don't think that is that.
Do they still work there? Or is it just like
I think they do. Well, that's a good question. I think they do still work there. There certainly is a museum. It's very popular as a museum.
Never been there. I'd like
to took the kids there a few times. The amount of chocolate you got given seemed to go down second time round. Yeah, it was good fun. I recommend it. It's interesting. Danny Briggs to come round the wicket to bowl to Brown, over the wicket rather, to bowl to Brown, who plays back to that and works it to mid-on. Just slightly untidy there, Brown. Just doesn't get it away. There's no run. 156 for 3. And this is a valuable partnership which is getting Essex back on top. Briggs to bowl, and he's clipped that through mid-wicket. There's a sweeper on the boundary who comes in, Matt Lamb, and restricts him to 1.
We talked about Jonathan Trott's birthday. It's also David Hoddy Masters. Played for Essex, Kent, Leicestershire. What a Trojan of a bowler he was.
Comes down the pitch there, Walter, but doesn't quite get hold of it. But attacking intent, he plays it safely enough to mid-off. Mid-off and mid-on are both up. Invite him to try and hit over the top. This time he stays in his crease and plays a defensive shot back to the bowler. There's no run. Briggs has been tight so far, just 7 runs coming. This is his 4th over. 4 of those came from 1 shot in his first over. He comes in to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. It's the thing that Warwickshire want to do if they can't get the wickets. At least keep Essex having to work hard for their runs. And that one is edged, and that has hit Tim Bresnan. Now, was that a half chance for Bresnan, I wonder? It was certainly edged into that slip area. They get 1 run for it. 158 for 3. I wonder if I'm going to be shown a replay of that on the streaming. But I might have to rewind in order to, which you can do, I think, can't you? You can go back on the streaming. So you'll have to bear with me. I've gone back a bit. I'm going to wait for it to come round to the.
You
to
look
the
at that.
delivery.
I'll take the commentary as the captain, leading by example, runs in. Will Rhodes, that is. He bowls. It is driven nicely out to. I think it's Sam Hain who's back on the park at short extra cover. Switching there. 3 strips away to the offside, which is the long boundary when you're bowling to the left-hander from the pavilion end. Rhodes turns. 1 slip and a gully, a ring on both sides as this is clipped into the leg side, and that is 4. That's a super shot from Paul Walter. He moves to 47, score 162 for 3. He's made 47 in 94 balls. What a great 4th wicket partnership.
Yes, been a well measured innings from Walter. Hasn't looked in too much trouble. What are we waiting for here? Just to retrieve the ball.
Yeah, the ball keeps going over into the stand, and the players have to go and retrieve it.
Yes, of course, they're not allowed to get anyone to retrieve it for them.
Just checking the ball is the umpire, Alex Wolf. It's probably got a bit of concrete grit on it or something like that. Will Rhodes, 7.2 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 20. Just been hit for a 4 through the leg side. Driven purposely up to Hannon Dolby at mid-off. There is no run. Best part of batting now, I would imagine. 54th over. 43 overs left in the day. Still a good 11 overs from tea. I think they might have to boil another kettle. Get some more tea bags out. As Rhodes bowls, driven up to mid-off. Hannon Dolby does the fielding. There is no run. Lots of noise out there trying to gee up the troops, especially as the captain is bowling. In search of a wicket for Worcestershire, the home club, who had to field this morning after Essex won the toss. In comes Rhodes, bowls, and well taken. There's a little bit of bounce there for for Michael Burgess. He takes it well, as there's a genuine play and miss. As I think it went over the bat as Paul Water tried to play a cut. No run. 162 for 3. You're listening to Don Topley and Clive Eatkin. It's BBC WM, BBC CWR and BBC Essex. So delighted you could join us in Birmingham on this gorgeous afternoon. Well taken again, standing up by Michael Burgess. Very good take as he jumped, saw the bounce, pretend to take the bails off. There was a dot ball, no run, end of the over, 162 for 3.
Very sharp chance, I would suggest, having seen that again.
Really?
I mean, it was a very difficult one. The ball travelled very quickly and low, but I think it was in the air as it went past him.
Well, Essex haven't lost a wicket since lunch. We've had the best part of... We came back at 20 to 2. No, 20 to 2. So 20 to 3. Yeah.
Briggs bowls and played onto the onside by Brown, playing back to it. There's no run.
Hour and a half. So it's been a worthy partnership. I will check on that now. And it was 72.
90, yeah.
So 90.
That one just pushed out the offside, strangled appeals and bat onto pad. But, no real appeal. But Briggs is playing a decent spell here. They're not getting him away at the moment. And comes into ball. It's just pushed out by Brown. They're going for a quick single. It's not a clean pickup from Craig Mars. If it had been, he might have had a chance to get a throw in, but probably would have made it anyway. 163 for 3. Brown on to 60. He's scored double the runs he scored in the morning session. That's pushed out to the offside for a single by Walter, who's on to 48. Warwickshire continue to be frustrated. That one from Briggs is pushed back down pitch. There is no run.
Dear oh dear.
In comes Briggs. It's played past Sam Hain at short leg. In fact, Sam Hain stops it. He must be thinking, Sam Hain, what happened to the tradition of putting the youngest player in there? I mean, I understood it when I just first started playing, but I'm still there at short leg. Can't be the youngest now. What's going on? Unfortunately for him, he's made the mistake of doing the job too well. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, Clive. Yes.
164 for 3 off 55.
Well, this score sounds worse. 153 for 9. That's Surrey at Middlesex. Leicestershire 130 for 5. Really?
That's a recovery, isn't it? They were
slow going. As Rhodes bowls.
I think they were 5 down at lunch, Leicester. So
slow going there. Water plays this with a full face of the bat. No run. Warwickshire are the first team to be bowled out today. 150 all out. I'll have a look at that one and tell you anything I can see. Wickets were shared around. George Garton 3 for 25, the left armour. Robinson 2 for 17. Hunt 2 for 45. And this is a shout for LBW, but it just looked wrong, and I sensed that Michael Burgess was more leg side, and there is not a leg by. In fact, they played 2 left armers today. They had Hunt and Garton. Very young side, that. Ollie Robinson 2 for 17. Will he make his Test debut this summer?
Yorkshire were 60 without loss at one stage. See Adrian Harms tweeting, the Sussex commentator.
As this is driven up to mid-on, there is no run. Good looking shot for nothing. Slip in a gully. Hampshire, where have they got to? Hampshire are 143 for 1, and Ian Holland is there on 77. He got wickets and a century last week in their defeat of, I think it was Middlesex. Oh, inside edge, squeeze through into the leg side. Paul Walter didn't mean for it to go square of the wicket. Goes to, what is it, where the umpire is, and they take a single. Walter 49, one short of a half century, and he got himself a half century last week, so that confirms he's in a bit of form. So well played, and he's desperate to get another half century. 165 for 3. BBC Essex, BBC WM, BBC CWR, as this is outside off stump, and Brown, as we've seen him do most of the day, is happy to leave the ball through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating session for Warwickshire. One straightforward chance put down, possibly one other sharp chance missed. They've had their moments, but it has looked hard work for them.
Driven straight up to Hannon Dolby at mid-off. There is no run, end of the over. 165 for 3. Look, it is quite turgid just at the moment, but you do get sessions, you do get passages of play that demands this, and both Warwickshire and Essex need this at the moment, because if they were to take risks, or if Warwickshire goes searching for wickets, it costs them runs, and Essex, if you go searching for runs, it'll cost you wickets. And as we suggested earlier today, you can never win a session, win a game in a session, but you can often lose a game in a session.
Stone comes in to bowl as appealing for an LBW, and again he doesn't get it. Has foot quite a long way forward there, Walter. Building work cranks up. I might be able to see a replay of this. I think it's probably outside the line of off stump. He comes in to bowl, and Walter plays that down onto the onside. There's no run. Still a decent spell from Danny Briggs. Of course, it's a weapon that Warwickshire had for years. Chetan Patel, he usually came in well before lunch into the attack on the first day. Briggs comes in to bowl. Quicker ball, push back to him. There's no run, especially when he was captain. And just took wickets regularly. It's a hard act to follow. Danny Briggs bowling a decent spell at the moment. That's pushed out into the onside. A bit of the inside of the bat for no run.
So the second team is bowled out today. Yorkshire first at 150 all out, and now Surrey at Lords. They're 154 all out.
That's just turned to back of square leg for a couple by Brown for Hari Fields. 2 more runs onto the total. And Essex, if they can get to tea now, the first session might have marginally to watch. That's a 50 for Walter, come off 108 balls, 8 fours, so very good innings from Paul Walter. It's easy to miss landmarks, isn't it, when there's no crowd, because the crowd aren't applauding. And that's pushed out onto the onside. It was came off the bat in the air a little bit into the ground, but a splendid half century from Paul Walter. Can he go on and make his maiden first-class century, I wonder? Essex are 167 for 3.
Debbie Knight reminds me this isn't turgid. It's a 4-day county championship fixture. An opener batting like an opener should. Drop the anchor. Yeah, it's been hard work for him. And Debbie also makes reference that the YouTube or the streaming is complementary. The commentary is perfect sync with the game, so that's
it's again that's something they've worked on. So yeah.
As Rhodes bowls, keeper standing up, forced off the back foot, finds the fielder in the offside. There is no run.
A technical chap comes in each morning and pulls a few wires, presses a few buttons, sticks a few things in, and it all comes out.
Alan Yates says, Walter, a pleasant surprise, looking composed for a second successive 50. Well, he's on 51, and he has and played so well last week, and he's playing well again here under pressure, and this is played into the leg side. I think that hasn't come off bat. I think that's off his pad or thigh pad. Yes, the umpire signals to the scorers leg by.
Yes, there was a polite appeal from Will Rose, an inquiry. Any chance ump?
Now, thank you to Electric Nebraska. I much appreciate this. Are you ready for this?
Yes, go on then.
Do you know Electric Nebraska?
No, I can't say I do.
No, right. Oh, I'll wait. I'll leave you in anticipation after this ball, as the skipper comes in, bowls, and this goes straight up to Ollie Stone, who is fielding at mid-on. There is no run. We are told that one chimney you can see is the Moseley Road swimming baths in Balsall.
Oh, right, okay.
Great
Balsall Heath, yeah.
Great real ale pub near there, the Old Mo. Ladypool Road, Balti Triangle is nearby too, and not many Balti houses are still open over there at the moment. This is pulled short into the leg side where there is 4 runs. Quite dismissive that is of ball water, really, as he gets himself and his team another 4 runs.
And brings up the Century Partnership, 100 off 202 balls.
Well played.
So this has turned things around for Essex, who I wouldn't say looked in trouble at lunch, but felt a little bit concerned, but they turned it around very impressively.
He's in again. This time it's driven, but it bounces in front of the short cover or extra cover where there is no run. So very important partnership this. Brilliant for Essex. Had a bit of fortune, it must be said. If we're going to be brutal about it, the catch went down, and it was that of Nick Brown, who's on 60, fighting hard for his side at the top of the order. Bowls and it's driven up to mid-off where there is no run.
Yes, I suppose more often than not you get away with dropping a catch in that quite often another catch comes along soon after, and as long as you take that one you're okay, but this time it has proved rather expensive. Nick Brown was on 20, it was just after lunch. One that Sam Hain would have expected to hold. He did try hard, in having initially spilt it. He had about 3 attempts to grab the ball before it landed on the ground, and it is proving very expensive.
Now, there is a gentleman who is listening to us in Maryland. There isn't a Maryland locally here, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I can only assume that is the United States. And if you are, it must be a good morning, or a good late morning, or a good lunchtime, depending where you are in Maryland. I think that could be, is it New York? I think. Geography. I did enjoy geography. I preferred geography.
I wasn't very good at geography, I'm afraid. No. Don't know why.
Cricketers have to be good at geography because you need to know how to get to the ground.
Yes, Maryland's a state in its own right, in fact. So this is played onto the leg side for a single by Brown. 173 for 3.
What you do notice from our elevated position up on the 3rd and 4th floor is that you can see quite a number of churches around the city from the higher spires.
It's a 4 defensive, back to the bowler. There's no run. The sun's still shining, it has all day here as Briggs comes into bowl, and that's played again to the leg side for no run by Walter. Slip forward short leg. Briggs not wasting any time, comes into bowl, that's quite wide, it's left. Over 8 is still saying -1, but it must be close to clawing that back, I would think. Briggs is speeding things up notably. This is his 7th over. None for 13s. He comes into bowl, and that's clipped to mid-on for no run. Walter the batter. Briggs bowls, forward defensive by Walter. End of a tidy over, and it's 173 for 3, 59 overs bowled. So we've got 5 more, I presume, till tea.
Is it going to be Rhodes to continue? I think it's Pop Welsh coming out on the park to take some jumpers on. Maybe it is quite pleasant out there. Is it Ollie Stone coming back on?
Craig Miles is going to come back on, and having taken a couple of wickets from the Birmingham end this morning, including the wicket of Alistair Cook, got the first 2 wickets. He's now going to have a go from the pavilion end.
Bowled well earlier in the day. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 26. Good returns, took the first 2 wickets. Cook and Wesley. Seems a long time ago, that Alistair Cook knock, who played so well. Partnership worth 51 with a gentleman who's still out there. The first wicket partnership, and he made 46. Sorry, 55. He made 46, did Alistair Cook. They only added 8 runs before Tom Wesley then was dismissed, LBW Miles, and only added 9 more runs before Dan Lawrence was caught at Lamb. Mid-wicket dive into his right off the bowling of Ollie Stone, his tour partner in both Sri Lanka and India. Miles round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who forces into the offside. He pierces the inner ring. It goes for 1, 2. They're looking for 3. They will take 3. It's pulled up 1 metre short of the long offside boundary, and Brown will take 3 runs. Essex moved to 173 for 3.
Will Rhodes doing the fielding. Chasing the ball down to that long boundary. The pitch is a fair way to the left as we look at it. We're sort of, if it was a test match, the pitch would be directly opposite us.
Yes. They call this the test match special box, don't they?
Yes, it's 5 strips away from the centre.
Miles in, forced into the leg side by Walter off his hips, takes a single. There are 2 men back, conventional fine leg and a deep square leg on that short leg side boundary, which is just in, well, it's very close to the groundsman's tunnel.
Yes, we've got a nice array of pictures in here of test match special teams from different eras.
Now, would you be able to recognise those 4?
Yes.
The biggest one in the room?
I would.
After this ball, you introduced...
I've forgotten the name of one of them, but I know it is, but I've forgotten. But I'll give you the other ones.
On his way in, bowls and forced into the offside, off the back foot, mid-on. There is no run.
The marvellous Brian Johnson,
yes.
Trevor Bailey,
yes.
Don Mosey.
Correct, sir.
And Henry Blofeld, of course.
Well done. Henry Blofeld looks remarkably young there, doesn't he?
Compared to the other 3, yeah.
Well, we might tweet that at tea time, because it's a lovely picture of Edgbaston, old Edgbaston, with Johnston, Trevor Bayliss, Don Mosey and Henry Blofeld. We'll tweet that at tea time. Miles bowls. Well bowled. It's bringing Nick Brown forward. It goes out to mid-on. There is no run. Now, what's behind me? What have we got behind me?
More modern team. There's Jonathan Aggie's on there.
Yes.
Simon Mann's there.
Right.
Jeff Boycott. Phil Tufnell.
Yes.
Michael Vaughan. Alex Stewart. Oh, and Vic Marks. Marvellous Vic Marks.
Yes. Miles turns around the pot of sand as he bowls. This is force. Good shot, and it's very well fielded. That saves 4. Now they congratulate is that number 7 or 17?
Matt Lamb, yeah.
Matt Lamb, who took that great catch earlier in the day, but he's just helped his bowl out. They're probably all a bit jaded. They're looking forward to a cup of tea. But Matt Lamb has just dived to his left and saved 4 runs. Well done, sir.
Other people in the gallery, Alison Mitchell's there. Well, she's the only woman on there. That'll have to change.
Miles in, driven up to mid-on. Showing a bit more intent is Nick Brown. Keep going from an Essex point of view. Be there at tea and then come back out after tea. 177 for 3. And that's the end of the over. That's the end of the 60th over. So 20 overs until Warwickshire can potentially take a new ball.
Yes, well, I'd like to. Because they have been held up. And they haven't Essex get completely away. Essex score rate has improved, but it's still less than 3 and over. So that's the one thing Warwickshire have got in their favour. If they could get one wicket, another one fall quickly, they'll be back in this. But it has been a frustrating spell for them. It's Briggs bowls, it's pushed back to him. There's no run. 177 for 3. And he comes in. Briggs gives him a little bit of air, left arm over, no run. And bowls again, it's just pushed back down the pitch. Off a bit of an inside edge, but safely by Walter, who's batted very well, and they'll be thinking, can I get through the session? Nick Brown trying to get through his second session. That was pushed out to the offside for no run. 105 added for the 4th wicket so far. Second century partnership Warwickshire have been up against so far this season. That one is played to mid-on. There's no run. Comes in Briggs to bowl, and it's played down onto the offside for no run. End of the over. Fairly uneventful over. 177 for 3 is the Essex total. Got 3 more overs to go till tea. So actually things have speeded up quite significantly. It looked like we'd be well past a lot of time. We should be having tea now, so we're only 3 overs late now. Will Rhodes, of course, has bowled a fair amount since lunch, also gets through his overs a little quicker than some of the other bowlers. And of course no wickets have fallen, and there hasn't been that much chasing the ball around the boundary, so at least the game, in terms of overs bowled, has been able to move on a bit.
Nick Brown, stoic performance, 64 not out. We'll be thinking of tea, I am sure. Field is expertly placed by the captain, and it's Craig Miles in, bowls to Nick Brown, and Nick Brown hits it out to deep mid-wicket, really. There's a man in front of square where he will take a single, protecting that short boundary, and these 2 left-handers rotate. Brings Walter onto strike, 56, Brown 65, 178 for 3.
David Bellingham's not a batter I've come across before, but the Durham batter, he's made his century.
He made a century in the second game, and he comes from South Africa. Played for South Africa under-19s. Miles in, plays with a soft hand, soft bat into the offside, and hardly moves, does Paul Walter. There is no run. 56 not out and 65 for Brown.
Another century scorer today has been Jake Libby of Worcestershire.
Oh, I watched him at Chelmsford, you know. He scored a mount. He was on the park for every ball for all 4 days. Did you know that?
I did know that.
He really? Well, he was not out. Yeah. He carried his bat and fielded all the other time. This time they're going for a little legs. Oof. A leg LBW decision, but it's been turned down. Craig Miles was very competitive. He got the underarm flick out and tried to dive on a length to try and run out Paul Walter, but alas, he was back in his crease. But good bit of aggressive fielding by the bowler on his follow through. Lots of energy. If he can do that, he's certainly up for this task this afternoon. Round he goes, the sand pile, sawdust pile, as he's on his way. Miles, and there's a play and a miss. Now, what I couldn't quite see then from a distance, whether that was inside or outside of the bat.
I think it was. My impression was it was outside, but then it did jag back, and Michael Burgess dived well to his right.
Down towards the leg side.
Yeah, but I think it went. I thought it went past the outside edge. It was a good delivery.
Super delivery. Super delivery. 81 for 3 at lunch. So they're nearly put on 100 since lunch. Miles in, played with soft hands, played on the front foot into the offside. There is no run. 3:45 in this wonderful afternoon. Blue sky everywhere. About 15 degrees, maybe 16 degrees if you're out of the wind. It has been quite lucky to not have the moisture, the rain, the dark clouds. It's been particularly dry this spring. Miles is in, driven down the ground. That's a good shot. That's beaten everyone, and it's gone for 4 to the pavilion. Super shot from Paul Walter. 4 more to him. 182 for 3. Brown 65 about to face. Walter 60.
For Hardy, just a little spell off the field. He's come back on again. Ryan Sidebottom goes back into the dressing room and doing the 12th man duties. Nothing really happening for the Warwickshire bowlers at the moment. Briggs is keeping one end pretty tight, just 13 runs from his 8 overs. But runs are coming from the other end. And the Warwickshire threatening on occasion. It's proving to be hard work. 2 more overs to go till tea. 1 slip, 4 short leg. Briggs again. Left arm over, and Brown works that pass short leg to mid wicket for a single to move him on to 67. And scored to 184 fourth. Was that gone already? Or maybe it was 183 for 3. So I'll just put the score on just a little bit too quickly. Got to wait till the run score before you put it on. Anyway, Briggs comes into bowl, and that's played out to the offside. There's no run. 183 for 3 it is. Brown on 66 for that single. Next one, he comes across the stumps, tries to work it onto the leg side, gets a leading edge.
Yes. Interesting. Keep playing straight. Don't give it away before tea now. All the work you've done, Mr. Walter.
Comes into bowl, that's defended down into the ground. 1 more ball this over to go. And then 1 more over till tea. Essex that close for it to be a near perfect session for them. And he makes room and plays that out to point, but doesn't get hold of it, Walter, and it's fielded there by Vihari, and there is no opportunity for a run. Last ball of Briggs' 9th over, and it's defended. Just the 1 run off the over, and it's 183 for 3. After 63 overs, Essex having chosen to bat first. The toss is back.
Yes.
So be dispensed with the cover. I must admit, I was not so against that as many people were. I remember William Porterfield being up here being almost incandescent with rage at the at the ruling change to not have a toss, or at least to allow the away team the option to.
Thank you to Charles Underwood. He says Maryland is next to Stratford going into Liverpool Street Station, but it could also be in a state in the US of A.
I would imagine there are quite a few Marylands around the world.
Yes,
aren't
there are. Yes. And I trust, going back in history, it's probably after Queen Mary. I don't know. Don't know. Mary's Land, Maryland.
Mary Peters, I don't know.
Here we go with a change of bowling. It is. Is that?
We are seeing some spin from Rob Yates.
Rob Yates, number 17. His first ball was a decent delivery. There was a bit of an appeal. Don't think it was out. The umpire certainly didn't think so. He's bowling around the wicket to the opener Nick Brown. Little short, forced into the leg side with a straight bat rather than a cross bat shot. He takes the single, goes out to Vihari at deep square leg. There is one run, 184 for 3. Brown 67, Water 60.
It's his first ball. He bowled very briefly against Notts.
Very full, driven out to the bowler on his follow through on the leg side. There is no run.
So he bowled in the Notts second innings, bowled a magnificent over for 3 runs.
Walter having a look around. It's been held up. He's now into his stride to bowl around the wicket, gives it a bit of air. Walter respects it. He plays it into the leg side. There is no run.
He had before this innings bowled 23 first-class overs, and he's 100 away from 100 wickets.
And this is turned into the leg side where Walter takes a single and to rotate the strike. 185 for 3.
None for 40 in his career. That's actually a decent economy record. He's gone for less than 2 and over in first-class cricket.
Here he goes again. Last ball of his first over of the day. Yates bowls. It's a full toss. And he is rather careful, is Nick Brown. He could have hit it anywhere. He could have hit it for 12 because it was a decidedly filthy ball, wasn't it?
It was. I'm not sure we'll see that much more of him after that.
No. And to be fair to Nick Brown, he was very careful how he smashed that on the leg side with a straight bat, and it went for 1, and that's the end of the over. They're all thinking about tea. Yes, the players have gone. Warwickshire players have come this way to the pavilion, where the Essex players are returning to their dressing room, which is at the Birmingham City end. 186 for 3, Brown for 68, Water for 61, and Essex have done well this session. It's been patient. They've just done well not to lose a wicket. Would you agree with that, Clive?
Yeah, it's been a very good session for Essex. They had a bit of rebuilding to do after 3 wickets went for 17 runs in the morning session. All right, it's not been thrills and spills, but it's been very, very solid. And 105 in the session without losing a wicket. Goodness me, they'd have taken that at the start of the session. So there we are, a wicketless session from Warwickshire's point of view. Essex 186 for 3 at tea, with Brown on 68, Walter on 61. We'll see in about 15 minutes' time.
Can you see how many balls Brown has faced? Is that 167?
Yeah.
Thank you. go upstairs or downstairs.
At 4 with the latest news for the West Midlands, I'm Sam Harper. The future of Acorns Children's Hospice in Walsall is looking a whole lot brighter. Supporters have raised more than £2 million to keep it open. Emma Barton started a petition to save the hospice. Was fatally stabbed in Ladywood this morning. The 26-year-old was found on Children's Croft just before 4:20. Jaguar Land Rover is suspending production at its Castle Brom factory from Monday. It's because of a global shortage of computer chips. Theo Leggett can explain more about what those are. Infection race in India has reached a world record high. In the past 24 hours, 312,000 new cases and more than 2,000 deaths have been recorded. Yogita Lamuye is in the Indian capital. Joe Biden says by 2030 America will cut greenhouse gas emissions in half. He's been hosting a big climate change meeting with other world leaders today. Driving tests in England and Wales are back today for the first time in a long time. So, how are our local instructors finding things? That's Brendan Appleyard from Apple's Driving Academy in Wednesbury. He says most test centres are booked up until August, and that isn't the only issue. Express is hiring 1,000 new staff. The chain opened more than 100 of its sites last week. This week we're highlighting the winners of our Make a Difference Heroes Awards. Today it's Diane Harvey, who was nominated by her daughter Wendy for coming out of retirement to help at Walsall Manor Hospital. She won the Call of Duty category. Sports and Albion travel to Leicester later. The Baggies are looking for a third win in a row in the Premier League.
This is Clive Eakin with the latest on the cricket from Edgbaston. Drop catches don't always prove costly, but when Sam Hain put down Nick Brown shortly after lunch on 20, it's to prove to be Warwickshire's only real opportunity all session. And Essex, with Nick Brown and Paul Walter at the crease, have steadily and carefully accumulated runs to complete a century partnership and reach 186 for 3 at tea.
Cheers, Clive. A look at the weather for the West Midlands, staying dry and sunny as well this afternoon. Your high is 15 degrees. For updates anytime, you can ask most smart speakers to play BBC News for the West Midlands. On the roads, on the M6 southbound, queues between junction 6 and 5 after a breakdown. In Ward End, Washwood Heath Road is partially blocked near Lloyd's Pharmacy because of an accident. In Perry Bar, queues on the A34 Birchfield Road heading north through the roadworks at Wellington Road. Actually travel from BBC Radio WM, more in half an hour.
I'm going to be cold there. I'm in the sun. Let's have a chat.
He's got three. He's got three. 10 for 3.
Tucks it under his arm, Hanscom has to go. He's first, out to the Middlesex top, into the duck. That's 2 wickets with 4 balls to his top lead. He is on fire.
Talk about hitting that off nail, that's precisely what Reece Topley has done there. He's decimated the Middlesex top on the
Big on the good lad.
hold, the 3, Gubbins for 4. Captain Hanscom for a third ball. 16 for 3, still 2 balls to come in this over. Reece Topley, England international with the white ball. Getting down soon.
Is that
Adam Collins.
welcome back to Edgbaston. Where Essex had resumed 186 for 3. Don Topley with me, just been distracted at the moment by events elsewhere.
Surrey got bowled out. I've got Middlesex 16 for 3.
And who's taking the wickets?
Junior. Yes. I
Excellent.
think he's swinging the ball. So a lot going on at the Oval. That game's moving on quickly. Here, I've had a few emails actually. It's quite interesting, Clive. I had a couple of emails saying that perhaps I'd best not describe it as turgid. And I've lost my glasses.
Yeah.
You lost your glasses?
I have, yeah.
Somebody's been in here and
borrowers have
stolen
been
them.
in.
Yes. Someone's taken our
Oh,
glasses.
I hit mine. I put mine in my pocket.
Have you?
Yeah. I'm
Yes.
alright then. I can see what's going on.
I think I might have left mine next door. May I
Yeah, of
pop next
course.
door?
Yeah. So, we resume after tea with 32 overs left in the day, 186 for 3, Essex, and we're going to see a burst from Ollie Stone from the Birmingham end. Danny Briggs bowled up to tea, 9 overs for 14 runs from that end. So let's go through the other scores in full then. Sussex 41 without loss, having bowled Yorkshire out for 150. Worcestershire 210 for 5 against Nottinghamshire at New Road. In comes Stone to bowl. Oh, it's a bouncer which Brown barely has to duck it under. Glamorgan 231 for 6 against Northampton. Durham 204 for 3 against Derbyshire. That's some mighty fight back from them. Lancashire 179 for 4 against Kent. Hampshire 168 for 1 against Gloucestershire. As we've been hearing, Middlesex 16 for 3 and applied to Surrey's 154. 4-3 to Rees Topley. Leicestershire 168 for 6 against Somerset at Leicester. Stone bowls, and that is out. So he struck straight after tea with one that bounced a bit, and he just nibbled at it, Brown, away from his chest, and Michael Burgess moved swiftly to his left to take the catch. And Brown, he'd be frustrated, he batted through 2 sessions but has barely managed to get into the 3rd session. Decent innings, he's made 68 a century partnership, but he has to go now, and it's 186 for 4.
Yep.
Sorry.
He'll be wandering back. I just wonder whether Nick Brown might be saying, could I left it? Did I need to play it? Gosh, he could still be there. But he's played gallantly today for his long knock. It wasn't easy at time. He enjoyed a drop, and I think he showed a lot of character, showed a lot of perseverance, concentration, dedication, and well, he's made his first half century of the season, most importantly. And Essex are 186 for 4, but it really does throw open this session now. How this will pan out could well determine the game in many respects. Hey, Warwickshire go off and get a couple of wickets. There's a new ball not too far away, but if Essex don't lose a wicket for the rest of the evening, then they can build on a total tomorrow morning. We shall see. 186 for 4, and it's bringing out, I think it is, Ryan Tenduscarter to the wicket.
So Ollie Stone gets his 2nd wicket, and ends that vigil from Nick Brown. Scored just 20 runs in the morning session, a little bit more lucrative in the afternoon session. In total, he faced 169 balls for a 68. He hit 11 fours. And next ball is straight away. It's Tenduscarter, and he's off the mark, pushing the ball onto the offside and racing through for a single.
We saw Alistair Cook hit a couple of drives today which were Cook-esque. That, what we just saw, Clive, is so Tenduscarter-esque. Scampering for a quick single, he plays it first ball into the covers, and look, other people not as quick will say wait and it won't be a single, but he and his partners in Paul Water there decided it was a quick single. He'd just done that all his career, and he's even at the age of 40.
Next one's pushed out to the offside. There's no run, so Brown and Walter added 114 runs. It's funny because Warwickshire have had 1 century partnership this season, and they've conceded 1 century partnership, and they've both been 113. This one was almost 113 as well, but actually got to 114 in 40 overs for the 4th wicket. And we tried to duck underneath that one, Walter, and ends up getting hit, and the ball squirts away. No damage done. Not sure what that came off. It's fielded by Burgess. And it's going to be Stone in then to bowl to Walter. He's got legs to place. There's another bouncer, and he's just fended that away and just managed to get it away down to 3rd man for a single, just beating slip. But Stone is causing some problems with bouncers here, and he did so there. 188 for 4 at the end of a good over from Ollie Stone, which has got the wicket of Nick Brown. for 68. One that Warwickshire really needed. It's going to be Ollie Hallen-Dolby to bowl from the pavilion end. .188 for 4 of 65 overs. Lots of practice delivery. Some Ollie Hallen-Dolby. He's ready.
He's bowled 12 overs today, Clive. He's on his way in from the pavilion end on the wicket to Paul Walter, who plays on the front foot, is into the offside, and there is no run. Still no clouds in Birmingham. No clouds whatsoever. Few cranes, few church spires, few flats, lots of greenery, but beautiful blue sky and a verdant green Edgbaston outfield and square, looking plush and very good. Hallen-Dolby in on the front foot, does Walter, he comes, and there is no run. This is, yeah, we were saying the word turgid, it wasn't a criticism, we were saying it was, you know, it's a little bit slower than normal. We know it's first class cricket at its best, and both a battle of wills in many respects, both for the bowler and for the batsman, as this is played into the leg side. It's going to go fine and run away because fine leg is quite square, and Paul Walter will take 4 runs.
I don't think people should be too sensitive about spells being called turgid, as you put it. I mean, we all love the longer form of the game, and we all understand the way the game goes, but there are spells in the match where it's not a thriller minute. It's all part of the overall drama and the overall picture, but there are spells where you might have a bit of a snooze.
And then Dolby bowls, and this is all. If there'd have been a bat pad, I would have been interested to see if that was bat onto pad, but did balloon into the leg side, but there was no bat pad there. Hallen-Dolby is probably thinking, should have I had one, could have I had one, looking at the skipper, but alas no. The order of the day from Warwickshire is to keep it quiet.
Pointed in a 4-day game or a 5-day game, you don't have to be on the edge of your seat every ball.
No, it's all about the build-up. It's needed for the context of the game, for Essex to go and get a total, or for Warwickshire to be patient. And there's a genuine play and miss. Good line just outside the off stump. Walter plays at it, but it goes through to the keeper. No run.
There was a very good a bit more of the wisdom comments from Matthew Engelworth, editor, and some marketing bod had said they wanted to get rid of the image of people snoozing in their deck chairs at New Road. And Matthew Engel said, excuse me, it's all part of the enjoyment. If I want to snooze on my deck chair at New Road, leave me alone. I'm quite happy doing that. What's wrong with that?
Hallen-Dolby outside off stump. Walter this time leaves it. He doesn't go anywhere near it. End of the over. 192 for 4. Tenduscarter to face on 1. Walter 66 not out.
Anyway, it's interesting how these two umpires are having a chat, and can't imagine what that's about. Obviously, I imagine it's got even more complicated because of all the various protocols and what have you. There's more things they have to check, I guess, and more things they have to make sure they take the sanitising breaks when they're supposed to, and all these sorts of things. It's probably not made it any easier for the umpires.
Well, I wonder if they're allowed, they'll be eating out tonight. One's probably said, have you booked the table tonight? No, you did.
The outdoor table, I know they'll be out indoors yet. Anyway, in comes Stone to bowl, that's played back to him. There's no run, 192 for 4. Might have to be room service in the hotel.
Well, actually, I can reveal a little secret. Some of the away teams are not allowed out.
No.
Out so they end up having Deliveroo and other delivery services to their room.
Yeah.
So you know, it's not all glamour.
It isn't. Stone comes into bowl, and that's push up the onside. There's no run, and yeah, we shouldn't forget that. On the one hand, the players are in many ways privileged in that they're able to carry on doing their jobs and work and do what they love, but they are asked some things for it, and it isn't. It can't be easy on an away trip these days, away games.
And we've just learnt about Liam Livingstone in the bubble in India, haven't we, Clive? Where he's come back from the Rajasthan Royals and he had to get back before this Friday, today.
It's hit into the ground by Tenduskar's good delivery from Stone, who hurried Tenduscar up a little bit there.
And he's been in bubble life all last summer. Most of the winter in Sri Lanka, India, now in the IPL, and he obviously decided to get back before this Friday because of the subsequent quarantine.
Well, Chris Wokes had a particularly difficult winter, spending a lot of time in bubbles and quarantine for no ultimate purpose. He didn't get a game. That one's short and it's pulled down to fine leg where there's a fielder for a single. He's now playing in the IPL. Didn't actually get selected in the last game, but he has played some games for the Delhi Capitals as Chris Wokes.
He is a wonderful cricketer.
He is. I suppose the more old-fashioned, I'm not sure old-fashioned is the right word, but the listeners will be saying, well, why is he not playing domestic cricket in England rather than domestic cricket in India? But yeah, that's the way it is at the moment. And good luck to him.
And he's a very fine human being.
He is indeed. Hopefully Warwickshire will get to see him once or twice this season. Stone comes in to bowl to Walter. Oh, it's a bouncer which Walter just ducked under it. Didn't seem to get underneath it that much, but managed to get under it.
I want you, are you watching the stream at all?
Sort of off and on.
Are you? Keep an eye on the next ball, would you, please, if you're on the stream? Because if anyone's listening and they're watching this, just keep an eye on Paul Waters' back foot, his left foot. Just keep an eye on it, because I think you'll learn something. Because I'm sure, it was mentioned to me earlier today by an old friend, and I'm sure he's right. Watch the back foot. I think he moves it to leg.
Yeah, he does. That one's short. There's no runs. A little step back, isn't it, towards leg. He leaves that one.
That's something he's got to work on, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't want to get boring, but it's a cricketing technical point here. By doing what he's doing, moving his back foot backwards, he ends up closing himself off a little bit, and you end up having to play a little bit around your front pad. And also, it's just technically, it's not a good thing to do. Now, he only does that against the fast and nasty of Ollie Stone or Joel Garner or Malcolm Marshall, somebody of that ilk. He will only do it to the faster men, but he's got to somehow try and stop doing that. And one of the little ways you can do it is put something that's quite solid behind his back leg, so he doesn't move it, and you've got to try and condition him to do that. Hannon Dolby over the wicket to Ryan Tenduskarter, and it is a dot ball through to the keeper.
Yeah.
Now you learn lots of little things, a bit of coaching business there. I mean, when you've got young kids who do that, you as a coach could actually, as long as you're okay with the feed, but you could stand behind him and put your foot next to his back foot and lean back, so you're not going to get hit, but get somebody to feed balls at him so he doesn't move his back leg. That's really, really important. Hannon Dolby in. This time he drags Ryan Tenduskarter coming forward with a full face of the bat. He actually walked that shot, and in a technical coaching aspect, when you walk your shot, you normally don't take a big enough stride in the first instance. That's why you slightly overbalance and you wander or walk through your shot, which Ryan Tenduskarter did just then. As Hannon Dolby turns, right arm over past the umpire Alex Wolf, he bowls, played into the offside, there is no run. 193 for 4. Tenduscarter facing on 2, Walter at the other end 66, not out, getting closer to his career best, a second successive. Well, it's been a patient 50, just like last week.
Yeah, well, century partnership was crucial with Nick Brown. Played well. Of course, he'll be wondering now, can he get his maiden first-class century?
Hannon Dolby at the crease, nice and tall, bowls and a decent ball through to the keeper. Ryan Tenduscarter shoulders arms, isn't keen to play the ball, so he allows it through to the keeper, no run. The pylons here are very impressive. I remember Nick Knight introduced me to these wonderful lights here at Edgbaston. Captained this great county for many a year after moving from Essex.
They do have to lean in, the lights here. I'll say more about that in a moment.
Hannon Dolby bowls, played into the leg side, just plays in front of his pad, and there is no run.
This is the first time I've done the season. I have no idea whether I'm about to do an update, by the way. We're getting Q in my ear, so it might be they come to me for an update.
Right, we'll stand by and be ready as Hannon Dolby pulls his collars or his shoulder up to his neck because it's fallen down towards his arms. Probably quite sweaty since bowling from tee. As he's on his way in, he bowls. Good looking shot through backward point. That goes for 4. He planned it there. That was a super little shot. He's played on the front foot. He's opened the face and allowed it to go through for 4 to the short boundary. 4 runs, first 4 to Ryan Tenduscarter. He moves to 6, score 197 for 4.
The pylons here, yes, the permanent pylons, they lean in, they use temporary lights here because the very first domestic floodlit match was here.
Was it?
I went on to nearly midnight.
What? Sorry, I'm asking, the first ever in
I
Britain?
think, yes, certainly at the professional county level.
Was it?
Anurag Singh, I seem to remember, made some runs in that game. There's a picture of it somewhere in the building of it. Big, huge crowd, but it did go on to nearly midnight, so I think I had to rethink the timings a little bit. As Stone comes in to bowl, and that's pushed at the offside, there's no run. But the point was he used temporary lights on big trucks, and there was a lot of debate when they wanted to put permanent lights up. A lot of the residents objected, and Dennis Amos, remember, told me he actually visited a house, one of the houses over in the corner, when the lights were on, and he had to admit you could do the gardening in it. It was the light pollution was that strong. So that's why they've had to make sure they build the lights leaning in to reduce that light pollution for the neighbouring houses. Stone comes in to bowl, that's short, and it's at edge, and he's going to be caught in the deep, is he? Yes! Held by Vihari, just fended it away from his chest. It went over the slip cordon, but there was a man on the third man boundary, Vihari. And one thing he's already demonstrated he can do in his time at Warwickshire is catch the ball, and he came in, judged it well, and took a good catch. And so Walter goes, it was Walter, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Goes for 66, 197 for 5.
Well done, Ollie Stone. He's made an impact in this game since tea, taken 2 wickets. I'm just wondering whether the 2 left-handers, who were fantastic from lunch to tea, I'm just wondering whether Nick Brown could have avoided his ball and left it alone, or again could Paul Walter have done something with that. Was it genuinely a wicket-taking ball? I just don't know. 197 for 3 is now 197 for 5, really.
Well, he's bowled a good short ball, hasn't he, Ollie Stone, in this match? He's used the bouncer well, he's caused some problems with it, and a couple of times they tried to fend the ball away from themselves and got caught.
He's made an impact, Ollie Stone. He has. You can't take it away. But it changes this game significantly. We came back after tea and we said, you know, this session is going to set the game up, and in many respects, England have just taken a bit of a punch losing those 2 wickets. You know, that's quite significant, because now we're into the likes of Adam Wheater, quite good off the back foot, Adam Wheater. So what will Ollie Stone do here? Because those lengths that Ollie Stone has just recently bowled will be very different to Adam Wheater, because he is so small. You want to try and get him to come forward. But after this, you know, we're talking Harmer, we're talking the tail. So, you know, Warwickshire, you know, if things go their way and they have a good session and they got the new ball in not too long, 10 overs, well, it'll be Ollie Stone again. Will he try and make inroads and clean the tail up? I don't know with the new ball. But the point is, Warwickshire can say to each other now, with a bit of luck, and if we bowl well, we could have them all out well before 250.
Yeah, 3 for 39 now is Ollie Stone as he comes into bowl to Wheater, the new man. Again, a little bit of bounce there, shortish, but he played it down well, did Wheater, to backward point for no run. So a bit of hostility now being shown by Ollie Stone. He is quick, he is lively, that's why he's got himself into the international scene. And taken 2 big wickets to 2 batters that held Warwickshire for the entire middle session of the day. Stone has got them. 2 slips and a leg slip in place as he bowls again. It's short, it's pulled, and this time it's going to go all the way for 6. And he got hold of that Wheater. Stone gambling. There's still a man on the third of the long leg boundary, so it was a risky shot, but he executed it well, Wheater. And Wheater's on 6 off 2 balls, having hit 1-6.
Well, I do think it was a top edge, Clive. Look, it's a smallish boundary and it sailed over the boundary. I'm glad he had a good look at it.
Yeah.
Well, fortune favours the brave.
Brings up the 200, 203 for 5. I'll work out the details of that in a moment. In comes Stone to bowl. This time he pitches it up and it's turned round to mid-wicket for a single by Wheater.
Got 2 men back for Adam Wheater as he came to the crease. I said he's very good with a short ball, cutting and pulling, because he is quite short. And short players, when you think of Sunil Gavaskar, when you think of Tendulkar, those players, even Lara, those players are very good short square. So they're 2 men back on that short boundary, deep square leg. So he's just got to be careful. Tendulkar might have a little hook as well and gamble with the short boundary.
Stone in, and again he turns that around and gets it through the 2 fielders on that short boundary on the leg side. So he got the wicket out over Stone, but it was also an expensive over, and a 6 from Wheater, who also got a single. He's on 7, and a 4 from Tendulkar, who's on 10. It's 208 for 5. The game is moving along nicely now.
It is. The 6 could have gone anywhere, but the 4 was possibly the worst delivery over, which just helped Tendulkar to just pierce the 2 men on the boundary, on the short leg side boundary. We're looking out from the pavilion, and to our left is that short boundary. We're playing probably the best part of, if the test wicket probably is level with us, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's 7 tracks across to our left, looking out from the window from the test wicket.
The 200 came in 412 balls.
And Dolby, 14 overs, 0 for 47. On his way in, bowls and outside off stump, and Wheater leaves it alone.
So just a little bit under 3 and over. The second 100, during which they lost 2 wickets, came off 175 balls, so quicker than the first, which took 237 balls and they lost 3 wickets. So, and the fourth 50, they lost 2 wickets that time. It came off 112 balls, which is the second quickest of the 450s. It's just the first 50 took to 75 balls. Then it was 162, 138, and 112. So gradual acceleration.
And Dolby in, good ball, squares little Adam Wheater up. That's well bowled, well played, but a good delivery there, like that one from Hannon Dolby. Brings him on the front foot. People like Adam Wheater, when you bowl at them, you have to bowl differently to your normal chaps you bowl at. You've got to get him, drag him coming forward. He's happy hanging back. He's happy. He will punch pull and cut your normal lengths where other players would normally come forward. He bowls. Comes forward, good delivery, bit of bounce there from Hannon Dolby. Wheater comes forward and plays an immaculate forward defence, probably off the splice of the bat.
208 for 5. The over 8's +1 now, so I think Warwickshire get a bonus point for that, but at least they're not in any danger of having points docked now.
Wicket of Walter's just gone up on the scoreboard. Last wicket 127, Walter 66. What a good knock that was. This time brings Wheater forward. He plays with the open face of the bat. Ball probably just outside off stump. Plays it out to backward point where there is no run. Good bit of bowling. Wheater will be trying to ensure he doesn't open the face too much, allowing the opportunity for a catch at the 2 slips in the gully waiting. There's a ring on the offside and there's the 2 mid-on, squarish mid-wicket and a fine leg on the long boundary towards the traditional scoreboard here at Edgbaston. Bright blue sky, beautiful sunshine. Hannon Dolby's in, probably a ball that just offered a bit of shape, swinging away, but from wide and wider there is no run. Ball is 70th over.
Yeah, it's important that Ollie Hannon Dolby at the very least does a holding job here and keeps the batters tied down while Stone is attacking from the other end.
Hannon Dolby, off he goes, pumping hard, bowls. Good delivery, which is played into the offside. There is no run. Pretty good over that for me from Hannon Dolby. Score, Essex having volunteered to bat this morning, 208 for 5.
Yeah, so back to being fairly even now. Said earlier, with the attack they've got, Essex will feel they can get to 300, they'll be in a decent position. Got the attack certainly capable of defending that or to score. Warwickshire will feel a bit more confident in their batting after their performance against Notts and chased down 333.
Very. I think this is a good deck. I really do. And tomorrow might be its best.
Stone's got a bit of bounce from it, isn't he? It's interesting, he's coming off now. I wonder whether
new ball.
he might be waiting for the new ball. So Danny Briggs is back in the attack.
Good idea. You've got to fill in what, 4 overs, 5 overs from that end.
5, yeah.
Before the new ball's due. So that's pretty sensible, really, isn't it? Because you'd hope to make inroads with the new ball in 10 overs time. I think this guy's a good cricketer, you know. Well, it's quite sad he hasn't played as much cricket as he perhaps should have. Danny Briggs.
Well, he's going to get plenty of opportunity at Warwickshire. He is the one frontline spinner they've got. He comes into bowl, and that turns away. It's taken by the wicket keeper. There's no run.
When I mention he's a pretty good cricketer, you know, I don't think he's a glamorous cricketer. I think he's a dependable, somebody who will do you an honest day's job.
He's in again. It's pushed down to the onside for no run. 208 for 5.
And when we all know there's a shortage of spinners in county cricket, he's not been able to play or not been invited to play red ball cricket for a good number of years. And he only left Hampshire because Mason Crane was coming through. And it was going to be preferred, so he moved across to Sussex. And he didn't play much red ball there.
He's in now to bowl, just takes half a step forward, Tenduscarter, and then the ball just comes off his inside edge onto his pads. Shadows of some of the floodlight pylons beginning to creep over the ground as it's played to mid-wicket with no run. 208 for 5. An empty Edgbaston, of course, sadly. In that one, he's just played down to backward point. It's fielded there by Stone. There's no run. 208 for 5. And he's in again. Briggs, it's pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run. 208 for 5, steady over. Essex tried to steady things after that. 2 quick wickets falling. And wickets have gone in clusters so far today. It's a good start from Essex, and 3 wickets going, not exactly one after the other, but in a fairly short interval before that middle session where Essex didn't lose a wicket, but then straight after tea, 2 falling pretty quickly.
Well, very good. The break probably lost a bit of concentration, possibly for Nick Brown. There's a cracking knock, persevered. Bit of the backbone really for Essex today. Hannon Dolby on his way in, bowls. Brings Wheater forward, plays into the offside. I mean, if these two can put on a decent partnership, as they both are able, both are capable centurions actually. And then after these guys, you've got guys who last week played particularly well. Can lightning strike twice with the tail? Can the tail wag? How annoying it is for a fielding side when tails wag, Clive. It really is. So annoying, but so valuable. And Dolby in bowls. Again, Wheater plays an immaculate forward defence. Comes forward, plays it out to mid-on, no run.
Well, as I said earlier, Warwickshire had the ultimate of that in the first Bob Willis Trophy game of last season, when it just seemed to be a formality they'd finish it off, but the Northants' tail, they just could not get it out, could not finish off the innings, and ended up with a really frustrating draw. Jake Libby out now, made 117 for Worcestershire against Notts, one of the century makers today.
And Dolby in, driven back to the bowler, collects on his follow through. One hand, one bounce, and there is no run. Thank you for the gentleman that introduced what the darker chimneys are over to our right. What was the name of Bolswell? No.
Balsall,
not
Heath.
Walsall, but Balsall.
No.
Right. Balsall. Anything famous for that? Not really?
Well, probably, but nothing that I can think of.
In comes Hannon Dolby, out into the offside by Wheater. Vihari does the fielding. I wonder what his impressions are. He played in a winning county championship match last week and now playing the county champions. I wonder what he thinks of the surface he's playing on. I think the wind's got up in the middle, you know. I'm looking at the players' trousers. I think certainly Vihari's trousers are flapping in the wind. Might be a bit more breezy in the middle. As Hannon Dolby bowls, again a good delivery, well bowled, well played, and that's the penultimate ball of this over. Shadows creeping across the Edgbaston turf. A few people, obviously employees or something, are sitting in the sun as the shadows move. Cut, square, long hop, 4 runs straight to the offside boundary, which I think it's Graham Welsh picks the ball up and shines it, he does. The swing bowling coach is shining the ball for his team and passes it to Stone, I think, who's shining it once again. Is that Stone? I think it is. No, it's Briggs.
Yeah.
Briggs, not Stone.
Sam Haynes got back on the field, having gone off to get his helmet and extra padding so he can field it short leg. 212 for 5. Splendid shot at the end of that over from Wheater, just getting the scoreboard ticking again for Essex. Briggs coming round the wicket, and that's worked nicely by Tenduscar to the right-hander to the onside boundary, which is the short boundary, to just in front of square for a single. Tenduscar onto 11. And the Essex total to 213 for 5. As he comes in again, does Briggs, and that's left, there's no run. 68 to Nick Brown, 66 to Paul Walter, and 46 to Alistair Cook, the main run scorers. 2 wickets to Craig Miles, 3 to Ollie Stone. Briggs in, goes past the outside edge to the wicket keeper. No run. Rita the batter. And he just turns that just past a tumbling leg slip for a single. They're going to come back for a second. 215 for 5. Essex looking once again to rebuild. And this one is just a 4 defensive for no run. By Wheater, who is on 13. Briggs round the wicket. He defends that back down the pitch for no run.
Right, I've just had I'm going to do it from my iPad. Would you permit me to have an over off?
Oh, I don't know, I just have to refer that to the committee.
Shall we?
Yeah, yes.
The reason is I've been asked, and I promised I'd do it, but I haven't. I've let down some of our correspondence.
Oh dear.
Because I said I would tweet a picture of the test
you
match
did.
special at
I heard you do that.
and I will do that right now.
Okie
Would you
dokie.
switch me off? I'll take
Yes.
the picture and then do it.
There we are. Warwickshire having a bit of a chin wag about what they're going to do this over. I think going to be Will Rhodes is going to come back into the attack. 10 overs for 25 runs, so he's being reasonably economic. And Warwickshire want to get to the new ball, certainly without conceding too many more runs. I'd love to get another wicket before then, of course, but I'll fancy the new ball might be. Get a few more breakthroughs, and they gave him a bit of width there, Rose. He's not been fully punished for it. Tenduscar has hit it hard, but didn't quite time it, and can only get a single out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Rose got away with that one a little bit. 216 for 5. Tenduscar on to 12. Will Rhodes, Warwickshire captain, having moved here from Yorkshire, been in good batting form last season, and though he's not made big scores so for the season, he's a couple of half decent ones. That's played onto the onside for no run. 216 for 5. Warwickshire, who would have been in the first division if we'd gone back to the 2 divisions, had just about held on to their first division status 2 seasons ago in an injury ravaged season. Rhodes into ball, that's left by Wheater. Taken by the wicket keeper, there's no run. Plenty of encouragement for Will Rhodes on the Warwickshire team, and waited quite a while for their latest win in the championship of red ball cricket. Rhodes comes in to bowl, and that's turned round to back of square leg for 2 for Wheater. Well run. It's quickly back as Adam Wheater as Matt Lamb does the fielding. You can hear the fielders making plenty of noise. No crowd, of course, to drown them out. So Rhodes in, and that's played out to the onside for no run by Adam Wheater, who's on 15 to 18 for 5. Yes, it's got off to a good start today, with Alistair Cook playing some splendid strokes at the top. They got to 55 before the first wicket fell on the 15th over, and it was Cook who just got an edge to Craig Miles and was caught behind for 46. In comes Rhodes to bowl, and that's turned round to mid-wicket for no run. And then 4 overs later, Tom Wesley was LBW to Miles for 4. And before lunch, Dan Lawrence was very well caught by Matt Lamb off Ollie Stone for 5. That was 72 for 3, but then 114 added for the 4th wicket. The pair, Nick Brown and Paul Walter, batting through the whole of the middle session, but just after tea, Brown and Walter both had to short deliveries from Stone. Brown caught behind for 68. Walter caught by third man running in for Harley to go for 66. Tenduscarte is on 12 and Wheat is on 15, and Essex at 218 for 5 after 74 overs. Just another sanitisation break. So let's have a look. Well, what's going on? What is happening elsewhere?
Thank you.
Have you done it?
Clive, I've done it.
Okay.
I've included you in it.
Oh dear.
On the tweet. So you might,
All right.
some of your followers might be interested as well. So it's on, hopefully it will be on BBC Essex, it'll be on mine. And we've just had a like from the Warwickshire County Cricket Club of them. So thank you to them. As Tenduscarte drives Briggs into the offside, there is no run, it's well fielded by cover. Tenduscarte facing again. Briggs is in, driven, dug out actually, to be fair, as he started to fall across the crease. Tenduscarte dug it out and it ended back at the bowler. Briggs on his way in again, just a slip and a bat pad on the leg side. This time plays into the left arm spinner that's played in to cover. There is no run. Good shot by Tenduscarte, looking to pierce the infield by playing with the spin and then into out shot. This time he does it again, but backward point does well. Ollie Stone fielding prevents the single for Tenduscarte, who loves trying to run those fielders ragged because he is such a wonderful runner between the sticks. This time there's an LBW shout. I can't really see how that can be given out, but nor can the umpire. We're both on singing from the same hymn sheet as Briggs appeals, but is turned down. Tenduscarte probably looking for a single here. He plays into the leg side. There's one. Can they do two? I don't think they will. That's well fielded. Is that Hannon Dolby down there? That's well fielded.
That was in the air when it went past Sam Hain at short leg. Very low.
Yes.
Anyway, got the run.
Yep. Will Tremlett is... thank you, Will, for the kind words. Will Tremlett talking about you today. Thank you. And Ron, many thanks indeed. Martin Jones. Maryland is next to Washington, D.C. on the East Coast. Thank you very much, Martin Jones. Yes, it is a state, one of the original 13 named for Queen Mary. There you go. 5 hours behind Birmingham and quite a drive from a good Balti. Thank you.
So it's going to be Will Rhodes to continue. 5 overs till the new ball is due. He's got a sort of, well, he's got a slip and then call it a forced slip. I suppose it's maybe a gully. It's played onto the onside for no run by Tenduscarte. 219 for 5. conditions just drying up again a little bit. As Essex looking once again to rebuild. Rhodes bowls and Tendescarter stretches, pushes it to the offside. To a fielder. No opportunity for a run. Essex, the current county champions, and the current Bob Willis Trophy. There was a Bob Lord Trophy in non-league football. Don't know if it still exists. In comes Rhodes to bowl, and that, I think it ends up being a low full toss, and it's whipped away by Tendescarter, square for 4. Over pitch that Will Rhodes, and he's punished. Tendescarter on to 17, 223 for 5. Just retrieving the ball. Ollie Stone has a quick word with Will Rhodes. And he's in again, Rhodes to bowl. Tendescarter on strike. And he just pushes out to the offside, Tendescarter. For Hari, it runs backwards slightly to take the sting off the ball. That stops it cleanly. For the most part, Warwickshire fielded well. They dropped that one catch. That's the one real downside. You really think of one ground fielding error which costs them a run. Rhodes bowls, and it's forward defensive by Tendescarter. Strange sight, really. I'm sort of getting used to it, I suppose, but seeing the ground empty. Actually, you know, I don't think I've done one yet, because I didn't do a home game last season. All my games were away, so it's the first time I've done one here at Edgbaston when there's been no crowd in. Feels almost as if I'm watching a second 11 game from that point of view. Rhodes comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside to mid-off. Ollie Dolby fields there's no run. On loose delivery, that over punished. Adam Wheater on 15, Ryan Tendescarter on 17, and the Essex total is 223 for 5 after 76 overs.
Right, 76 overs, so 4 until they can opt to take the new ball. I'm sure one of the players went to the umpire's room and picked it at tea time. Out of the box of, I think they have 12 to pick from. Some counties pick 2 because they feel they might have to pick a second one, so they pick it earlier in the day. Briggs is in, and this time Wheater comes forward and plays the ball back to the bowler, who collects on his follow-through.
I wonder if there's a ball in the box that just never gets picked. It's been there for years, probably.
Yeah, quite possibly, the odd one. Yeah, you look for a small, red, dark red ball, and this is bowled by Briggs, brings Wheater forward for no run. And you look at the seam, you'd like a proud seam, but what you don't want is sometimes a fat seam, and you want a small ball. They do vary a little bit, and this time Wheater brings it forward, plays it into the leg side this time, where short mid wicket comes in and picks the ball up, gives it back to the bowler. Longer shadows by the minute now here at Edgbaston. A leg slip and a slip. This time Wheater plays into the leg side where there is no run. All very quiet. Nothing's going on at the moment, really. All very quiet, certainly from Briggs. Bowls, and another dot ball played into the leg side. Leg slip from behind, has to go in front to pick the ball up. And it's the last ball of the 13th over. He's gone for 18 runs. Has Danny Briggs. Last ball, and it's another maiden. It's a dot ball. 13 overs, 2 maidens. 0 for 18. That's economical, Clive.
It is.
And I'll say it again, sorry to say it for the 3rd time today, I think he is the very best of the cricketing, not transfers, changes, moves of the winter. I really do believe that. I genuinely believe that. And when I first heard about it and saw it, I thought, I like that. Good luck to him.
The roads to continue from the pavilion end. It's got a slip in place, a couple of fielders on the leg side fairly close. Comes into ball to Tendiscarter, just hits Tendiscarter in the pass going down the leg side. Somebody did a good impersonation of Homer Simpson there, the dog. 2:23 for 5. And the game's still well balanced. In comes Rhodes, and that's worked out to the offside. I'm Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Essex are 223 for 5. Warwickshire finally making 2 breakthroughs after tea, after Nick Brown and Paul Walter had battered through the whole of the middle session. But Ollie Stone produced a really good hostile spell, banging the ball in short, and those sort of deliveries got both the wickets. Nick Brown taking evasive action, just edged to Burgess to go for 68, and Paul Walter played his down to the third man boundary where Vihari took the catch. Walter gone for 66. Essex now trying to rebuild. New ball due shortly with Essex 224 for 5.
You've only missed the 1 ball from Captain Will Rhodes. Thought Bresnan might have bowled a few more.
Yeah, possibly.
On his way in away from us, past the umpire, bowls, and this is a Yorker length which Wheater misses, but unfortunately it's also cannoned off the wicketkeeper. Not in pain, which is good to see, but it was a very difficult take. It was a Yorker length at Michael Burgess, wide of off stump.
Ollie Stone is stretching, no doubt he'll be in when the new ball becomes available, along with presumably Craig Miles.
Yes.
As they've been the 2 bowlers that have looked the most likely today, as Rose comes in to bowl to Wheater, and Wheater's played that through the offside for 4. Nice shot, just took a step forward and with minimum fuss pushed the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Now Wheater's on to 19. He's beginning to get some sort of recovery going. 25 added so far.
They normally show intent, these 2, but that had just a bit of width on it. And again, Wheater, you know, that ball for someone taller would be hit straighter, but for Wheater, he can hit that square.
The correction is 31 added so far with these 2, and add a few more now because that was wide from Rose, and it's punished by Wheater with his 2nd successive boundary. He's on to 23. It's 232 for 5.
Been asked by Charles on Twitter, he's asked me, what kind of a crowd could you get here? Look, it isn't too chilly. Last week was chilly, but what would you normally get for a crowd here on a day or a weekend for a 4-day game, say in April?
You might get up to about 1,000. The figures, they publish crowd figures in Wisden, and they do seem quite low, the Warwickshire ones, but I sometimes wonder whether they're all counted. And Warwickshire have had a scheme where youngsters are allowed sort of in free in the final session of the day, and that swells the numbers up a bit. They don't get as many as some counties, but there'd be a decent following here. What they do is take a lot to away games, actually. Warwickshire get a lot of away support, yeah.
Briggs to Tendiscarter, slipping a bat pad. This time he drags him forward, played with soft hand. The ball goes back to Briggs on his follow through. So Tendiscarter has a bat pad, whereas Wheater, when he's facing Briggs, he's got a leg slip. That's the subtle difference there. Briggs in, look, Tendiscarter looks to cut. He does successfully, takes the single as there is a scout on the long boundary on the Hollies side, where there is 1 run taken. 233 for 5. as Briggs. Leg slip's gone into place for Wheater. He goes back, plays it into the offside, leaves it alone. Wicket-keeper has to walk to come and pick it up. No run. Briggs again, bowls. Nice and straight. Very tall man, Briggs. There's a few tall boys. I mean, Ollie Stone's quite tall. Hannah Dolby's tall.
Dolby is, yeah.
Michael Burgess is quite tall for a keeper. This is very well bowled, very well played, as Wheater has to come forward and plays it off the splice of the bat, but in front of himself where the keeper goes to retrieve the ball. And again, Briggs in again. A little bit quicker, played into the offside, and that signifies the end of the over. 2:33 for 5. This is Don Topley and Clive Eakin on BBC Essex, BBC WM, BBC CWR, bringing you live ball by ball commentary of this day one. It's the round 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship. You're most welcome to join us. You're most welcome to contact us on Twitter, Topper Senior, BBC Essex Sport, or BBC CWR Sport. You can contact clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk for an email, or indeed BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. We love to hear from you wherever you are, whatever your cricketing subject may be.
Well, Will Rose, having got his last 2 deliveries wrong, I've seen them both hit for 4, has decided to hand Rob Yates the task of bowling what will presumably be another 1-over spell. There's a new ball will be due after this. Bowled 1-over so far, which went for 3 runs. Got away with one fairly ugly full toss. That one he pitches all right, but it's worked out into the offside for a single by Tender Scarter, who moves on to 20. Yates still looking for his maiden first-class wicket. He's got a slip in place to try and get it as he bowls to Adam Wheater, who defends that out to the onside. There's no run, shows the bowler all due respect. So the question is, who will bowl from which end when the new ball is available, which will be after this over. Yates bowls, pushed to mid-wicket for no run by Wheater, who's on 23, 2:34 for 5. Comes in again Yates, and that's played to back a square leg for no run. Still perfect sunshine in Birmingham, here at Edgbaston. This next one is turned round to mid-wicket. Sam Hain anticipates well, gets across the stop and prevents any runs. Last ball of the over has been a tidy over so far from Rob Yates. That one's hit to a mid-on for no runs, so he just went for the 1 run. 2:34 for 5 is the Essex total. 80 overs bowled, still going at just under 3 and over. They've got 60 more overs to go today, so take a sanitisation break.
When you break down sessions, 3 a day, and you break down, we talked about hours here, hour session, and you can't afford to lose wickets or turn the tap off, stops Essex scoring. Well, this session now is hugely important to the day and to the remainder of the game. Warwickshire will have a new ball, and I presume they have taken it. I haven't seen the umpires wave. They would probably normally wave about now to the scorers to suggest that the ball has been taken, but Essex have got to get through this. They've got to try and remain unscathed with these 2 at the crease in the next 16 overs, for they can come out tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, Warwickshire would love to nip both of these out and get amongst the tail. That means that in the 16 overs they technically could they, you know, in an optimistic or enthusiastic approach, they would say we could bowl Essex out in the next 16 overs. Meanwhile, Essex, if they can get to 260 tonight without losing another wicket, maybe being greedy 275 without losing another wicket, then Essex would also be pleased.
Another century maker today. Ian Holland has got a century for Hampshire.
Second one in successive games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. 3 slips are in. What does that say then? I reckon Ollie Stone has got a bright, shiny, new red cherry in his hand. 3 slips are waiting. 2 on the leg side, saving 1. Third man and fine leg. This is a bouncer, and if it is a new ball, it is no longer a new ball because it's been hit for 4 into the boundary boards. Now I'm trying to see in the sunshine whether it is shiny, and I am so far away up in the clouds here at Edgbaston, it's hard to tell. They're checking the ball. It might have a slight indentation. I think it's been taken. I think that's a new ball. God. Clive, thoughts?
Yeah.
Just looking at it being thrown from man to man, it just looks dark. Ollie Stone. 10 to Scarter, as we said earlier in the commentary. He's okay with a short ball. Stone in. Short, pulled again. This has gone into the boundary for 1 bounce 4. Now, I don't know if they're looseners, but I wouldn't bowl any more there.
Well, he has been effective, of course, with the short ball, but he's not managed to get to the same bounce with those 2.
That's kick-started Essex in many respects, so he's just gone bowled 2 balls. He might be a bit stiff, bit sore. It's great to see Ollie Stone playing a 2nd consecutive county championship match. He bowled some overs, he did well last week, but to play another game, it's super for this, who's a bowler who's actually starting to reach and fulfil his potential. We all know he's got a bit of pace, but for England, listen, it's great to see him play 2 consecutive games, and he's going to reach his potential in the next 2 to stroke 3, maybe 4 years.
Took some time to retrieve the ball there, but they have done that now.
3 slips waiting still. Is there a man back? No, there isn't a man back, which is quite a surprise. Conventional fine leg on the short boundary, but square leg is just in front on the inner ring. So I am surprised. Is he going to pitch it up? He does. It's down the leg side. There's 1. 10 to Scarter scampering. Will he get 2? He's looking for it and he turns it down. Hannon Dolby fields well, gets to the ball, throws it in and ensures 10 to Scarter doesn't move from the non-striker's end. 1 run. 243 for 5.
Yes, partnership building now for Essex. Well, I should be hoping the new ball would break it up, but Stone at the moment hasn't looked as effective as he did with a ball that was about 70 overs old earlier.
On his way at the crease, he bowls. Good delivery and he's caught. He's pitched it up and he's got Wheater out. He's nicked it through to the keeper, I believe. Michael Burgess dives to his right. The right-hander has to go. Wheater has been caught by Burgess, bowled by Stone. He's gone for 23 in his 45 balls. He and Ryan Tender-Scarter were just showing a degree of intent, and Essex, for them, they've lost an important wicket. Ollie Stone picks up his 4th wicket. He's now 2 balls shy of 17 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 59, but more importantly, Warwickshire is struck with a new ball. They've got the 6th wicket and Essex are 243.
Yeah, good take by Burgess. Diving to his right, but Stone proving effective. And a good performance from him. Again, you felt they were in that position when they needed that wicket. Well, they've got it. Essex will still be thinking get to 300 and they'll be in a strong position. 243 for 6. It was a partnership that contributed. At any rate, they got 46 runs for the 6th wicket. Burgess takes his 2nd catch of the innings. Rather his 3rd catch. He got Cook, Brown and now Wheater. So Stone looking for a fifer.
Absolutely. 3 slips awaiting. In comes Harmer. He hasn't scored many runs yet. So a good time to get them for Essex here. Harmer could get a bumper first ball here. Stone's on his way in. He bowls. It's a short ball, goes back, plays into the offside. There is no run. Well bowled, well played.
We're together for 12.5 overs. That's a stand of 46. So he had to push the scoring rate on a bit. Tentiscarter and Wheater.
Bold. Good ball at Harmer. He plays it into the leg side. The end of an eventful over. Couple of boundaries, but a more all-important wicket for Ollie Stone and Warwickshire. I don't think it'll be Yates to continue from our end. I think Clive, you'll be commentating. Is it Hannon Dolby?
Yes, it will be.
Fair enough.
So, I'm not giving Robbie Yates a new ball. Goodness me. So the last 4 wickets have all gone to Ollie Stone now, after Craig Miles got the first 2.
And that was an important part after tea, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Having not lost a wicket during the lunch to tea session, it's been good from that point of view. Just wonder how Essex will feel some of those dismissals. Did they help them? Could they have been prevented? Were they wicket-taking deliveries? Those kind of questions. The players, once they've taken their stuff off and they're sitting down quietly having a cup of tea, I'm sure the coaches or a coach will pop up to them saying, just talk us through the dismissal and here's the video footage. What do you think?
Ollie Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl to Tentiscarter, who leans back and cuts that away and has got it to the short boundary for 4. Fine shot from Tentiscarter, who looks to be in the mood at the moment. He's on 33. 247 for 6.
Great intent, great shot. You often see the Indian players at the IPL and places like that, the subcontinent batsmen, Babar Azam, they are so good at backward square and they hit the ball off the face of the bat. Tentiscarter's like that. I just don't know how players can time it so beautifully, so square.
33 off just 41 balls, Tentiscarter. He's going to add another one there as he works out to the leg side. I didn't know quite so much about that one, I don't think, but he managed to steer it to square leg for 1. To move on to 34, 248 for 6. Essex, who won the toss. First session, probably marginally Warwickshire's. Second session, comprehensively Essex. Is so far, I guess, Warwickshire had the best of this final session. Still 15 overs of it left. I want at least a couple more wickets before they finish, if they're going to really feel it's been a good session for them. And then Dolby bowls. It's going fairly well down the leg side. Almost a nibble.
That would have been a very dangerous wide on a white ball game. Getting himself loose, I'm sure. He's bowled in his 17th over.
Yeah, it's on for 56 runs, not got a wicket yet. Hannon Dolby hasn't quite managed to threaten as much as he sometimes does. Comes in now to bowl. He might have one there. He has got one. LBW.
Yes,
Harmer
yes.
stuck his front foot forward, but it wrapped him on the pads. It looked a good shout even from this angle, and the finger goes up. So Ollie Handolby has his first wicket, and Essex are 248 for 7.
Armour goes for naught. Yes, that looks pretty adjacent. I think both of us thought that looked good, looked right. The umpire certainly gave him reasonably quickly. It was certainly a pitched up delivery, certainly wouldn't be going over the top, and Essex lose another wicket to the new ball, 248 for 7. So Tenduskar's there, 34. How on earth will he marshal the tail? I'm expecting, could be Sam Cook, or it could be the Australian who's joined Essex again, his first game of the season for his third spell with the county cricket club. He is a much loved character, and he's striding to the wicket now. He's come from behind the side screen, coming out. He'll be in the decent sunlight at the moment until he turns around and takes guard. He'll be in the sun, but when he's facing the other end, when he faces bowlers from the Birmingham City end, it will look a little bit different. Nice bright lowering sunshine here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful day.
Not being cold up here.
No, a little bit of a nip actually.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
I've had just shirt sleeve and a little waistcoat, so yeah, it was chilly. I noticed when I got up early this morning, I noticed the frost. It was on all the cars. It was quite a sharp frost, but it went quite quickly once the sun got up.
And Dolby then in. Peter Siddle, the new man in. He's beaten him straight away outside off stump, and no run.
Looked quite a decent delivery, that last ball, but it is a tail ender sort of fishing or going at the ball, not always knowing where their off stumps are. Peter Siddle played for Tasmania, and he also captained most of the time for Adelaide Strikers, but he played quite a lot of the Sheffield Shield with Tasmania this year. Vastly experienced, fantastic performer when you think of the series of Australia, Ashes, just the great experience he's got. He's put a man back now. That's interesting.
The man on the wicket boundary, Matt Lamb's gone back to the boundary.
Is that going to be double bluff?
He comes in to bowl. And then Dolby, and that's accurate delivery. It was pitched up and it's played back to him, so it was a bluff, I guess, but successful over for Ollie Handolby. After all his efforts, he'll be pleased to have got on the board in terms of wickets, and it's 248 for 7.
Middlesex are rescuing themselves. They were not many for 3. They're 58 for 3 now. Middlesex trial by night just 96. Both teams have struggled early season, and with this conference system, Clive, if you do lose a couple of early games, you suddenly they've got too much to do.
Well, it's not as bad as last year because of only 5 matches, of course. Last year, you've still got 10 games, haven't you? And so you've got to finish in the top 2 to have a chance. Of course, the points will get carried on. So, but you've got to finish the top 2 to get into the top flight. So you've got a bit of room for manoeuvre.
Do you think so?
A little bit.
Well, I think whoever loses this game, Middlesex-Surrey, they'll be seriously struggling in the championship for the remainder of the season. It's going to be Stone. Stone drags Ryan Tenduskarta forward, plays a good defensive shot, goes in offside. There is no run. What does Ryan Tenduskarta do here? I think he should, having watched Cook bat last week, he's got Siddle there with him now. He should back his tail to stay with him. So don't take risks. He's just batting, I think, just outside his crease. 3 slips awaiting. There's a mid-off, backward point, mid-on, square legs back on the boundary this time. And LBW shout, I'm not so sure, and he's not given out. I would tend to agree with that for me. Just didn't look quite right. Lovely appeal, vociferous, confident.
Ended up level with the batter, didn't he? Running backwards, both arms in the air.
Excitable, but alas, not out. 248. Can Essex get? It's a batting bonus point, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they can get 2 more, 110 overs, I think it is. That the points last for. Outside off stump, decent pace, generating there by Ollie Stone, who goes through to the keeper, number 61, Michael Burgess, who actually, a point of reference here, he spent a bit of time at the Royal Hospital School when he had a winter at home, and Graham Napier, before he was signed up by Warwickshire, during his Sussex days, he had a winter at the Royal Hospital School where he was being coached his batting by none other than Graham Napier. He had certainly a term and a half there. As Ollie Stone's in, played into the leg side, they look for a single. Stone runs across the wicket in anticipation, and they don't go rightly for the single. Yeah, he had stayed at home, and he worked on his batting with shot selection and power hitting with Graham Napier, and obviously wicket keeping as well. And I always think of Graham Napier as one of the finest cricketers never to play for England. Stone, 3 slips, quite close together, driven into the offside. It's quite straight. There's going to be 1, 2. Will they look for a 3? He could have. No, they're not. They're not going to take him on there. No. Good shot for 2. Stone pitched it up. Tenduscarter using his front feet, getting over the pitch of the ball and push driving for 2. 250. There we go for 7.
Yes, nicely timed shot that from Tenduscarter. And game nicely poised at the moment.
Stone in, outside off stump. Tenduscarter comes forward with a decent stride, allows the ball to go through to the keeper. Dot ball, end of the over, and Essex are 250 for 7.
250 and 497 balls, so just 85 balls for the 5th 50. It's not quite as quick as the first, which took 75 balls. But they did lose 2 wickets in that time.
Long shadows. One of the floodlights is almost going across the hole from boundary to boundary.
In comes Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bowl to Siddle, who swings that, hits it in the air, but safely. He's going to get runs for it. He's going to get 4.
Yes, I think it would have been in the air, but it went over, and there was a bit of width on it. And if you're going to bowl there, I'm going to have a dip into you.
254 for 7. So Siddle off the mark with that 4. 2 slips in the gully, and then Dolby. Siddle, he hit that one in the air. He didn't move his feet much. He's got it over the fielder in the covers. It's a bit of a golf shot, which drops short of the boundary, and he gets 2 runs for it. Nice chip onto the 9th green.
The best way to describe that, Alistair Cook today, we heard some crisp drives, didn't we? And they made some great noises off the bat. That particular ball was hit with a bat made of balsa wood.
Hannon-Dolby in again to bowl, and Siddle plays and misses at that one. Oh. This could be one of those really annoying innings. Lower order batter who hits a few airy shots but starts accumulating the runs. It's and then Dolby turns. Balls to Siddle, who drives that, and it's stopped at point. It's actually not cleanly stopped, and they're going to get a run as a result of that. Not sure if that would be a bit harsh on the fielder to call it a misfield, but it wasn't stopped cleanly, and they get a run. 2:57 for 7. Man from the point boundary comes in a bit, and then Dolby, little skip comes into bowl, and that's steered to point straight to a fielder by Tendescarter, no run.
That's that backward point shot which I appreciate so much. He times it so well, square of the wicket, and in particular just behind. If you look at third man is quite square too.
That's good. Essex 2:57 for 7. It's been a topsy-turvy sort of day. Warwickshire were held up between lunch and tea without getting a single wicket, but Ollie Stone claimed 3 wickets after tea to get Warwickshire back in it. Bowling with them some good ferocity, Stone. First got Nick Brown for 68 and Paul Walter for 66, and then a little later with a new ball he had Adam Wheater very well caught behind by Burgess for 23. Ollie Allen Dolby on the act as well. He's had Simon Harmer LBW for 0. Essex have arguably the best attacking county cricket, possibly the best attacking county cricket for some years, so Warwickshire will know they'll have to face that later, with Essex building a reasonable total here on 2:57 for 7. So, Warwickshire toiling for these last 3 wickets. Can they get them before the close?
Bowled by Stone, bowls just short of a length, which Siddle goes back and across, and I sensed the noise from that hit the splice of the bat as he's played it into the leg side. There is no run. 2:57 for 7. Stone 18.1 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 61. Harm was the last man out on 248. He was out for 0. Stone, 3 slips waiting, he's in, bowls, and this has gone over to third man, where it goes quickly for 4 runs. There is a third man, but it's gone over the slips. There's no chance of a catch. It's bounced inside of the boundary and gone over for 4. So fortuitous for Siddle. He moves on to 11. Tendescarter 36. Certainly Siddle showing a degree of intent here.
He is, isn't he? Yes.
261 for 7. BBC Essex, BBC WM and BBC CWR, and online on the BBC app, BBC Sport website too. So 3 slips still waiting. Man not back for Siddle. What's he going to bowl? Stone bowls, pitches it up. There's a shout from first slip for an LBW, but I have to say nobody else really did. There was just more genuine interest that it might have hit this thigh pad. Dot ball.
It's been a good day's cricket, and at times it's moved quite slowly, but it's been competitive. Dave Beddingham has now got up his 150 for Durham, 281 for 4 against Derbyshire.
He started the season quite well. I think he's an overseas now. I think he was a Coalpack. Stone bowls. Siddle plays on the front foot and plays very, very well. Out of the coaching angle, that one really, as he plays it up to mid-off. There is no run.
And Leicestershire all out for 233. They were 74 for 5 at one stage. Ball out for 233 by Somerset.
They've got an interesting scenario because the last two games, Clive, I don't know if you've noticed, Leicestershire have been in the field and they've gone for 600 plus in both games. So they'll be eager to bowl a side out cheaply, I'm sure. Stone bowls, plays down tooth with an open face bat, goes down all the way to Sam Hain, who's fielding at third man below us. There are 3 slips, but Tenderscard played that with Siddle's played that with an open face bat, and sensibly too. No chance of a dismissal, just a simple one day, open the face and run it down for a single.
Ian Holland of Hampshire is now out for 114.
Mate, he won, I'm trying to think, he won a competition in Australia to become a cricketer. As this is Stone bowls to Tenderscard, who plays into the offside. This has gone for 1-2. I'm sure he's looking for the third. Siddle calls him back quickly, and he does it. Oh, well fielded, because it's not gone anywhere near either end here. Stone has met the ball in the middle of the pitch, but what stopped happening there was the third run by Essex, which would have brought Tenderscard onto strike. That was keeping Siddle back on the striker's end as the start of this over. So whilst it wasn't a beautiful piece of fielding over the top of the stumps, that fielder got the ball out of his hands so quickly that it stopped Essex get Tenderscard back on strike.
Craig Miles with the throw.
Brilliant bit of fielding.
Ollie Hammond-Dolby to continue. Got 11 overs left in the day. It's unlikely that Warwickshire will have to bat today. Let's get these 3 wickets very quickly. Hammond-Dolby in, and that's hit high in the air. I think he's going to get away with that one, Siddle. Matt Lamb turns and gives chase. It goes over his head, and it's 2 runs. Well, he may have seen the field up there, Siddle, and backed himself to launch it over their heads. He's got 2 more, 266 for 7.
That was worthy of coloured clothing and a pink ball, isn't it? A white ball, rather.
It's 14 from Siddle. Will be quite annoying for Warwickshire now. Matt Lamb's going to go back into the deep.
Simply agricultural, but effective.
Yep. 266 for 7, and Hammond-Dolby to Siddle.
Take the single if he bowls straight.
And he bowls short, and Siddle just takes evasive action, lets the ball go. 3 more balls to bowl at Siddle. Warwickshire will feel they've got a chance of getting him out, but they'll also be a bit frustrated at the runs that he's adding to the total.
Wouldn't surprise if he sort of just goes back and across and tries to put it, just nudge it into the leg side to take a single here. Or if it's a bit straighter, put it to mid-wicket and look for 2.
There's 4 balls left in the over as Hammond-Dolby does a little skip, comes into bowl, and Siddle leaves that one.
It's a batsman.
Yes.
That was worthy of an opening batsman as he shouldered arms confidently as the ball sails through to the keeper. Well batted.
No. Hammond-Dolby goes back, just his shirt. Dougie Brown-esque in the way he adjusts his shirt, adjusts his dress after sort of every delivery. A little skip from him, he leans forward and bowls. Good accurate delivery, which Siddle treats respectfully and plays to mid-off for no run.
We saw it earlier in the day, and I can't remember the batsman, but that particular way he played that shot, he walks his shot, so he plants his foot, plays the shot. Because he hasn't taken a large enough stride, he then just overbalances and the other legs come through, and so we call that in cricket walking your shot. Ideally you want to take a bigger stride, but nonetheless it's fine, but he's being watchful on that particular ball.
Hammond-Dolby bowls against bowled him, and Siddle playing down the wrong line there, and just knocks off the top of the stumps and knocks the bails off. And Siddle's little cameo comes to an end on 14, and it's 266 for 8, and Ollie Hammond-Dolby now has 2.
Well bowled 266 for 8. 2 more. They're into the tail now. Sam Cook will be coming out, having collected a an equal career best last week of 37 against Durham. He played so well. 37 runs today, tonight, tomorrow morning would be invaluable with a partnership with Tendescarter. What will we see? The ball's quite hard, it's quite new, and I'm afraid there's no bowlers union today, so I would imagine Ollie Stone, if he's still on, he will nonetheless shove it up Sam Cook. He might not do that again to Tendescarter, but he certainly will do it to Essex's tail end bowlers, which is Sam Cook and Jamie Porter to come.
Well, they added 18 runs for the 8th wicket. And, well, what should I now? Might find they have to bat. So get these last 2 wickets quickly. There's still 10 overs left in the day after this one. That'll be, as soon as the next over starts, that'll be down to 7 for when they, if they were to get the last 2 wickets of the next over. It is Sam Cook who's out there. Three slips in place, and then Dolby getting rewarded for his patience with a couple of wickets late in the innings. He comes in again to bowl, and Cook plays that resolutely into the ground, back into Alan Dolby's hands. Maiden play, the bowler there. That's the end of the over. 266 for 8. 86 overs bowled, 10 left in the day. Tendescarter not out 38.
Ollie Stone drops his cap and his jumper. The 12th comes on to collect as they take them off. The umpires do not take the hats, caps and jumpers of the players, not in these COVID times. So somebody runs on at the end of each over, but I must say Ollie Stone dropped his stuff and marched to the far end, the Birmingham City end, because he's close to a fifer and he feels that there's a tail that he could get. He would dearly love to have 6 for. Essex would like to keep him out there for the rest of the evening and come out tomorrow morning. Ryan Tendescarter and Sam Cook. Sam Cook's faced 1 ball. He's now on strike. Sorry, Tendescarter's on strike. He looks for a single, and I'm pleased to say he takes it. It's been offered and he takes it, so brings Sam Cook on to strike. Tendescarter gets a single. He plays it out to squarish mid-on, where they cannot stop the single. They're quite happy with that. So Stone is now going to bowl at Essex's, probably their fastest bowler, which is Sam Cook. 3 slips. No, a bat pad. Now, bat pad. First time we've seen, Clive, a bat pad all today against a seamer.
Yeah. I'm never very keen on sort of giving the opposition a run, but it's all part of the game, I suppose. But interesting that they took it. David Grant has tweeted me to say, listening between online classes at school in Mexico. Logged into my class and forgotten I'd left the commentary on. I'll come back to that in a second.
Stone with a bat pad, 3 slips, and I must say that was very well played by Sam Cook. Got behind it, played it back to the bowler. Sorry.
So he's left the commentary on. He says he spent 5 minutes at the start of the lesson listening. Students worked out it was sport, but not cricket. Fun activity.
So do we say in Mexico, buenas noches?
Yes, probably.
Yes. Hot chili for the evening supper? Wow, lovely. Stone. He's bowling with a bat pad in. Sam Cook not out. Don't think so for me. No, not really. There was more excitement about the fact that it's hit the thigh pad, than a genuine appeal. That was all in hope.
Helicopter flies overhead. Yeah, that.
And I trust Birmingham Airport's quieter than normal. Still.
Yes, I haven't been for a long time, but yes, you would imagine it would be. In fact, I don't think we've seen a plane over, have we?
No. Yeah, that's sort of what I was suggesting, really.
No.
Stone. What's going to happen? He bowls, pitches up, driven down the ground. That's a great looking shot from a number 10. Cook has driven that straight and he's going to collect 4. That was worthy of a top order batsman. Wow, what a shot.
Well, Tender Scarter show some confidence in him by taking the single off the first ball of the over. Just not sure that tactic is the one for Warwickshire to go for, really. Always be just play the game, play properly. Don't waste deliveries giving the opposition a run to try and get the tail ender on strike. But anyway,
I don't think the next ball will be in his half. Will it be? It won't be the same length, Clive. As the captain saying, excuse me, don't let a number 10 drive you like that. Let's test him. So what's it going to be? Sam Cook, will he come forward? It's a short ball, pushes him back and he gets a single. They looked shy and they kept the ball in the hand. Very well played, Sam Cook. Good cricket from Essex. And your number 7, is he got?
Yeah, well, Matt Lamb picked that up, and when he was looking to throw the ball in, he pulled up and is hobbling a little bit. Will Rose is just asking him if he's okay. Is he going to leave the field? No, he's going to take his position.
I wondered if he slipped on the greasy square, because there's quite a decent bit of grass on the pitches they haven't used yet, and I'm wondering whether he might have just twisted his ankles slightly. Some of these batsmen or fielders who don't bowl like to wear sprigs or spikes at the front end but not at the back end, Clive, so sometimes your back end can slip a little bit. You just have rubbers. Stone to Tender Scarter, plays into the leg side. There's one. He's going to take the one, and that is the end of the over. Tender Scarter intelligently keeps the strike. Essex 273 for 8, Tender Scarter 40, Sam Cook at number 10 with 5.
No, in these days, in the modern game, you know, your opposition aren't all out to their 10 wickets down. The days of real number 11s and number 10s have long since gone. They're told they're not tail enders anymore, are they? They're lower order batters.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I mean,
came from the England management a few years ago.
I mean, do you know many bowlers that don't think they can bat?
No, quite. It's a shame, because he used to be quite entertaining. Some of the number 11s used to come out, used to empty bars, but we had one here, Chris Martin, when he had his spell as overseas batter, had a bit of a reputation of not being the greatest.
He would have been 12 if there were 12, wouldn't there?
Yeah, Ollie Hine-Dolby comes into bowl, and that's cut down to third man by Tender Scarter, who again is quite willing to take a single off the first ball of the over. To be fair to Warwick, didn't exactly give it to them. They still had the slips in place, so we're still trying to get them out, but they did drop the rest of the fielders deep, and now they all come in as Hine Dolby. So far done a pretty decent job with the lower order. Can he remove Sam Cook? He comes into bowl, and Cook just places that nicely on the side again. That's going to be a tight run, but it's well judged. Ollie Stone had to move to his right to get to the ball. Tender Scarter, I assume, called Cook through, and that was a good call. While he's been at the crease, Tender Scarter's certainly got the school ball moving a lot quicker. It's just pushing Essex up towards the total, 275 for 8. Can they get the third batting point with the next target?
Overs aren't a problem, really.
No, and Dolby bowls it short, and he's played that sort of tennis style. Tender Scarter down, dealt with it well, and gets a run.
Good bouncer, to be honest. Good bouncer with a huge boundary on the leg side for Hine Dolby. Tender Scarter's had a go at it. He's hit it quite square. It's a huge boundary if he's going to hit a 6, and 2 men back. Obviously he was banking on getting a top edge, was Hine Dolby, but Ryan Tender Scarter moves to 42 and Cook is on strike.
So comes into bowl, And that's pushed out to the offside to mid-off for no run.
Straight leg drive, didn't brace it, didn't break it to lean forward, get his body weight further. It was a very straight leg drive, sort of understandably of a number 10. But he can bat, Sam. Can he eke out a few more with his older partner, Ryan Tenderscarter, at the age of 40?
Comes in now, Alan Dolby, 2 slips and a gully. And that's edged and caught. Sam Hayden holds on to this one at second slip. And Cook goes for 6. And Alan Dolby suddenly has 3 wickets, 276 for 9.
Good catch that, Clive. Alan Dolby's got another wicket, importantly, which will bring out Jamie Porter, the number 11.
The second 11 match I mentioned earlier, Warwickshire against Cardiff, 50 over match. Warwickshire have won it. Cardiff have been bowled out for 248 in 45 overs. 4 wickets for Dan Mosley, who's really seen as a batter, but he's taken 4 for 46. Now you're asking.
Right.
I think he bowls a bit. I'm going to have to check. I would have seen them bowl, but I just can't for the life of me remember.
Mosley.
Yes,
So
youngster, very highly rated.
Is he? You're not going to tell me he's from
batter.
Mosley, is he?
No, he's not.
Dan Mosley of Mosley.
No, it's actually spelt Mousley, but
Is it?
There's been some discussion over how it's pronounced. But I think
Right.
Mosley is what's generally been accepted. Yeah, he bowls a bit of right arm spin, and it's taken 4 wickets. So there we are. George Garrett, who's also been in the first team picture, he took a couple. Henry Brooks got 1. Good day for the second 11 there, putting a bit of pressure on the first team players.
Yeah, that's what you want, isn't it? That's what you want. So, how many overs left, do you think?
Well, so we got this
9?
over. After this one, it'll be 8. Of course, if the wicket falls,
Between innings?
it's
6?
2, isn't it? It's 2.
Yeah, 6.
So it'll be down to 6 overs. So it'll be an awkward little spell for Warwickshire potentially.
Yep. Yep.
So
Jamie Porter. Taking guard, looking around. Well, they're all giving Jamie Porter a single here. All of them, apart from the 3 slips. Last ball.
Alan Dolby bowls, so right in the block hole, trying to york him, but he digs it out well and doesn't take the single. Porter, it was there to be had, but Tenderscarter says no, and he'll see if he can eke out some more runs in this next over.
He walks down to his championship winning captain from a few years ago, Ryan Tenderscarter, having a chat. They're probably having, right, I'm going to do X, Y or Z, I'm going to have a dip, I'm going to take him on if he bowls a short ball, or yes, no, or whatever. But I think Ollie Stone's going to have one more. He's going to try and get his 5 for Stone, 20 overs in the day. 3 maidens, 4 for 75. It's always a fantastic feeling walking off with 5 wickets to your name. You've taken half of the opposition's wickets. You've made a serious impact on the opposition. Can he do it? It's going to be bowling to Ryan Tenderscarter. They're going to be spaced out. They're going to have people on the scouts on the boundary offering 1. There might be 1 slip, might be 2 slips, but there'll be people giving Tenderscarter the 1 because Ollie Stone and the captain want to bowl at Jamie Porter.
4 wickets have fallen for 33 now, so Warwickshire so far doing a pretty good job with the lower order.
Here we go. Oliver Stone, 2 slips then, awaiting. He's in, short of a length. He's hiked that onto the short boundary. It's not just gone to the boundary, it's actually gone over and into the stands. And that's quite a decent hit. That's I think that's 6 on any ground, to be honest. And I think they're going to have to go and search. No, they found it. It's by the... I'm sure that's 6.
Oh yeah.
Did you
Surely.
see a signal?
I didn't. I just assumed it was a 6 though.
I presume
It's a
the
huge shot.
umpires are looking, that ball then, looking towards the sunshine.
He must have signalled it while we were looking at the ball.
I'm sure that is 6, ladies and gentlemen. Tendescarter 48 from 56 balls.
It's the third 6 of the Essex innings.
Stone is cut into the offside. They're looking for 2. He might even get 4. He has! Tendescarter has hit that beautifully. He's got a man just in front of square on the offside, probably about a yard in. And to be honest, he didn't have to move because it sailed in front of him for 4. Tendescarter has 52 from 57 balls. Take a bow. Well played, Ryan Tendescarter. Score is now 286. Can Jamie Porter stay with his old captain and get another bonus point? Very important.
7 4s and a 6, and that half century from Tendescarter. He's looked bright from the word go.
Stone, Yorker length is dug out. They're looking for a single. No, they turn it down. They're looking for 2s and boundaries really. So Tendescarter refuses the single.
So does he go for the 4th ball of the over? He's still kind of field is still spread out. Does he give Porter 2 deliveries?
I would. Yes, definitely. I don't like the way they do this sometimes, but I understand, and you've got to make Jamie Porter take responsibility. Have courage, have faith, have confidence in him as a batsman to hang around.
I've told the story before, I'll tell it again, but I do remember Jim Troughton did something similar. They were 8 wickets down, and he went for a single and over. And I said at the time, I'm pleased to see that, I'd like to see that. And of course, numbers 10 and 11 were out next 2 balls.
Yorker length, he's driven it, he could take the single, he's turned it down. Right, now we've had 4 balls gone, 2 balls left. Now what might happen here is they're going to scamper a single.
I don't quite understand why they're not bringing the field in here.
Yeah,
surely they're going to.
Yeah, I would have thought so. They're taking their time.
If they really believe that 1 ball's enough at Porter.
But if there is going to be Tendescarter facing the last ball, let's say it's a play and miss now, so there's 1 ball to go, what you can guarantee is it's going to be a bumper, quite a high one, against Tendescarter. What is it going to be for this 5th ball, the over? It's driven in and he's going to take it for the single. No, he's not. He's pierced mid-wicket and mid-on. It's raced across the grass here at Edgbaston for 4. What a wonderful timed shot. 290 for 9.
Yeah, lovely shot off his toes of Tendescarter. Really has looked good. And these are damaging runs at Warwickshire, conceding. They know they've got a big task on to bat against this attack. And all these runs will be hurting them. Now they bring the field in. Last ball of the over. Tendescarter might just feel, well, let's hit another 4 if I can. Pierce this field and or even hit it over the top, or will he try and find a single and keep the strike?
He won't bump him, will he? He's got 1 ball left. He's got a bowl at the timbers. Stone to Porter. It is nice and straight, nice and full, dug out by the Essex number 11, and that's the end of the over. Jamie Porter survives. Essex 290 for 9. Tendescarter to face on 56, and they're just 10 runs away from an important batting point.
It's been interesting innings from Essex. They've had good innings, good contributions, but no one's gone on to make a big score unless Tendescarter managed to do it now. So you had 68 from Brown, 66 from Walter, 46 from Alistair Cook, 23 from Adam Wheater. So now 56 not out from Tendescarter. So lots of contributions, but no really big score. Maybe that's what Warwickshire will look to hope might be a difference if they can get someone to really bat big, which Essex haven't been able to do.
It's a good surface indeed here today.
And then Dolby comes into bowl to Porter, who makes an extravagant leave, and So it's 290 for 9. Of course, the longer it goes on, the less Warwickshire will have to bat today, if they do have to. One small consolation for them, I guess. But day's cricket in the end. We're going to get around about 300 runs. Well, more or less, whole team bowled out. So it would have been an enjoyable one for the crowd if there had been one. Helen Dolby bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run by Porter. Played very correctly, no problems there. On 14 for the last wicket so far. 10 to Scarter has anyway. He's on 56. And he turns once again. Hammond with a little skip, looking for his 4th wicket. Bowls, and Porter tries to get his bat out of the way. He's going to get a rather fortuitous 4 here. As he's trying to lift the bat out of the way, he's played it down to 3rd man for 4. 294 for 9. Here at Edgbaston, a fluctuating day. Essex are 294 for 9. Lots of significant contributions for Essex without any really big scores. But their partnership, the Century Partnership lunch and tea with Nick Brown making 68 and Paul Walter 66 has been key for them. Ollie Stone bowled a fine hostile spell in taking 4 wickets. But as Ollie Helen Dolby is now trying to wrap up the innings, he's had Simon Harmer LBW for a duck, Peter Siddle clean bowl for 14, and Sam Cook caught at second slip by Sam Hain for 6. Ryan Tenduscarter, though, is causing Warwickshire some problems at the moment. He's 56 not out, and Essex 294 for 9. Make that 295 for 9 as that ball's pushed out to the offside for a single by Porter.
Yeah, getting closer to the 300. Can they get there? Tenduscarter is to face. No 3rd man. No one square on the offside on the short boundary. No one back on the hook. On the long boundary, he's been brought up. 2 slips, no gully, a ring on the offside. What are they going to do to Tenduscarter? They don't. They're putting a 3rd man, and he'll go squarer, I reckon. For Tenduscarter, they've got a slip and a gully and a 3rd man. And he might. Yeah, look, I'm happy with this. As a bowler bowling at Tenduscarter, that's better field for Tenduscarter. Yeah. He's not going to hurt you as much unless you get it wrong on the leg side by bowling short or too straight.
Helen Dolby in to bowl. Slower ball. I think Tenduscarter has edged it. He's caught. Oh, good work from Ollie Helen Dolby. He gets his 4th wicket. Slower ball. I think to see Tenduscarter a little bit, and he's played it to gully, where I think Sam Hain has taken the catch. So, having dropped one earlier, Hain will feel he's redeemed himself a little bit by holding on to a couple. Essex miss out on the 3rd batting point, but they've still got a score on the board. 295 all out in 90 overs, with Tenduscarter going for 56. And Ollie Handel finishing with 4, as did Ollie Stone.
Well bowled.
We'll take the opportunity, I think, to have a short break.
Yes.
It's a long old session, and we'll reflect on some of the scorecard once the Warwickshire innings starts, and Warwickshire will have, by my reckoning, 4 overs to face before the close. I do hope they don't bring a night watchman out, because I'm never been convinced by them.
If it was me, I would bowl Cook and Harmer. They are 2 overs each. Hampshire at 290.2. Vince is better than Florence, so he's still going.
So, welcome back to the final little spurt of play for you from Edgbaston. We have got 4 overs left. Marching out to the crease are Rob Yates and Will Rhodes. Not a lot for them to gain in these 4 overs. I just need to try and survive them. With Warwickshire having bowled, Essex out for 295. Let's go through the Essex card then. Got to 55 before the first wicket fell in the 50 over. Alistair Cook just edging to Burgess off Craig Miles for 46 off just 47 balls. Not a characteristic Alistair Cook innings he played. He had 8 fours, 7 of them were sumptuous strokes. It's just one streaky one, and he even hit a 6. 11 sixes his entire Test career. He hit a 6 in this one. That was 55 for 1 in the 15th over. So having got off to a good start, Essex stumbled a little bit towards lunch then, with Tom Wesley quickly out LBW to Miles for 4. Wesley had faced 13 balls and his 4 came from 1 shot. Jamie Porter's going to open the bowling from the Birmingham end. He's bowling to Will Rhodes. 3 slips and a gully, and Rhodes turns that away onto the onside, but there's quite a lot of space there, and well, I might have got 2, but Rhodes has settled for 1. They're off the mark. So after Wesley gone up to 63 for 2, then Dan Lawrence brilliantly caught by Matt Lamb off Ollie Stone for 5. It was 72 for 3 at that point. Lawrence facing 19 balls and hitting 1-4. And Essex went in at lunch on 81 for 3. After lunch, which almost struck straight away when Nick Brown was dropped by Sam Hain on 20 in the slips, but that was the only chance Warwickshire really had all session as they batted through to tea with a century partnership adding 105 in that session. This next one, Yates plays onto the onside. There is no run. But then after tea, they got to tea at 186 for 3, but after tea, Warwickshire struck again. Ollie Stone bowled a hostile spell in which he had Nick Brown caught behind, just trying to fend one away from his chest. Good catch taken by Burgess. He went for 68 at the end of a stand of 114 in 40 overs with Paul Walter. Nick Brown faced, where's he gone? 169 balls for a 68, 11 fours, batted through the first 2 sessions. Yates drops a bat on that, thinks about a quick single, but there isn't one to be had, so there is no run. Brown's dismissal was 186 for 4, and his partner Paul Walter followed soon after. Again, a short delivery which he fended away, got it over the slip cordon, but Vihari coming in from third man took a very good catch, and Walter was gone for 66 of 151 balls, 11 fours in his innings. That was 197 for 5. Adam Wheater caught behind off Ollie Stone for 23. 243 for 6. Wheater faced 45 balls for his 23, 3 fours and a 6. This next one is left by Yates outside off stump. There's no run. So that was 243 for 6. 5 more runs added before Simon Harmer was LBW to Hannon Dalby for the only blob, the only bagel of the innings. He faced 4 balls without scoring, and Peter Siddle entertained with some extravagant shots before he was bowled by Ollie Hallen-Dolby for 14, 266 for 8. He faced 12 balls for his 16 balls for his 14, hit 2 fours. In comes Porter, and Yates gets behind that very correctly, plays it to mid-off. There is no run. Sam Cook was caught second slip by Sam Hain off Ollie Hallen-Dolby for 6, 276 for 9. Cook had faced 8 balls, 1-4, and then a good innings from Ryan Tenduscarter, 56 off 62 balls, 8 fours and a 6 before he edged a slower ball into the gully area, and Hain again took the catch. Porter in, and that's pushing up the offside. There's no run. At left, number 11, Jamie Porter with a nice red asterisk of 5 not out off 5 balls. He hit 1-4. Only 2 extras, 2 leg byes in the innings. 295 all out. The bowling, Ollie Hallen-Dolby 20.5, 7 maidens, 4 for 73. Ended up being the best bowler in terms of the figures. Ollie Stone 21 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 89. Craig Miles 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35. They were the wicket takers. Will Rose bowled 13 overs for 41. Tim Breslin 6 overs for 32. Danny Briggs 14 overs for just 19. And Rob Yates bowled 2 overs for 4. 295 all out. Essex Warwickshire 1 without loss after an over.
Well done, Clive. Got all the information out there. 1 over gone, 3 to come. It's going to be Sam Cook from the pavilion end. 3 slips in a gully, no bat pad. Square leg just in front. It's quite a straight mid-on, straight mid-off as Cook is in. This is an edge. He's going to go quickly, I think, down to the bound 4. Crosses the boundary at third man. Moral victory for the bowler, but it went along the floor, and all the Essex lads are clapping Sam Cook for a good start to the evening. 5 without loss.
Yeah.
Captain Rhodes has all 5. What you will see here in the 4 overs, if the seamers bowl them, they will hate Essex if any of the Warwickshire players let the ball go. They will try and bowl dead straight. Sam Cook on his way in. His second ball. Oh, that's... I think he got a bat on that.
Yeah, I think he did. He was trying to get away. Yeah.
Yes.
Warwickshire's top scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy by some distance last season, Will Rose, of 423, did include a double century. I think he was about 5th in the country overall. Started the season well without actually making a huge score.
Sam Cook, right arm over to the left-handed Rhodes. This is played into the offside safely. Decent ball, nice strong noise on the bat, high up the bat, probably at the splice. No run, 5 without loss.
It's actually out for a duck, to correct myself really, against Derbyshire the first match, then a 5 not out. We got 22 and 44 against Notts. That 44 was useful, so Warwickshire chase on that target. Got a century against the Students, and what was not a first-class match.
Balts his run up as he turns, a little bit like Richard Hadley did into his run and then aborted, but this time he's on his way, right arm over to Rhodes. Rhodes is a LBW shout, but I'm going to say, even from this bizarre angle that we're watching from, I cannot even give that close.
Well, Cook at the moment is causing a little bit more trouble than Porter did. Porter's first over. Cook is certainly asking some questions here.
I think he's come of age in the last 18 months. He's done particularly well. Jamie Porter is round on the circuit, has a good reputation. Not sure he's bowling the best he has just at this moment. Cook in, driven down the ground to the bowler, collects on his follow through, and that is a dot ball, no run.
So 1 more ball this over to go. Rose will be happy to get through it. That 1 edge down to Third man for 4. Hasn't looked entirely comfortable in it, but see this off, and Warwickshire are halfway to getting to the close. Big day potentially tomorrow. These two want to still be there for that.
Sam Cook, fairly straight run-up bowls. Well played, well negotiated, comes forward. Does the captain Rhodes? Plays it in to the offside where it is fielded. No run. And that is the end of the over. 5 without loss. All 5 to Captain Will Rhodes.
Well, Rob Yates will be on strike. Is he under a little bit of pressure? There's a real pressure of expectation on him. Young batter who came in and looked the part from the word go when he's come in, but so much expected of him. He did get a good 40 in the first innings against Derbyshire, but didn't have a happy game against Notts when he was out for 0-2, and here he is facing a really far from ideal situation, coming towards the close of play. Porter comes in to bowl to him, he leaves that. That won't please Essex-M. 3 slips and a gunny. He was able to leave that despite the ooze in the field. I think it was a comfortable enough leave.
There's always that little bit of kidology, isn't
Yeah.
there? You know, oh, that's close.
Yeah. Fancy leaving that.
Yeah, oh, that did a bit. It swung. Yeah. You want to make him play. 24 balls for Warwickshire to survive. You want him to play all of them.
Sunshine's been unrelenting today. It's still shining out there in the field as Yates gets behind that and does well, plays it back to the bowler. One thing with this going back to earlier in the day when we were discussing the 100 and all this nonsense about wickets becoming outs. One thing that might help with the terminology, if people would stop calling the pitch the wicket.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. The wicket, I've tried to train myself, and I'm guilty of that. I try and train myself to say the surface.
The pitch, yeah. Of course, the stumps get called the wicket as well, so I suppose you can see the point.
The wicket is the pieces of timbers.
Yeah.
The pitch, to be on a pitch where the ball lands on the surface.
He's going to come round the wicket, is Porter to bowl, and that's played the onside. There's no run. We've all seen the tea towel about when the batter goes in, comes in, he's out, and when he goes out, he's in. It can be a bit confusing, but I'm not sure we need to change the name of a wicket to an out. An out just doesn't sound right anyway. It sounds American, to be honest.
To be honest, I'm not overly worried about the terminology. We'll mention it tomorrow. I just want more kids to play the game. We need to get more people playing the game.
Round the wicket comes Porter, and that's played under the onside. There's no run. 5 without loss. Well, putting it on free-to-air telly would be a start. I think I saw a stat when I was reading Wisdom that something like 42% of those that watched the test match on Channel 4 do not have Sky, so do not have access to pay TV, so you need to reach those people. In comes Porter, and Yates gets behind that. Played that over pretty well, Rob Yates, to be fair.
One ball outside off, wasn't there?
Yeah, but mind you, I might have talked a bit too soon because there's still 1 ball to go, so now I'm going to get complaints, aren't I, without next ball.
Commentators curse.
But he has played it well so far.
He has. There was 1 ball that was allowed to go past outside off stump, and then Porter decided to come around, changing the angle, bowling a little more direct.
He'll be hoping this is the last ball he has to face today, and that Rose will take the last over. Yates, he leaves that one outside off stump. Bit of pace on it. Wicket keeper had to grab at it as it whistled past, but didn't trouble the batter. Warwickshire have negotiated 3 of the 4 overs they had to face today. I tell you what, we're actually finishing at a fairly civilised time, aren't we, today? Yeah. 5 without loss. And 1 more over to bowl. And what's been a good day's cricket, so we've had exactly 300 runs now, isn't it? In the day, for 10 wickets, so that's not bad.
At times it's been
turgid.
Yeah. Yep, in a positive way. But it's Cook bowling to Rhodes. Both opening batsmen are left-handed in both teams. So Rhodes has got to negotiate Sam Cook on his way in. 3 slips awaiting. Pavilion end he bowls, and this is angled down safely down to third man for 1 and 2. He comes back for the second run, does Will Rhodes. 2 more runs, 7 without loss. Good delivery, well negotiated, good cricket all round.
Night Watchman can take his pads off now, because if a wicket were to fall now, that would be close of play. So I dare say somebody was padded up to probably Danny Briggs, but he won't have to now come out, so he'll be pleased. Although maybe secretly, Night Watchman quite like sometimes the opportunity, don't they? Because then they can bat all day the next day if they're lucky.
Yes, great ambition that. Cook in nice and straight, which is watched well by the captain Rhodes, and plays it very sensibly into the leg side. There is no run.
So both teams very much in the game at the end of the first day.
I do think it's a good serve.
Yeah,
I do.
I was going to say we feel happy, in one sense Warwickshire will feel pleased they bowled Essex out in a day on this pitch. On the other hand, some decent runs on the board for Essex.
Cook bowls, left alone from the angle, from around the wicket through to the keeper, Adam Wheater, no run. I'm trying to work out a pass score for first innings, and you're always happy to see both teams bat on it before you sort of confirm that. But if I had to confirm, my gut reaction, Clive, is Essex on a pass score are just a bit below.
Yeah.
As Cook bowls, nice delivery, which is played up to mid-on where there is no run. Good looking shot though with the new ball.
Well, when you choose to bat first, you certainly want to get beyond 300, don't you? They've almost got to 300, but
Yep.
they'll probably feel they've done okay, but maybe no more than that. I said that what they've lacked is anyone making a really big sort of some good contributions, but no one's made no one's got to 100 or even close to it at the end.
Yep. As Cook turns on his way in, bowls. There's an LBW shadow, but they quit the appeal halfway through. So no run, no leg by or anything. There was Brown, 68, Cook 46, Water 66, Tenduscarter 56. So all good scores, but no one went on, and that will probably just disappoint Anthony McGrath.
Well, it's Anthony McGrath, is it, coach?
Yes,
because he was captain. Not captain. He played for Yorkshire when I covered them.
yes, good
winning
man.
the title.
Very
Yeah.
nice man. Cook in again, bowls, and this time there's an LBW shout. They're interested, but not the umpire, and that is the evening and the day's session. So, cracking day's cricket as the players return to their dressing room. You've got a report to
Well, I
do.
think I might have. I'm waiting
Have
to
you?
find out.
So I will finish this by saying Warwickshire have survived the 4 overs for the evening session and finished on 7 without loss.
Yeah. So, good day's cricket, as we say, and I think Will Rose was looking at the umpire saying, "Don't you dare!" There, last ball of the day, but he'd be relieved to survive that.
Yeah, was interested in that, but the umpire wasn't. Everyone assembles coming out of the ground staff tunnel. Roller going to roll another wicket in preparation of another game in due course. And I'm sure they've got a bit of time before they have to put the covers on or before the frost arrives. But no, it's been a good day's cricket, and well done to Hannon Dolby and Stone. Well done to the chaps who got 50. Could have gone on for Essex, but alas, an intriguing day in prospect tomorrow.
answers the question. Evidently, I'm not doing an update.
They bypassed you.
Yeah.
They sent you a hospital pass.
So that's it then. So Warwickshire close at 7 about loss.